Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. We are live on the precipice of World War III. It's great that you've all joined us. First things first, though, make sure you've hit the like button. You know, YouTube doesn't like independent media; they keep us in a cave, so it really helps with the algorithm. And let me know where you're joining in from. Right? We have, I mean, literally hundreds of people watching. It's always great to know how diverse the viewership and the audience are. So let me know where you're tuning in from. I have a very special guest joining me now. It's Scott Ritter, none other than Scott Ritter. He's a former United Nations weapons inspector. He's former Marine Corps intelligence, author, analyst. He does everything, and I think he's the person to talk to about this. So Scott, thank you for joining us. How are you?
Doing fine, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thanks for coming on such short notice. It's not like there's a war breaking out or anything. I mean, it isn't a laughing matter, though. This is very serious, and I just wanted to get your initial reaction on this limited operation or special operation that Putin called it in Ukraine's Donbas region.
Well, first of all, there's nothing limited about this. This is an all-out invasion of Ukraine. We've already have reports of Russian troops taking the city of Mariupol. Supposed to be the hardest fought. That's where the Azov battalion is. Less than an hour, the city fell. Russian troops have landed in Odessa. Russian tanks are pouring out of Crimea and pouring down towards Kharkov, and it's all over. I mean, this is a massive operation, and the Ukrainian military is not up to the task. Right now, I feel bad for these guys because they've been led to believe that they can fight the Russians. They've had NATO trainers there. They've received so-called lethal weapons. Those lethal weapons were in warehouses. Those warehouses are destroyed right now. I've just watched the explosions. They're gone. Any Ukrainian who tries to use a Javelin missile will be dead the second they try to use it. But they can't communicate, they can't move, they can't do anything. All they can do is surrender or die. That's the reality of it. This is an operation that will demilitarize Ukraine.
Well, Putin, in his announcement, he said that it's limited, and he said it's just in the Donbas region. You said it's not limited. I was just about to show clips of explosions in Kiev or Kiev, however it's pronounced. I've been
pronounced Kiev from now on.
Right? Yeah. They differ from Russian to Ukrainian, right? So he's been saying it's limited. You're saying it's not. I mean, who are we supposed to believe here? Because the Western media, I mean, they said he's going to invade for a long time now, right? And even when he sent the so-called peacekeepers the other day, they called that an invasion as well. The White House called it an invasion. So it was the invasion 2 days ago, or is it today? Or is it both?
Look, I just, I let the facts speak for themselves. You're going to see paratroopers in Kiev. They already have paratroopers in Odessa. Naval infantry has taken Mariupol, and the tanks are pouring in. Call it what you want. That's just what it is. That's the reality. He said it was a limited operation for Donbas, but he also said that they're going to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. That means two things. One, the Ukrainian military will cease to exist. There will be no Ukrainian military when this is finished. And two, the Ukrainian government's gone, because it's a Nazi regime. Not because I say so, but because President Putin has labeled it as such. And, this is a Russian operation. We in the West can sit back there and shake our heads, wag our fingers. It doesn't matter. The reality is made by Russia, and that reality is transpiring on the ground right now. Afterwards, we can dissect it and criticize it, et cetera. But, right now, I just let the facts speak for themselves. And the facts are Russia is overrunning Ukraine as we speak.
Right. I mean, he said that those exact words, that he wants to denazify Ukraine. He said something along the lines of, "Your ancestors fought the Nazis. How dare you collaborate with them now or become neo-Nazis?" I didn't get the exact translation. We haven't had a proper one yet, but. Yeah, so what does he mean by that? It's not just the Azov battalion. It's beyond that. It's the entire Ukrainian military, as you said. Is that what's being labeled Nazi now?
I don't want to denigrate the entire Ukrainian military. I'm sure that it's staffed by professional officers and soldiers who believe in the defense of Ukraine. But they've allowed themselves to be infiltrated by a radical right-wing nationalistic element whose loyalties are to a Ukrainian nationalist named Bandera, who fought on the side of the Nazis during World War II.
Yep.
They've torn down memorials to the Soviet liberators from World War II, and instead they've put up monuments celebrating Ukrainians who fought for the 12th SS Panzer Division. SS Panzer Division.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't get any more Nazi than that. And so, there's two categories of Nazis in Ukraine. There are those who are actual Nazis, and there's thousands of them. And there's those who tolerate it, who are facilitators of this radical right-wing hateful ideology. And, we in the West can sit here and go, well, come on, don't overreact. It's not that big of a deal. For the Russians, it's a huge deal. 30 million dead is a big deal. Yeah. This resonates with the Russian psyche in a way that no one in the West will understand or comprehend. So while there's a temptation in the West to say, this is just Putin exaggerating, this is Putin making a mountain out of a molehill, no, it's not. It needs to be taken seriously. It should have been taken seriously. I think there's a lot of people waking up right now understanding that maybe we should have listened more carefully to what the Russian president was saying. And had we listened and taken action, this war could have been prevented. But now it's too late. The war's on, and Ukraine as we know it is never going to exist again.
Well, I mean, that SS division that you were mentioning, I know of it because they massacred a village in France, right? Oradour. A very, very powerful poem. And of course, my grandfather fought in World War II, RAF. So that's always resonated with me. And the Russians lost much more than we did, Brits and Americans. So I agree with you. It's a much more potent thing for them. But when you say that this is all because, the West hasn't listened to Russia's demands or Russia's concerns. The big elephant in the room here is NATO expansion, right? Do you think, I'm just going to ask you very, straight up, very clearly, do you think that this could have been avoided if, Ukraine had come out and said, we're not going to join NATO, or the West had said, we're not going to accept Ukraine, and that's final?
Yes, this war would not be happening if that had happened. You see, that creates room for a diplomatic settlement, because there's still a lot of problems between Russia and the West. But the big one, the one that was an existential threat to Russia, was Ukraine becoming a NATO member. Now, people are going to say, well, wait a minute. Even though the open door policy, Ukraine wasn't going to become a member for 10 years. That's what Germany was saying. This isn't going to happen for at least 10 years. So why the urgency? There's membership and then there's de facto membership. Okay, right now, what was happening in Ukraine was that NATO was pouring in billions of dollars of weaponry. They were sending in hundreds and thousands of trainers who were training Ukrainian military to become a de facto proxy of NATO. I mean, Ukraine had already been a proxy of NATO. They deployed troops to Iraq. They deployed troops to Afghanistan. They were training to NATO standards. Right. So from a Russian perspective, it doesn't matter if you're a NATO member, you're acting as if you were a NATO member. And therefore, Russia said, stop, cease and desist. We don't tolerate it. And they made it a red line. Now, in the United States, we've become accustomed to presidents drawing red lines and then ignoring them. Well, Putin drew a red line. There's no ignoring this. He's acting on it. And like I said, it's time for the West to wake up. It doesn't mean we surrender. I mean, the last thing anybody should do right now is say we're going to give Russia everything they want, because that's not how you react after something of this magnitude. You don't, let the tiger think he can eat everybody in the room, but you don't want to go to war either. There needs to be, the West needs to establish some serious red lines like the Polish border, the Romanian border, the Baltic states, and be prepared to defend them with force if necessary. And, the West is having a major wake-up call because NATO has allowed its military capability to rot for the last 20 years. The United States has been killing goat herders and kicking down doors in Iraq. We can't fight the war that's being that's taking place right now. What the Russians are doing is just stunning. The Russians are unleashing the kind of hell that a modern combined arms military is capable of doing. NATO's got nothing that can stand up to this right now. And this is a wake-up call to NATO. If you want to take on Russia, okay, but put on your big boy pants, put the dollars down, and rebuild your military. Otherwise, it might be time for you to think about maybe we need to listen to what Russia's saying, because Russia doesn't want to take over Europe. This isn't the Soviet Union. They're not driving to the Rhine. They do want NATO, however, to withdraw to their pre-1997 borders, at least the military. They're not saying that Poland and the Baltic states can't be NATO members. What they're saying is no German forces, no American forces, no British forces, no non-Polish or Baltic state NATO forces can be in those states. Pull them back. Get rid of the anti-ballistic missile, so-called anti-ballistic missile capability in Poland and Romania. And before everybody was just yawning, oh, that's just the Russians overreaching. I don't think anybody's yawning anymore. Putin has always said to people, you don't listen to me when I speak. And he had a famous speech where he showed the Russian nuclear capabilities. He said, are you listening to me now? Well, guess what? Putin's sending a giant wake-up call saying, are you listening to me now? And hopefully the West is listening.
I mean, you said, you made an interesting point, though. I've seen you saying that NATO's not ready. They just don't have the same capability, and they haven't been training for the same things the Russians have. You said, though, that the West, I think this goes to the crux of the issue that Putin was talking about, because you said that the West must define the borders in Eastern Europe. I mean, Putin is saying that people in Eastern Europe and Russia should define their own borders. He was talking about how, Ukraine was basically Russia, and that it was created by Russia, and they're united and such. And he doesn't seem to think the same. He doesn't want the West defining Europe's borders, right? I mean,
he doesn't want the West defining Slavic borders. He rejected, for instance, the effort by the European Union to dictate the outcome of the August 2020 election in Belarus. He opposed efforts by NATO and the EU to support Belarusian opposition figures. And what we've seen now is that he has permanently transferred the First Guards Tank Army to Belarusian soil. So he's guaranteeing that Belarus will be a Slavic state aligned with Moscow. And he's doing the same thing with Ukraine right now. He is terminating all pro-Western structures. I mean, if you're
NATO
one of these,
or otherwise,
he's the Nazis. All those hard, nationalistic elements that operate out of Lvov, they're gone. They'll either die, be arrested, or they're going to flee to Poland. I think we're going to see a large expatriate population residing in Poland for the next 100 years, because they're not coming back to Ukraine. It's over. I don't know how to be more definitive than that. The reality of Ukraine as we knew it, and I've warned about this all along. I said, if Ukraine doesn't understand what's about to happen to it, it's going to cease to exist as a modern nation state as it's currently configured. And that's true. It's done. And so, Russia is defining the Slavic borders. And we may see some action with the Transnistria region in Moldova. Now that Russia is going to expand to into Ukraine, there are some I think there's some shared borders there, and that may become part of the greater Slavic family as well. But Russia's not going to dictate, for instance, the eastern border of Poland, or we got to be careful here with the Baltics. And this is why NATO needs to grow a spine right now, because there are some large Russian-speaking populations in the Baltic states that are being oppressed by the Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians. And, Russia may feel emboldened by what's happening right now and seek to flex its muscle up north. That gets a little bit more dangerous and tricky. And it's important for the West, for NATO, not to show too much weakness, because right now they're just impotent. I mean, this is pathetic. This is truly pathetic. And I'm glad, because I don't want a war between NATO and Russia. But the fact of the matter, we've got this transatlantic alliance that's been walking around as if they're the the big man on the block, and we find out really they're just pathetic. They're an overweight little pudgy bully in the recess yard who is finding out that just about anybody can kick his butt.
Well, I mean, I was talking about this before, that the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. So, I mean, NATO's original purpose, stated or otherwise, is kind of defunct now. But just getting back to what's happening, I mean, what's unfolding right now as we're speaking in Ukraine, you were saying that it is an invasion. The Russian military is saying that they're only doing targeted strikes. And, I mean, who are we to believe now? Because if we look at what the U.S. did, for example, in Syria in 2018, no one was calling that an invasion. Obviously, it was to a much smaller scale. But I mean, the initial reaction wasn't to say immediately it's an invasion. There are many other things, drone strikes, other so-called precision strikes that have gone on in Pakistan, for example. No one ever said that the U.S. invaded Pakistan. Can we say that what's happening right now in Ukraine from the Russians is really an invasion, or it's just going to be limited strikes, and then they're going to keep their peacekeepers or whatever they're calling them in the Donbas? What do you think?
It doesn't matter what I think. It's what the facts are, and the facts are unfolding as we speak. Meaning that I don't know. Nobody knows. We'll know sometime tomorrow. I mean, if the 76th Airborne Division lands in Kiev at the airport and drives its vehicles into Kiev proper to seize the government facilities, that's an invasion.
Yeah, obviously.
If Russian naval infantry are disembarking in Odessa, as rumors have it, that's an invasion. So we'll find out soon enough. Right now it's the fog of war. We simply just don't know.
The thing I wanted to ask you about is the point of contention in international law, because the Russians are saying that they're recognizing LPR and DPR under the right to self-determination. They're using that argument under international law. And then the West and NATO are saying that Russia's violating Article 2, Paragraph 4, territorial integrity of Ukraine. How do you reconcile these two? Who's right in this case?
Well, this is where international lawyers come in. I mean, we saw the same kind of, ridiculous discussion going on when the United States went into Iraq, as to whether it was an invasion or it was, a necessary operation to get rid of weapons of mass destruction. It was an invasion. It was an invasion. End of story. The Russians, of course, can't come right out and say we're violating international law. No nation's going to say that.
Right.
So they're going to develop a line of legalistic argumentation that paints what they're doing differently. They should be able to do it. I mean, look, Putin's already said that the government that's in Kiev is an illegitimate government. It came into power from a coup. He's used some very crafty language when referring to them, not as an official government, but as those who came into power from an illegal coup, et cetera. So by doing that, you eliminate legitimacy on the part of the Ukrainian government. And so what you have instead is a Nazi regime, an illegal regime, and maybe through an expansion of peacekeeping, it's necessary to eliminate that. I'll let the Russian diplomats and lawyers twist this any way they want to. But I think if we're going to condemn the United States for violating international law through the invasion of Ukraine or of Iraq, we have to be consistent. It doesn't mean that Russia is evil, doesn't mean anything. It just means that international law it doesn't know how to deal with an institution like NATO. I mean, NATO exists outside the framework of the United Nations Charter. NATO exists outside the framework of international law. Where were all these people who were concerned about international law when NATO created the nation state of Kosovo, stripping it away from the Serbian nation because some Albanian Kosovars said, we want to be independent. Well, Russia took that, and Putin at the time said, you guys are making a horrible mistake. This is going to come back and bite you. Well, it just did, because Russia used the exact same playbook to create Lugansk and Donetsk, the exact same playbook. So no one in the West can literally have any credibility. And then where was the world when the United States invaded Iraq? Where was the world? Where was the condemnation? Where was the angst and the anxiety? Russia just took the same playbook and they're doing it better. So, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Russia is operating in total conformity with international law. They're not. What I am going to say is that international law, as it's currently configured, is not up to the task of dealing with the situation. Because if Russia were to abide strictly by international law, then NATO would get away with everything that Russia says represents an existential threat to their existence.
And Putin is saying he's saying that our objective is not to occupy Ukraine. Do you believe that he's right? What about the Minsk agreements? What of the Minsk agreements? Are those even relevant anymore?
Well, Minsk is no longer relevant. I mean, the Ukrainians had 7 years to save their country. They opted out, partly because the United States, Germany, France, Great Britain didn't put enough pressure on them, and indeed, in the end, took the Ukrainian side, saying that, well, Minsk is unfair. Well, then you shouldn't have signed it. But the bottom line is you needed to implement Minsk. It was only too late. I mean, watching Tony Blinken speak before the United Nations Security Council, and we are pushing the Ukrainians to implement Minsk. Well, the Ukrainians turned around and said, we're not going to do it. Okay, you made your bed. Now you got to sleep in it. That means that you don't exist anymore. Minsk is gone. Now that doesn't mean that there can't be a new Minsk afterwards. I mean, when this is all said and done, I do believe that the Russians don't want to occupy Ukraine. That would be a disaster. Mm-hmm. The last thing the Russians want to do is create the legitimacy for an insurgency. They're going to terminate this government. They're going to demilitarize Ukraine, and then they're going to put in place a new government that will create a new military that is more along the lines of the Belarusian military, meaning that it will cooperate with the Russian military, etc. But Russian troops will secure the Ukrainian border for a while, but they're not going to occupy Ukraine. I believe that because that's not in Putin's interest. But Ukraine is not going to exist like it currently exists. That Ukrainian ambassador to the UN raising hell and havoc right now, he's gone. Right. He represents a dead government. That government's gone. There will be a new government, a new constitution, a new conception of what Ukraine is. And what Ukraine will be is part of this, it'll be a Slavic rump state that is subordinated to the will of Moscow, much like Belarus is.
Well, what do you think is going to happen next? I know this is pure speculation, but just given, the situation that NATO is in, the state that it's in, we do have still 5 countries surrounding Russia, 5 NATO countries. Someone might ask, what's the point of just going after Ukraine? You're already surrounded. It's too late. Do you think that Putin is just trying to create leverage in order to get NATO, not just to forswear Ukraine, but to, as we mentioned, to not deploy NATO troops in the neighboring countries? Do you think that that's the goal here, is that I'm going to take control of this border area now until you back off?
The goal is set forth in 2 draft treaties that Russia provided the United States and NATO back in December. That's the goal. Yeah. I mean, there's no secret here. There's no mystery. There's no, what is Putin thinking? It's not, first of all, let's stop talking about what Putin's thinking. It's about what Russia's thinking. And Russian national security interests require that Ukraine cannot be a member of NATO. Now, Ukraine had an opportunity to become a neutral state. They opted out of that opportunity. Now they're going to become a pro-Russian rump state. But they're never going to be part of NATO. And that is the new reality. The other reality, I think there's going to be 2 realities that emerge from this. One, I think that this military operation is going to be over in less than a week. I think it's going to be one of the most decisive military victories in the history of modern warfare.
Why do you think that?
Because the Ukrainian army can't fight and the Russian army is vastly superior. The Russians have a plan, they're acting on it, and it's unfolding at lightning speed. So this is going to be over in less than a week. That's my opinion. Now, you can call me back in a week when the Russian army's bogged down outside of Dnipropetrovsk and the Ukrainians have launched valiant counterattacks surrounding the 20th Combined Arms Army, taking thousands of Russian prisoners. Okay, then I'll eat my tie. But I don't think that's going to happen. Right now, like, as I've said, the Ukrainian military can't talk. All their communications are jammed. All their command posts have been destroyed. The soldiers are cold, alone in the field, and surrounded. And they're either going to die or they're going to surrender. That's what's happening right now. We're either seeing a lot of dead Ukrainian soldiers or a lot of surrendering. And I'm betting you a dime to a dollar that Russia's going to process far more prisoners of war than they're processing dead Ukrainians. It's over. And because this is going to be such a decisive, one-sided battle, NATO is going to wake up to the fact that, we can't talk about military confrontation with Russia. We can talk about defending ourselves, but we need to recognize that in order to challenge Russia, we will have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars that we don't have. We don't have. NATO is stopped spending money on defense. And the other thing they're going to realize while this debate about rebuilding their military capability is unfolding, these sanctions are going to be kicking in. And some of these sanctions are going to target, Russian gas. If they shut off the SWIFT banking system, as soon as they shut off SWIFT, Russia shuts off gas and oil.
That's something I wanted to ask you about.
It's all over for Europe at that point.
I wanted to ask you, what do you think the military response, but also the they like to call it non-military, the sanctions? What is the response going to be now from the Biden administration, from NATO, and the West in general? They certainly are not going to start sending U.S. troops there, are they?
No. I mean, you hear some ridiculous talk about, from the Ukrainian ambassador about NATO invoking Article 4, and and he wants NATO to come to the rescue, even though they don't get Article 5 protection. The collective defense. Article 4, they can deploy NATO troops to protect a friend and ally. Just not going to happen. NATO is going to realize that to rebuild their military is going to take a lot of time and a lot of money. While they're having that discussion, though, they're going to be implementing additional sanctions. There's no doubt in my mind that tomorrow today we're going to see a tremendous number of very serious sanctions being imposed. And given the gravity of the situation and the decisiveness of the Russian action, I think we're going to, the SWIFT, shutting down SWIFT may be on the table. It's a suicide pill, though. If you shut down SWIFT, you're going to collapse the global energy security. The oil prices are going to go through the roof. Energy prices are going to go through, and Europe's going to shut down. Their economy will collapse. I think you're in Vienna, Austria, right? You
see the UN behind me.
Yeah, 90% of Austria's energy comes from Russia.
It does.
Good luck. Your power plants are going to shut down, and you're going to be living in the dark. It's going to be the cold ages. Germany's going to freeze. The winter ain't over. And then it's not just that. People say, well, it's only 40%. Well, I mean, you take away 40% of capacity in a Western-oriented economy where everything operates on a razor-thin edge of efficiency. There is no fat in the West. They produce things, they bring it to market, and they put it on the shelves, and it's sold. And then they produce it again. If that system gets disrupted, supply chains break down, and nothing works. Nothing's going to work in Europe very soon if they implement these sanctions. And Russia has been preparing for this for years. They've lowered their debt. They've built up their reserves. They have gold reserves, foreign reserves. Their sovereign fund is vibrant. And they've started working with other nations to have economic relations that bypass SWIFT. So it's just the West that's committing suicide by doing this. And so I think Russia will be able to wait out the sanctions. And the interesting thing about Europe is there's all these democratically elected officials right now who are destroying the economic well-being of their constituents. James Carville, a famous Democratic presidential consultant, said when Bill Clinton was originally running for president, it's the economy, stupid. That's all a politician needs to worry about. It's the economy. You have a good economy, you get reelected. You have a bad economy, you're out of office. Well, all of these democratically elected officials who have opted to go down the path of sanctions are going to be voted out of office because they're destroying the economic well-being of their constituents, and their constituents are not going to be happy. This was a war that could have been avoided had the West not been stupid and stubborn and inconsiderate of legitimate Russian concerns. It's not me being pro-Putin, pro-Russian. One only has to refer to the 2009 memorandum written by William Burns, then the U.S. ambassador to Moscow, today the CIA director. He wrote a memorandum after the 2008 Bucharest summit, where NATO invited Ukraine and Georgia to become members. And he wrote it, it said, "Niet means niet," meaning no means no. The Russians said, no, this is a red line. And he said, this is serious. The Russians are dead serious about this. And it's a legitimate concern. That was the other thing he said. You know, we should not give this short shrift. We should pay attention to this because this is a red line, which if we ignore will come back to haunt us. He said that in 2009. People should have listened to him, because had we listened to him, we wouldn't be in the situation today. We wouldn't have sought to invite, you know, people have to feel sorry for Ukraine and Georgia. They've been dangled the false promise of NATO membership. They will never be NATO members, ever. They don't qualify, and Russia will never let it happen. And so NATO, instead of recognizing reality, speaks of an open door policy. There is no open door policy. Read Article 10 of the NATO Charter. Article 10 says that if a nation in Europe qualifies for membership and applies for membership, then NATO will consider it only if inclusion improves the security of the NATO alliance. There's not a single person who can articulate how Ukraine and Georgia's membership in NATO improves NATO's alliance, especially when Russia has said, if you do this, it'll put us in conflict with you. So this is just a falsehood that's been propagated by the Secretary General of NATO, by Tony Blinken, by Biden, and by others. There is no open door policy. It doesn't exist. It's a fiction. Had NATO simply done what its charter tells it to do, they would have reflected on the fact that neither Ukraine nor Georgia improves their security posture. Therefore, they will be precluded from membership, even if they resolved, for instance, their internal territorial problems, which exclude them from consideration right off the bat. I mean, as long as Russia's in Crimea, theoretically, Ukraine could never be a member, because the second Ukraine becomes a member and they seek to resolve their territorial conflict, Article 5 kicks in, NATO finds itself at war. This is why neither Georgia nor Ukraine improve the security posture of NATO. It's just a false premise. And Ukraine has been sacrificed on this hill. I mean, it's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's certainly been used as a pawn, you could argue. That's kind of putting it mildly. Just as a last question, Scott, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but what do you think of the way that NATO has been, interacting with the world? Because honestly, if you look at the most recent accomplishments, it's provoking a Russian invasion, whatever you want to call it, into Ukraine. We'll see in the morning. Destroying Libya, Syria. A lot of people think NATO should be abolished at this point because the Soviet Union doesn't exist. It doesn't serve any purpose. Do you agree with that view?
100%. I mean, NATO lost its reason to exist when the Cold War ended, when the Soviet Union collapsed, when the Warsaw Pact disintegrated. There was no reason to have NATO. Its reason for existing had disappeared. But instead of recognizing this and doing the right thing, and abiding, for instance, by the promise they gave to Gorbachev, the Soviet president, that Gorbachev said, guys, never forget, I got 400,000 troops in East Germany, and I can stop German unification on a dime. If you want to go down that route. But I'm in favor of stability, so I'll go along with German unification. I'll withdraw my troops, but if I do so, you have to agree not only not to bring NATO troops into the eastern portion of of Germany, but you can't bring NATO troops east of the Elbe. You can't go into Poland. You can't do this. And he was given assurances, and everybody said, well, it's just verbal. We now found out it's in writing, that this wouldn't happen. So, right off the bat, we have an expansive NATO. Now, NATO says, that's okay. You don't be worried about an expansive NATO because we're a defensive alliance. Really? Then why did they bomb Belgrade in 1999? There was nothing defensive about that. That was offensive military action against a Slavic state. Why did NATO send a training mission to Iraq in 2004? Why did NATO members participate in the illegal invasion of Iraq in 2003? They say, well, it's just a training mission. No, it's a training mission in an occupied state that was occupied, from an illegal war of aggression. So you're legitimizing an illegal war of aggression. That's what NATO did. Why did NATO go into Afghanistan? What business is Afghanistan of NATO's? None, zero. And what did NATO do to Libya? Offensive, aggressive military operations. But it's not just these examples. It's a transatlantic organization. Why then did they start a partnership in North Africa where they were seeking to expand their sphere of influence? There's a word we're not allowed to use into North Africa. Why did they set up offices in the United Arab Emirates to create a sphere of influence in the Persian Gulf? Why are they talking about a North Atlantic Treaty Organization operating in the Pacific to create a sphere of influence to counter China? They're not a defensive organization. It's an offensive-minded, expansive organization with a proven history of carrying out regime change operations in countries they view as a threat. Who is the number one threat to NATO today, per NATO's own words? Russia. So, NATO not only has no reason to exist, NATO is a suicide pill for Europe. And it's high time Europe recognizes that. And I think one of the byproducts of this current crisis, this debacle, this tragedy, whatever you want to call it in Ukraine, because there's nothing good about it. I mean, I'm happy the Nazis are being kicked out and that, but there's nothing good about what's happening. This is a human tragedy of a horrendous scale. But the one thing that can come out of this is maybe Europe will wake up that there is no legitimate reason to continue the NATO alliance, and that maybe people like Macron can start putting forward this concept of a new European security framework that respects Russia's spheres of influence.
Well, Scott, you put it very meticulously. Thank you for coming on the program on such short notice. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Scott Ritter, former UN weapons inspector, former Marine Corps intelligence officer, author, analyst. And I will put your Twitter up on in a second, and so people can go follow your work online. Thanks so much, Scott. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, so we'll be continuing the program. I'll take it from here. Again, that was Scott Ritter. I'm going to put up his social media so you can go follow him. He's really great. You need to understand something, like how important his work is. When the U.S. was trying to invade Iraq in 2002, 2003, and they were seeing Iraq as weapons of mass destruction, the reason we know that Iraq didn't have them anymore is because he was inspecting Iraq. Scott Ritter, who I was just talking to, right? So he was the UN weapons inspector in charge of making sure that Iraq had disarmed. And then Colin Powell goes to the UN and lies, of course, and says Iraq has failed to disarm. Complete nonsense. I'm just gonna put up his social media, and I did an interview with him on this channel about Iran. And Iran's nuclear program and all of this stuff, the nuclear deal, because he knows his stuff about WMDs. He knows a thing or two, right? So I'll of course continue about Ukraine in a second, right? I'm just pulling this up for you so you can see that. There you go. Make sure you follow him. He's great. Now back to Ukraine. Okay, what's the deal with Ukraine? I mean, you saw right there, I just asked Scott what he thinks about what's happening. He said it's an invasion. right? And if you go and you turn on CNN or BBC, or you go pick up The Guardian, pick any Western outlet, they're calling it an invasion. And of course, the Russians are saying, no, it's not an invasion. It's just a limited operation or a special operation. That's what they've been calling it, right? So they're trying to portray it as some sort of little targeted surgical thing. Now, I agree with Scott. I'm going to wait until tomorrow morning till the bullshit clears, because if you take your news from mainstream media, well, good luck to you. I'll just remind you one thing. When the U.S. bombed Syria in 2018 over those chemical weapons, no one was calling that an invasion. Even though the U.S. has troops in Syria right now, they don't call it an invasion. The U.S. is stealing oil. They don't call it an invasion. They won't even talk about it at all. When it comes to Libya, bombing the crap out of Libya, when it comes to all of these incursions, as they like to call them, they don't talk about an invasion. Now, again, I'm just going to show you what is happening, though, on the ground. Take a look at this. So you have people saying that it's reached the capital, Kiev. Look, this is a tweet over here saying very large explosion in progress in Kiev, in the capital of Ukraine. So again, I mean, if we're just going to talk, if the Russians are saying it's just the Donbas region, well, what's going on here then? I don't know how well you can see that, but that's quite monstrous. We got over here CNN. They were live broadcasting, and then of course the correspondent, he puts on his nice flak jacket, acting like a hero. I'll play it for you. Take a look.
Oh, I tell you what, I just heard a big bang right here behind me. I thought we shouldn't have done the live shot here. There are big explosions taking place in Kiev right now. I can't see where they're taking place from this vantage point here on top of the roof of the hotel in central Kiev. And I can't explain what they are, but I heard 4 or 5 explosions a few moments ago. I don't know whether our viewers or whether you in the studio there could hear what I just heard. You could.
So the speech that Putin gave saying that announcing this operation, I'm going to play you a short clip of it so you can see what he was saying. Take a look.
Authorizations. They used missiles and air force right in the heart of Europe. Several weeks.
I'm just going to clue you in. He's talking about NATO when they were bombing in the 90s.
They bombed cities, civilian infrastructure, essential infrastructure. I'd just like to remind our Western counterparts of these facts. They don't want to be reminded. And when we bring it up, they prefer not to rely on international law. They just try to cite the circumstances that they could interpret in the way they like. Then came Iraq, Libya, Syria. Illegitimate use of power against Libya, the misinterpretation, abuse of the UN Security Council decisions led to the complete collapse of the state, and there's a hotbed of international terrorism there. The countries.
Yeah, I mean, so what Putin is talking about is how NATO has been hypocritical in the past, and they've done things that they're criticizing Russia for, like bombing the crap out of Libya. I mean, Scott Ritter was on fire. He just went through the whole list, right? Iraq, Libya, Syria. So, and I haven't even gotten into the Golan Heights, for example, the U.S. recognizing the Syrian occupied Golan Heights in Syria as Israeli. Like, I'm going to let Putin finish in a moment and I'll continue. Just keep listening to the speech. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but these are the most important parts.
Now, plunged into a humanitarian catastrophe, and the multi-year civil war is still ongoing. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people are now in a dangerous situation, and we saw massive migration flows from North Africa. Same scenario was prepared for Syria. Military action by the US-led coalition without the authorization of the UN Security Council resolution and the consent of Syrian authorities is an...
Take a look here. The Guardian, not just the Guardian, the media have been posting snippets, little quotes of Putin's speech. Let me read you some of these quotes. Tell me what you guys think of this. So, Putin claimed that, quote, a hostile anti-Russia is being created on our historic lands. We have taken the decision to conduct a special military operation. That's what he called it, a special military operation, right? And of course, they're calling it a declaration of war. And the media, that is. Putin claimed it was for the, quote, demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. I mean, this thing aside, denazification is always a welcome thing. But let's focus on what they're saying here. Putin says, we do not intend to occupy Ukraine, okay? To anyone who would consider interfering from the outside, if you do, you will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. All relevant decisions have been taken. I hope you hear me. I mean, that's... You know what he's saying. He's telling the West to back off. If you fuck with my operation, I'm going to come after you. And you're... I mean, I don't even want to speculate what that means. Here's Joe Biden. Joe Biden says the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. Right? And Biden is going to give a speech tomorrow. And as Scott said, it's expected that he's going to announce a bunch of sanctions on Russia. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't think that they're going to be as harsh as they say they are, because if they do that, they're going to screw Europe. Although it's the U.S., so, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. just sacrificed Europe like they're sacrificing Ukraine right now, like using that as a pawn. Who knows? But, if you mess with Russia, removing it from the SWIFT banking system, Russia will just turn off the gas valves to Europe and Europe will freeze. It's that simple. Russia has Europe by the balls, okay? Without Nord Stream 2, or already before Nord Stream 2, and this has happened before, where you've had tensions with Russia, and Russia, was like, okay, well, let's turn off the valves or raise the prices a little, and yeah, that causes a lot of problems. Never mind just heating in Europe. So it is mutually assured destruction, but not just the nuclear way. Unfortunately, the only ones experiencing destruction are likely Europeans. At the last minute, I don't. It wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't put it past the U.S. if they just sacrificed Europe. If it comes to that, even Israel, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Take a look at this over here. We have more from CNN. I know I hate to poison your minds with mainstream media, but just look at what they're saying.
It's too early for a response, Don, if I'm absolutely honest, because this has come out of nowhere. This speech by Vladimir Putin on Russian media, basically saying that he's launched this special operation in Donbas, calling on Ukrainians to drop their weapons, saying not to resist, essentially, and saying that any responsibility for bloodshed as a result of this, basically war that's been, suggested or declared by President Putin is on the hands of the Ukrainians who resist.
So that's true. Putin was telling the Ukrainians, put down your arms and don't resist. Just don't even bother. Don't even bother fighting. I agree with Scott that the Russians are probably going to be processing more POWs, prisoners of war, than anything else. I mean, it's the Russian military. You can't exactly do much, especially in a country like Ukraine, which is, it's actually kind of pathetic what they've been saying to Ukraine, dangling this NATO membership. Like, with what? With what? When it comes to it, it's bye-bye. They're not going to come in to save Ukraine. All of this was this is a really fucked up thing, man. Like, you need to understand that what the media were saying, they were claiming that it's going to be some full-scale invasion. We'll see in the morning. I mean, I don't think it's the same scale that they're talking about. The Russians are claiming it's targeted and surgical. Well, listen, when the Americans claim they're doing something targeted and surgical, I can fucking assure you it wasn't. So I don't know how the Russians are with this definition, but we'll see in the morning. My point here is that this could have been avoided. This is what's so messed up. This is a really regrettable situation. And I know the Russians, they see it as it's call it whatever you like, peacekeeping, or it's protecting the Russian speakers, protecting them from genocide. Sure, these are the points that they're making. But regardless what the Russians are saying, regardless what the Americans are saying, this whole situation is extremely, extremely sad. Diplomacy is always the preferred path. Always, always, always diplomacy. That's the number one priority. It didn't have to come to this. There was a diplomatic solution. And the solution here was Minsk agreements, abide by the Minsk agreements, make sure the Ukrainians give, what is now republics, but we're talking about the Donetsk and Luhansk, give these two regions a special status, right? Make them autonomous. And more importantly, the other solution is NATO expansion. Cut it out. Don't let NATO don't let NATO recruit Ukraine. You must forswear Ukrainian membership in NATO and stop deploying NATO troops, on Russia's border. Let me again explain what Scott was saying just earlier. Russia is not saying we want Poland and all the neighboring countries to be kicked out of NATO. That's not what they're saying. Obviously, that's not even possible. I mean, that's just, good luck with that. That's not happening. But let me show you the map over here. What Russia was saying is we do not want, for example, French troops or American troops or British troops over here, all the way over here in Estonia, or in Latvia. Obviously, these neighboring countries over here, you can't change that they're NATO countries now, unless, of course, you abolish NATO. But I mean, Russia can't change that. So Russia was just saying, stop bringing foreign troops into our neighboring countries or surrounding countries. That's all they're saying. And of course, what was the response from the West? The West said, go fuck yourself. So the entire time, the Russians, for 30 years, the Russians have been saying, don't expand NATO. And the West at the beginning said yes. So it's not just the Russians claiming that they want this and the West has to bend over backwards to accommodate and appease the Russians. No, there was a deal. The Russians agreed with NATO, no more expansion. You don't expand past Germany. That's a fucking fact. I showed you the document the other day, the minutes from the meetings when they were doing the 2+4 negotiations. So I didn't make that document up. It was published in Der Spiegel. There are many diplomats who are still alive who were part of those negotiations who have been very clear about this, that they told Russia no more NATO expansion. Scott was just talking about that now. So they had an agreement. Does this look like that they kept their word? What are all of these countries doing here? Look, all of these joined in 2004. Poland joined in 99. So did the Czech Republic, right? And now they want Ukraine on top of it. The West broke its word. We, meaning the UK, the US especially, broke our word. And we've been fucking with the Russians. And it's like you're prodding a bear. The bear is going to bite you at one point. And, the Ukrainians are the ones feeling the heat now. They've been thrown away like some sacrificial lamb. Again, you see, it's not the U.S. that's paying the price. It's not the other NATO countries. Ukraine didn't even get to be in fucking NATO, right? They just dangled it in front of it and just look who's getting screwed. So this is extremely unfortunate. I think war is really shit. I think war is horrible. It should be avoided at all costs. But the reasoning here from the obvious reasoning here is that the NATO forgot, they just completely forgot about diplomacy. And they kept saying, well, Vladimir Putin, come to us. We are open to diplomacy. Stop your malign actions. Come and speak with us. We're open to diplomacy. And every time Russia would say, stop the NATO expansion, stop encircling us with hostile bases, don't let Ukraine join. Do you know what NATO said? They use this exact word. They say non-starter. Non-starter. So go fuck yourself. It's a nice way of saying go fuck yourself. Non-starter. We're not even talking about that. It's completely out of the question, right? Because NATO has an open door policy, they would claim. Here's just the first random thing. The United States says that Russia's demands on NATO and Ukraine are a non-starter, right? And we were talking about right now with Scott about the draft proposals that Russia submitted in December with these exact demands. They were saying no more NATO expansion. Don't put your NATO troops near our borders. We don't want Ukraine joining you. It's really that simple. Think about what the U.S. would do. Do you really think that the U.S. would just allow Mexico or even a country in South America, if a country in South America joined an alliance with Russia, the United States would fucking bomb it. the United States would bomb it anyway. They've done a coup in literally every Latin American country there is and every Central American country there is without any alliance with Russia. And when the Cubans didn't even enter a formal military alliance or defensive partnership with Russia. They only put missiles there after the U.S. tried to overthrow their government. They're well within their rights. I mean, you try to overthrow someone's government and then you wonder why they have nuclear missiles now pointing at you. Well, maybe you shouldn't try to overthrow their fucking government. And so my point is the Cuban Missile Crisis, you can't remove that and talk about what's happening today and not think about that and contextualize it, because the Cuban Missile Crisis is a perfect example of what the U.S. response is to being encircled and even having a minor threat. You know, why do we say the Cuban Missile Crisis is important? Before any of this stuff happened in Ukraine, right? We talk about it to this day because a nuclear fucking war was almost started. Not a little incursion or invasion of Ukraine. A nuclear fucking war almost started because of the United States feeling threatened by the Soviets. But it's okay for the U.S. to threaten the Russians with this expansion, to break their word, to make sure Ukraine doesn't abide by the Minsk agreements. You can't fucking remove that from context. And you have a lot of punks. You have a lot of fucking clowns, you know, who do politics, who don't know the first goddamn thing about international relations, who have their heads stuffed so far up their own asses, they can't even see daylight. And they want to come here and talk about, oh my God, Putin is so evil. Putin is the devil. He's such a psychopath motherfucker. Yo, no one asked you to do a Freudian fucking analysis or you know, about Vladimir Putin. No one's asking you your pseudo-psychological analysis of the Russian president. The fact that you are focusing on these like bullshit insults and not on the Russian concerns. Like, you want to talk about Vladimir Putin's personality instead of Russia's security concerns? That shows that you are a fucking clown. That shows that you don't have any interest in talking honestly about politics and talking honestly about Russia's very, very legitimate and valid reasons to feel threatened that has been talking about for 30 years now. 30 years. And again, I'm not saying what's happening today is good. It's really shit. But my point is, it could have been avoided. Do you understand? It could have been avoided. And they didn't do anything to avoid it. They kept calling Russia's bluff, you know? They kept provoking Russia, and Russia called their bluff, right? Russia called their bluff. And it really, I mean, just think about this for a second. This is so childish. Like, you're focusing on Vladimir Putin like Rachel fucking Maddow. You stoop to that ridiculous comic book cartoon character news level to talk about international politics. How fucking dumb can you be, you stupid dunce, you twat? You're talking about this, you know, you want to have an opinion about this war and you're just ignoring all of the context. That is so ridiculous. And let me be very clear here, because there is some fucking smartasses who think they're really, you know, big galaxy brained assholes. When you talk about security concerns, this is a legitimate security concern, because you can just look at the goddamn map and see where these bases are. Look where these goddamn bases are. When you want to talk about the U.S. saying, we had to invade Afghanistan because of our freedom. You know, you always hear this like bullshit line from Americans, we have to defend our freedoms. Even British say this crap. Oh, yeah, we had to invade Iraq to defend our freedom. Iraq is over there. Afghanistan is over there. These terrorists, Al-Qaeda, you fucking finance them, the CIA. The British, the Americans are responsible for creating those terrorists. And the new ones too in Syria. So your intelligence agencies, our intelligence agencies started those groups, gave those people money, gave them the weapons, gave them the training. And that comes to bite us back in the ass. That's not Afghanistan's fault, it's our fault. And then the idea that you can go and occupy a country for 20 years for your security, you just made the world a lot less safe. I've showed you this with statistics. Since 9/11, there are more suicide attacks. There are more deaths by suicide attacks. There are more terrorist attacks. There are more terrorist groups. Literally every fucking metric that you would want to go down when you're fighting terrorism has gone up. So when the US and the UK and NATO say that they're going into Libya or they're going into Syria or Afghanistan for their security, that is fucking bullshit. When you talk about national security, that means someone is on your doorstep with weapons and trying to antagonize you. When you go to China, to the South China Sea, and create a military partnership and start giving Australia nuclear-powered submarines, You are antagonizing China. You are on China's doorstep, not China on your doorstep. When you go to Iran and you put aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf and bases in all these Arab kingdom sellouts around Iran and encircle it, and you're in Afghanistan and you're in Iraq from the left and the right, the west and the east, and you've encircled Iran, you are the fucking threat to Iran, not the other way around. And when you're doing that shit to Russia, you are the motherfucking threat to Russia. Don't come here and try to reinvent geography, you prick. This is outrageous. Look at the fucking map. Just look at the map. This is a fact. The West broke its word. It's been threatening Russia ever since, and this whole crisis today could have been avoided. If you are coming to me and you're saying Putin is insane, Putin is evil, Putin is the devil himself, why the fuck then are you giving him all the ammunition and the arguments that he needs to go into Ukraine? Why did you hand him this ammunition? Why didn't you say, okay, we're not going to take in NATO. Okay, we're not going to put NATO troops on your border because we understand that you have security concerns and we're going to respect you. Why didn't you tell Ukraine to abide by the Minsk agreements? Why did you give Putin everything he wanted if you're really so sure that he's just a greedy fucking psychopath and Russia is not a country with valid security concerns? This whole thing could have been avoided. I am so distraught and sick of these fucking two-faced motherfuckers who say nothing about Syria and Libya. Just a few hours ago, right now, Israel bombed Syria. Do you think any of these fuckers on CNN did a segment? You think they talked about that on CNN? Not a word. Not a word. Do you think Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, made a statement condemning Israel for bombing Syria? Not a word. Not one mainstream channel talked about that. You know why? Because they're fucking hypocrites. Israel annexed Syria's Golan Heights in 1967. It invaded and then annexed it in 1980-81. Donald Trump comes along and he says that we recognize the Syrian Golan Heights as Israeli, so we're giving it to Israel, even though you have no right to do that. You're violating international law. You're violating Syria's territorial integrity. You know what the Biden administration does? Biden says, cool, we're going to keep that. Why should we reverse what Trump did? Why should we, hurt our Israeli friends? Let's shit on Syria and violate its sovereignty and territory. This is what Blinken said. You want to talk about sovereignty? You want to talk about respecting people's territory? Really?
Time. The Trump administration, as you know, also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which Israel captured from Syria back in 1967. Will your administration, the Biden administration, continue to see the Golan Heights as part of Israel?
Look, leaving aside the legalities of that question, as a practical matter,
What? Leaving aside the legalities? What do you mean leaving aside the legalities? It's a question of law. You're talking about international law and you're saying, well, legalities aside. What the fuck does that mean? Can you imagine you go to court and then they're telling you what laws you broke and then you're like, well, legalities aside. What do you mean legalities aside? You two-faced motherfucker. So this is what the Biden administration, this is what the Americans think about territorial integrity and sovereignty. They don't care about it. They don't care one bit. If Israel bites a piece of Syria and takes it for 50 years, they're fine with that, whether it's Trump or Biden. You see how they're exactly the same? You see how they're exactly the same, no difference. And now they want to come and talk about Ukraine? Really? You fucking invaded Iraq. You bombed the shit out of Libya. You invaded Afghanistan. You have Russia, China, Iran encircled with military bases. You're in Syria, stealing the oil, killing the people. War crime after war crime. And you want to talk about people's sovereignty? Listen, man, the UK and the US are the last fucking countries on this planet to talk about international law and territorial integrity and sovereignty. You know why? Because it sounds like verbal diarrhea coming out of your mouth. You fucking hypocrites. Absolute hypocrites. The UK literally invaded 25% of the Earth's landmass. 25% of the Earth was under British colonial rule. Barely, a century and a half ago. Barely. That's just yesterday in terms of history. And we want to come around and start lecturing people about sovereignty? What a joke. What a goddamn joke, man. What a joke. They are absolute hypocrites. They could have avoided all this. They didn't want to avoid this because the whole goal is let's antagonize Russia. They got what they wanted. They froze Nord Stream 2 until who knows when, right? They've been provoking Russia for 30 years. They got their NATO bases. They got their NATO countries now encircling Russia. And they thought that they could go one more. Let's keep going, right? You give them an inch, they take a mile. You know this saying? You give someone an inch, they take a mile. This picture, this map literally, embodies the full sense of the term, of the phrase. Absolute nonsense. And just a few hours ago, Israel is bombing Syria. There was nothing on the news. Nothing. And that what has happened in Syria is leagues worse than what is happening in Ukraine. You have a dozen countries in Syria. You have God knows how many people who've died. Who knows? We will never know the real number. It's just like Iraq. We will never know the real number because it's so covered up. It's so big. It's so widespread. The destruction, the death, the killing. Nothing. These absolute hypocrite bastards. If you turned on the television in 2002, they would be hyping up the war. I saw them myself. I'm just old enough to remember that. They were hyping up the war every single day. They love war. And now they want to come on to talk about territorial integrity. Eat my fucking shoe. God damn. I'm so sick of this, really. And what's happening in Syria, the U.S. is not only stealing the oil in Syria, which you guys don't understand something. You need to understand what oil means in Syria. Syria is not a big oil producer globally. But inside Syria, 25% of the government revenue comes from oil. So just by sitting on that, you are starving Syrians of 25% of their wealth, right? You're starving them with food, medicine, you name it. And then they put the sanctions on Syria. Sanctions are war. I don't care what you say. The people who are okay with sanctions are fucking morons who don't even know what sanctions are and certainly are not the ones living under the sanctions. So I'm not interested in what these clowns have to say. And they have siege warfare going against Syria. They're okay with Israel biting off a piece of Syria from the south. They're okay with biting off a piece of Syria in the northeast. And they're okay with Turkey, another NATO fucking country, biting off a piece of Syria in the north, in Idlib. And you want to come here and talk about territorial integrity. Go stuff it up your ass. You have no legitimacy to talk about this subject. None. Absolutely none. You have two cases right now today happening where you have a clear example how one country is having its territory violated, Syria, by a U.S. ally with U.S. bombs. And every single day for the last 10 years, it's been that case. And 50 years if you look at the Golan Heights. The U.S. doesn't give a shit. The UK doesn't give a shit. NATO is a criminal enterprise. It serves no purpose. And I just asked a former Marine Corps officer with you right now, just a few moments ago, what he thinks about NATO. I just asked you, a UN weapons inspector a few moments ago, what he thinks about NATO. It should be abolished. It serves no purpose. It serves absolutely no purpose. It's an antagonistic, warmongering organization. That's all it does. You have no argument for NATO. NATO does not protect the world from the Soviet Union. It doesn't exist. And this crisis in Ukraine is very heartbreaking. It's very, very disappointing and messed up. This should not be happening. You know, if you're going to claim that Putin is some nutcase and he's an evil dictator and all the bullshit you want to call him, why would you give him ammunition? Why would you let him have the moral high ground? And to try and justify this invasion then? Why would you give that to him? If you are so sure and so adamant about avoiding conflict, if you really, really believe in diplomacy, we wouldn't be here today. Again, I'm going to point to the last 8 years and before that. If Putin just wanted Ukraine, he would have fucking taken it. He would have taken it. Why did he wait until now? Because it's been 30 years of the Russia being ignored. And in December, Russia gave the draft proposals and the U.S. spat in their faces. The U.S. said it's a non-starter. And it's not just the U.S., of course. It's the U.K. Never forget, they go hand in hand. You know, it's a devil and a demon spawn. And so that's what's going on. These disgusting hypocrites. And, you know, I want to say something. The people who are worried about Ukraine, rightfully so. I understand war is really messed up. It's who gets hurt the most in the war. It's not the two political parties or countries or factions fighting with each other. It's civilians. It's always number one, the civilians. So you should try to avoid war at all costs, right? But what I see from NATO and the UK and the US, and with the exception of France and Germany, you could argue that France and Germany were trying their best. I think that's they certainly tried better than we did. But if you're really against war, you would have done much more to avoid this. If you're really against war and people's sovereignty being violated, you wouldn't have 800 bases around the planet because those countries don't want your bases. They've been coerced. They've been bought. I can assure you, I give you whatever you like. Ask most people on Earth, do you like having U.S. bases in your country? They're going to tell you no. No. So, I mean, I can't even count. Sorry, I need to drink something. My throat hurts. But you want to see something that's going to make you laugh? Actually, you might laugh or you might cry. I swear to God, this is the most ridiculous fucking shit I've seen all day. Look at this. This is absolute, garbage. Just absolute garbage. You guys remember Mitt Romney, right? Mitt Romney. Look at what he's saying. He tweeted this out just a few hours ago when Russia invaded Ukraine. Look at what he has to say. Look at this clown. He says, Putin's Ukraine invasion is the first time in 80 years that a great power has moved to conquer a sovereign nation. It is without justification, without provocation, and without honor. I'm going to read that sentence again to you. He says, Putin's Ukraine invasion is the first time in 80 years that a great power has moved to conquer a sovereign nation. Are you fucking kidding me? You literally supported the invasion of Iraq. Mitt Romney supported that. I'm going to lose my mind. This is not just, when people try to deny history and rewrite history, it's like they call it revisionism. This is not revisionism. This is fantasy. This is fucking fantasy. I cannot believe anyone wrote this. Even the scum of the earth, the neoconservatives, George Bush and Dick Cheney would not say some shit like that. I've never heard anyone say something like this. This is absolutely absurd. This is complete, I don't know what to even call it. You can, dude, go ahead. You want to insult Russia and Putin? Go off. Go off. But this is fucking fantasy. This shows that you are a lunatic. This shows that you've lost it. You have lost the plot. You, especially as an American politician, right? It's one thing if you don't know history and you're ignorant. This motherfucker's not that dumb. He knows damn well he supported the invasion of Iraq. I literally cannot tell you all of the countries that the U.S. has invaded since the end of World War II. It's too much. And not just invaded, couped, had incursions in, meaning bombed the crap out of it. I literally cannot tell you. You know the biggest ones, Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and so on. But if you want me to show you a list, Christ. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at that. U.S. military and CIA intervention since World War II. It's literally the planet. The whole planet. The whole planet. And Mitt Romney wants to come along and say that Putin invading Ukraine is the first time this has happened in 80 years. This is impossible. He's the worst thing since Hitler. That's his point, basically. Oh, mais tu te fous de ma gueule. That is really something. That is really something. So this is the kind of crazy bullshit, the batshit stuff that we're dealing with in the media. You have people like Mitt Romney who are coming out and committing some of the most egregious historical revisionism. Revisionism is putting it mildly. This is fantasy. This is fantasy. And they're acting like, Putin is just some nut job who wants land. He just wants to invade. He's greedy. He's a psycho, blah, blah, blah. Again, shut the fuck up. Seriously. You can be against the invasion without resorting to, nut job theories. The fact that you cannot put this into context shows that you're either ignorant or dishonest. You have to put this into context. You can't just deny that there are neo-Nazis surrounding Russia in the Ukraine that have been financed by the CIA. How can you deny that? I wonder how Americans would feel if Russia was financing, armed terrorists in Mexico or Canada. How would the United States feel? The U.S. would fucking bomb immediately. They would just bomb the crap out of it. They wouldn't wait 8 years and then, try to plead, hey, can you please, you need to cut it out, like, seriously. No, just go and fucking bomb it. That's it. The U.S. destroyed Afghanistan and destroyed Iraq over a lie. Over a lie. Over a lie. They've bombed 19 countries. 19 countries with the AUMF of 2001. I said this last time, I'm going to keep saying it. That piece of toilet paper that has caused so much death and suffering, the authorization for the use of military force, 2001, the Bush administration. Every single person in Congress voted for that except Barbara Lee. And they were all on board with this war. And even until 2006, 2007, you have people who are on board with the war on terror. To this day, you still have neocon scum who are okay with that. And when they claimed it was just for Afghanistan, like, look, we have to go and get these bad guys in Afghanistan. The Taliban have been sheltering Al-Qaeda. Bin Laden attacked us in our homeland. We need to go get him. That's a lie. They occupy Afghanistan for 20 years. The people being killed are civilians and nothing to do with the Taliban, nothing to do with Bin Laden. They used that piece of paper, that AUMF of 2001, to bomb 19 fucking countries. And that's not even me saying that. That's a Senate report. That's a Senate report saying that this thing has been used for over a dozen countries. So you want to come here and talk about territorial integrity? Fuck you. I will discuss it with people who are open-minded, but I'm not going to discuss it with hypocrites from American and British hypocrites who have so much blood on their fucking hands that they can't even wash it off. We have no right. The UK, the US have no right to talk about this. None whatsoever. And, as a matter of fact, it does a disservice because it looks like it's just a crank argument. And I want to say one thing. I seriously need to drink something in a second, but I want to say one thing. There's a lot of people who are just, when they don't know how to answer you in an argument or a discussion, they just start doing personal attacks. There's some people who just do it straight up from the beginning, right? So what you'll see with Scott Ritter, who I just had on now, former Marine Corps, UN weapons inspector, he works with RT, right? He contributes, I think, I don't know how many articles he does, but he's always on either video or he does articles. And you have people trying to insult him. Now, be honest. When you saw Scott on the show right now, 20 minutes ago, was he in favor of Russia? He was quite critical. He's very critical. So I'm also being critical. So, this whole idea that everyone who is doing anything with RT is like bought by the Kremlin, because that's the go-to. Today in 2021, 2022, all the liberals have, all the neocons have, is to accuse you of treason. If you say anything the White House doesn't like, if you say anything the State Department doesn't like, you're a Kremlin asset, you're bought by the Kremlin. Even when you say things that are critical of Russia. Like, that's how warped and demented their logic is. And this is a neo-McCarthyite tool. This is a Cold War tool from the Red Scare, when they were doing witch hunts against people who open their mouths about the U.S. and who are, sympathetic to socialism and communism, and even people who weren't at all. Even if people had no ties, they would just call you a communist and then, call you a traitor and put you in jail and ruin your career and fuck your whole life up. There are people in America, American-born citizens who were even deported. Again, let me repeat that. You have American-born citizens who were fucking deported back to their parents' countries, which, they couldn't speak the language. They'd never been there, just because they were accused of being a communist. Now, I don't know if it's that bad today. I don't think so. But the sickness, the rhetoric in the media and online and everywhere is definitely there. And it's so ironic. You have Democrats who co-opted this from the Republicans, right? So go back and watch what Scott was saying. He was absolutely critical of Russia. So, also the other fact, how many are we now? 44,000? 44,000 subscribers on here. That's just amazing, right? So when people question independence, the media independence, just point them to that, because they don't have any argument. They always try to look for things to, attack you with, lies, smears. They make up things, or they come with this like Red Scare bullshit, but they never answer the argument. You know why? Because they're weak. They're weak and pathetic. They have no answer for their warmongering, imperialist NATO bullshit. They have no fucking answer at all. So the only thing I have is treason. And it's to the point, you even see that with Julian Assange, who's Australian. Julian Assange is not even fucking American. He's been to the US once, right? And they call him a traitor. A traitor to who? So this gives you an idea how sick this is and stupid and pathetic. Guys, I'm going to read some of your comments here. You guys have been very generous. Thank you for sending all of these donations. We have 812 20 people watching, but only 700 likes. Come on, man. You can do better than that. It's World War III. Come on, beef those numbers up. This is pathetic. Let's go. Let's go. Hit the like button. Last time we had over 1,000 on the previous stream. 1,300 likes during the stream. I know you can do better than that. There we go. There we go. It's World War III. Show some love for the like button. You know, drop a Russian nuke on it. No, but seriously, I'm really happy you guys are here. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because this is the spot. You know, don't kid yourself. You know, this is the spot to get your Middle East news, U.S. politics, international relations. You fucking know. Don't do yourself like that. Don't play yourself. Hit the subscribe button. This is the spot. You fucking know. So I'm going to show you now some of the comments that you guys have been sending. Over here, we got a super chat from Bad Fella. Thank you, Bad Fella. They say, Richard is speaking fire. You're able to channel the anger that many of us are feeling like no other. Forever grateful for your voice. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Macharius, I hope I say your name correctly, says Twitter libs are screaming to have RT deplatformed. You know what's funny? I saw some of these like horrific, you know, these pea-brained idiots, liberals on Twitter talking about, oh, look, RT translated one of Tucker Carlson's segments where he talks about Putin. Like, they're basically trying to say, like, look, you see that the Russians love him. He's clearly a Putin puppet. Yeah, you literally just proved this point. The whole fucking segment that Carlson did was the fact that you have this idea now in the U.S. that if you say anything that goes against the U.S. or that's critical of U.S. policy towards Russia, then you're a traitor. And they literally just proved this point, right? You look at the comments, oh, he's a traitor. It's so disgusting and sick. It's really, I don't even know what to call it. It's really jingoistic nonsense. And again, man, Tucker Carlson doesn't even know how to pronounce kilograms. He called it kilograms. You know, not exactly the most well-versed individual. But when he does anti-war shit, then you gotta give credit where credit is due. You know, the anti-imperialist stuff, how can you be against that? Whoever's saying it, the words that are coming out of the mouth are either correct or they're not correct. It's nothing to do with whether you like the person or you think the other things that they're doing are good. I don't like most of what Tucker Carlson's doing. I don't even watch it. So, you know, the things that I have seen from him, I found a lot of them, no. But the anti-war stuff, credit where credit is due. We have here a super chat from Dikaleta. Again, I hope I didn't butcher your guys' names, saying, this is the kind of heat I come to you for. Fire, fire, fire. Well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Again, we got a super chat over here from someone's name that I cannot read. It literally just shows me weird characters. Thank you, Mr. Weird Character or Mrs. Weird Character. It says, fire. Joe says, your videos never show up in my YouTube feed. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how many of you got a notification that I'm going live, but YouTube is always suppressing indie media. They're always suppressing this channel. So I'm not surprised. One thing that I would advise you is, you guys are still laughing about the kilograms underneath, but one thing that I would advise you is to hit the bell. I really hate doing these cliche YouTube sentences like hit the bell icon. No, but like we actually need this. It's not a cooking channel or a fucking cat, pet channel or something. Like we're actually in trouble. So please support if you can. Anyway, let me keep reading your comments. I hope I didn't close anything out. I hit my mouse. Peter says, support from Macedonia. Richard, you are closest to the truth from all the YouTube channels. I appreciate that very much. Much love to Macedonia. And thank you, Peter. Adrian says, apparently the Ukrainian Navy and air defenses are totally destroyed. Well, I mean, you saw what me and Scott were talking about. It looks pretty bad. You know, if the Russians are saying this is a little incursion, well, we're going to see in the morning when the damage, the sun's rising now. We're going to see in the morning what that really was. I want to be clear with you because you know I don't trust the mainstream media one fucking bit. I don't trust them at all. They even they'll make up the biggest lies. Now, obviously something is going on, but I want to know how big is it? So I'm waiting to see how big is it. Something's obviously fucking happening. And, if the Russians are bullshitting and saying that it's just a tiny thing, we're going to see. You can't hide that. You know, when the U.S. invaded Iraq, could you hide that? Although, to be fair, that was very, very, very obvious from the beginning and much bigger. You can't compare with at all. But when they did shock and awe, the city was on fire. Baghdad was on fire. So, the Russians could be doing just targeted military things like you mentioned now. But again, I mean, I don't like this. I don't like this. When the U.S. claims it's doing targeted strikes in Syria, I don't like that. So I don't like seeing that being done to anyone. Now, obviously, if we're talking about a bunch of Nazis, okay, that's the Azov battalion. That's one thing. But I'm talking about the sovereign military, the sovereign infrastructure, the military, the armed forces, the conventional armed forces. I mean, I really hope it's not going to be bad, because I think if it's true that Putin has launched a full-scale invasion like they were hyping for weeks, that I think is a very big mistake. And I think it really discredits Putin a bit. I agree with everything that he's saying. NATO expansion is wrong. They're encircling Russia and they're aggressors. And they didn't abide by the Minsk agreement. I agree with everything he's saying. He is right. But I don't think it's good to do this. Let me be clear, though. It's not his fault. The thing is, NATO pushed Russia for 30 fucking years. And when you keep poking the bear, you're going to get a reaction. This whole situation could have been avoided. So the blame is shared. It's not just, Putin is some crazy dictator. That's cheap. That's cheap. Every single time they want to go to war with a country, they always paint the leader as some crazy dictator. Oh, it's Kim Jong-un. Oh, look, it's Maduro. Oh, look, it's Assad. They always want to create, it's funny because they want to create a cult of personality when there really isn't one. They make you think that this leader in this country is like some evil James Bond villain who has nothing but greed on his mind. Putin is not doing this because of greed. If he wanted to, he would have taken Ukraine before. So we'll wait to see what it is in the morning. Whether it's really, just a small special operation like they're claiming, or whether it was really an invasion. Either way, I really fucking hate war. And I understand. Like, let me be clear on one hand. Some wars are justified. I'm not talking specifically about now, but when it's, for example, a country that's rising up against colonizers, a war of independence, comme en Algérie, like in Algeria, la guerre d'indépendance, this is a completely valid war. It's not nice, it's not pretty, but it has to be done for national liberation. And, there are people who would certainly draw parallels between other things and what's happening in Ukraine. They would say this is what, like Putin was saying, these are our brothers and sisters, we have to go defend them, and it is a question of national pride and national identity. Yeah, I can understand that from their point of view, but I really wish that there was a diplomatic solution. I don't like seeing countries bomb each other. I hate it every single fucking day. I see that being done to Syria. It really breaks my heart. But Russia has legitimate security concerns, and they just kept poking the bear. And now this situation, look where we're at. It didn't have to be this way. It's really a shame. But I hope no one has been hurt, because we didn't hear of any casualties. I really hope that everything is okay and it was just material damage, because that would be at least half of an issue. War is really horrible. Anyone who's been in a war zone or who has family who've been in a war zone, they will tell you being on edge like that is really horrible. So we have a PayPal donation over here from Ann Albert. Ann says, such a great stream tonight. So much great information. Thank you. Scott Ritter was amazing. Keep bringing it. You sent this 2 hours ago, so I apologize for making you wait, Anne. But thank you for your kind words. I'm glad you guys enjoyed having Scott on. And you guys have many more donations and comments that I wanted to read, so just give me a moment. Yesterday we were live streaming, and I stopped the live stream, and I went and checked on Patreon. We're at 411 now. We're almost halfway to the goal. So if you guys like my work, if you want to come here, for daily news about the Middle East, about Syria, about Palestine, Iran, about the US, about the UK, about the Iran nuclear deal, this is the spot. It's the spot. And if you could donate just $1 a month or €1 a month, that's enough to support the show. And I'm most grateful. So we're at 411 subscribers. We want to get to 450. I know we can do it. There's over 700 of you watching now. I'm sure we could do it. And I really appreciate it so much. There's a comment over here. We got a donation from Aaron. It's just a sticker. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. There's another one from Taro Man. There's another one from NF. So thank you guys. And Kennedy's Mommy, that's an interesting username. Kennedy's Mommy says, love that I could come here for real facts, Thank you, and please share his Scott's full name again. It's Scott Ritter, Ritter. As I said, very impressive resume. I think he's very, very objective and balanced in what he says. The fact that he contributes to RT didn't prevent him at all, or me, but I'm just speaking on his merits. It didn't prevent him at all from being critical. Respect, credit where credit is due. And D. Marie says, thanks for your work. It's lonely out there among the propagandized. Oh, yeah, I know. It's tough, right? Speaking reason. The problem when you have a situation like today, the problem when you have something like a war right now, not a de facto direct confrontation between the US and Russia, but nevertheless, a conflict. The problem with the situation is that everyone who supports the US becomes jingoistic. They get locked into this nationalist mentality. And again, there's a difference, right, between supporting your country and then just like, okay, fuck Putin, let's go to war, let's send NATO, let's screw this guy up and just completely ignore all the security concerns that Russia has. They don't care about reason. They're not interested in seeing reason. It's just jingoistic, right? It's really just like, let's support the troops and the State Department no matter what. And it's sad, even the so-called progressives, a lot of them are, Christ, there's a lot of work to do, man. They are so programmed. They're so programmed. Honestly, it's tough, man. Honestly, if I wasn't half Syrian, if I wasn't born in Damascus, if I wasn't lucky enough to be born in Damascus, the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world, I don't think I would have maybe all the insight that I would if I was like just English. I don't think I would. I think there's a lot of it to do is with you need to have your eyes opened, and unfortunately you can't have that when you're locked in, you're indoctrinated and programmed by a NATO centric Western propaganda apparatus, like the media, the school books, the academics, the so-called academics who are it doesn't help. Maria Nova says, great job, Richard. Thanks. Thank you, Maria. Norville Rogers says, excellent stream. Ritter is a prolific analyst. What does this mean in the context of the reversal of the Kazakh coup attempt? I think Russia has momentum. So Kazakhstan is very interesting. I've been to Kazakhstan, in my band Riverline, my best friend and the co-founder Jay, he's Janik, he's from Kazakhstan. And, I went there for his wedding. It was absolutely amazing and beautiful country. Now, in terms of the coup, I asked him what was going on the ground. He was not in the same city as where it was happening, but nevertheless, he told me that you have, he put it this way, and I'm going to communicate what he said. He put it this way. He said that there are shady forces at work. And I was like, what does that mean, shady forces at work? And he's like, there are outside actors involved. This is not something homegrown. It's in other words, he was saying it's a color revolution. And I was like, yep, I figured as much. And I'm still looking and trying to understand, but I certainly wanted to ask you first. And again, it's just, take it for what you will, but that's just, I'm just telling you what Janik said. So, yeah. Now, Big Wheel says, very informative interviewing. Keep up the good work. We have actually one of you that just joined on Patreon. Actually, several of you. That's amazing. We have Tanner. Thank you, Tanner. We have Wakas, Usman, and Peter, who all joined on Patreon. I'm going to play a crab dance for you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. This one goes out to you guys.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I love you guys. Thank you so much. I love a good crab dance. For those of you who are new here, make sure you've subscribed. But I also hope that you enjoyed your initiation into the crab dance, which is our ritual on the channel whenever someone signs up on Patreon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We got a donation over here from John Mann on, I think it was CashApp. It says, "You're amazeballs." I appreciate that. I've never been called amazeballs, but it's a welcome endorsement. Thank you. So we have another donation over here from, it was from Anne. I already read that. Thank you again, Anne. Let me switch over to the chat. I want to go back to the YouTube chat where you guys are. Deha. Thank you. I love it when you guys tell me how to pronounce your name. It helps a lot. Deha says, thank you for your analysis and bringing on Scott Ritter. As an American, tired of the NATO propaganda from mainstream and some indie media outlets. Again, man, I don't want to I first of all, thank you, but I want to just echo your sentiment. When these indie media outlets, okay, great. I mean, we're not going to attack their integrity. If you're, they are indie, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that they don't get some things wrong, unfortunately, especially with foreign policy and international relations. Unfortunately, many people, whether even if they're on the right, I'm not familiar with that sphere of political commentary, but even those who are like anti-war, because there are some people on the right in America, the American right, who seem like they're anti-war. They don't always get it right, unfortunately. They still fall for these propaganda traps, and I think it really takes a lot of detoxification, mental detox, and deprogramming to break free from that. And I'm not saying like I'm perfect or something, or there's some kind of perfect way to see the world, but the one thing I can tell you for sure, you need to be able to see that everything NATO is doing, everything that the State Department or the Foreign and Commonwealth Office are saying is not the truth. And it's a big shock, but this is where we're at. June, thank you for the lovely sticker. I appreciate that very much. I'm just trying to make sure I got all of your comments. You guys are very generous. You've been donating like crazy. So I need a moment to go through all of them. Thank you so much. We also have Noah, who joined on Patreon. How many Patreons are we at now? This is crazy. I lost count again. We went from we're at 414. 414. I'm sure Claudia is going to make is going to update the graphic for us. We have a thermometer where Biden is like this and he's sniffing the thermometer. So I'm sure she's going to update it for us in a second. But first of all, let me play a crab dance for you guys. Thank you very much, Noah. Thank you for supporting the show. You're great.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much. You guys I'm really humbled. You're very great. Thank you guys. I literally have too many notifications to go through. I'm really humbled. Let me read your comments in the live chat. Cade, I hope I'm saying your name right. Kate says, thank you for the detailed journalism, Richard. There will be a lot of misinformation in the next few weeks, so your work will be even more important. Well, you're more than welcome, and I appreciate the kind words. I don't want to paint myself as like some kind of brave fucking warrior or something, but I'm gonna be honest, man. It's not easy digging through this bullshit. You don't know what's going on. This is the issue, because if the mainstream media was honest and actually reliable, and they hadn't lied about 15 million things in every single conflict dating back to till since World War II, then we might have a clearer picture. We don't, unfortunately. We don't. And when it comes to Russia, this is very, very disappointing. I really don't think that. Again, I mean, I understand I understand Russia's security concerns, but I wish that diplomacy could have prevailed. And I'm not blaming Russia for that strictly, but it's a both sides thing, and it's mainly on NATO. Because if Russia had done the same, and that happened in the past, you know, in a different manner, with the Soviet missiles in Cuba, the U.S. almost started a nuclear fucking war. So don't come here and act like, well, Russia is unique or evil, uniquely evil in some sense. No, the U.S. would have not only done the same, it would have done worse. No question. The Monroe Doctrine, where the U.S. which the U.S. subscribes to, which is basically we have to control the sphere of influence to protect ourselves. Why is it okay for the U.S. to do that? Why is it okay for the U.S. to go and start coups in every single Latin American country in order to install pro-U.S. leaders to protect itself? But Russia can't even just ask diplomatically, hey, please move your fucking troops because you're stressing me out. What's wrong with that? And then they're surprised? Don't be surprised. You know, you don't have to like it, but don't be surprised. The only thing that I want to know is the scale of what happened. That's where you're going to have a lot of lying as well. Russia will perhaps try to minimize it, and the West will perhaps try to exaggerate it. You see the problem? So we're going to have to find our bearings. But of course, I'll endeavor and be here with you. Peter, thank you for the very generous donation. I appreciate it. Jeffrey, thank you as well. You're very kind. Let me guys, I'm going to do it like on the news, right? It's the top of the hour. Let me bring you up to date. So Ukraine has now declared martial law. Okay. I want to play you a statement from the Ukrainian president, Zelensky. Just give me a second to pull this up. I got a lot of things to show you. We're not going anywhere. This is the spot. You know, no one else will give you a 5-hour stream of international relations when World War III is breaking out. So here, let's take a look at his speech. I hope there are subtitles. I hit the crab dance by accident. that was a premature crab dance. I wanted this. That was not the Ukrainian president. Let me switch over to Zelensky. So basically, it says over here, Zelensky speaks to the nation. He says he's declared martial law and urges the Ukrainians to stay home. Quote, we are working. The army is working, he says. Don't panic. We are strong. We are ready for everything. We will defeat everyone because we are Ukraine.
Шановні громадяни України, сьогодні вранці президент Путін.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no subtitles, but that was that was it, basically, what it's saying. I love you guys' reaction in the comments. You're just laughing at the accidental crab dance. That was pretty hilarious. Let me show you this footage over here. This is coming straight from Ukraine. There's a journalist claims he just took this footage of a housing complex devastated by bombardment south of Kharkiv. Appears to be artillery, so that would likely be LPR, DPR forces. You can see some of the damage there. All the windows are blown out, of course. By the way, I just want to say one thing. There was a picture about this kindergarten in Ukraine that was like supposedly shelled by pro-Russian or separatist forces. And they said that it blew a hole in the wall. Okay? There literally was a hole in the wall. You could see it. But then someone pointed out that all the windows are intact. And I was looking next to the windows like, what the heck? That doesn't add up. I'm sorry. You ask anyone who's felt a blast, that does not add up. The first thing to go are the windows. But anyway, that's something separate. We're in a much bigger stage now than that kindergarten. I can assure you. That kindergarten was nothing compared to what's happening now. But it really struck me as bizarre. You know, when I was in school in Pakistan next to the Egyptian embassy, the first thing that happened, all of the windows exploded. Right next. I was in the classroom right next to the embassy, and they killed, I don't know how many people. I forgot, but you know, it's really messed up. That was Zawahiri, you know, Bin Laden's right hand man, who's Egyptian. And I asked my cousin Roni when they had a car bomb outside his house in Damascus. These sick fucking terrorists, the same kind, right? It's Al Qaeda everywhere. And it's always the same people behind him. He told me the same thing. All the windows explode. It's logical. Like, window is fragile compared to the cement, to the wall. So if a shell is going through the wall, obviously the windows should explode. I don't know. That was weird. It's just weird. I don't know what to make of that. Anyways, I know I'm going off on a tangent. We're at a different stage now. I know, but I wanted to share that with you nonetheless. So, just to bring you up to date, we've had air raid sirens in Kiev and Lviv. I hope I'm saying that properly. Apparently, the Ukrainians say Kyiv, and the Russians say Kiev. And there's a little bit of watch out how you say it, depending on who you're talking to. If there's anyone who speaks Russian or Ukrainian, please feel free to correct my pronunciation. So there have been air raid sirens in Kiev and Lviv, and blasts across several cities, including Kiev and Kharkiv. I just showed you a video from Kharkiv. The Ukrainian military claims it has shot down a Russian aircraft. Troops and armored vehicles have crossed the border, including from Belarus. Right? Scott was just talking about how the Russians have a lot of, they just have Belarus, and they're buddies with Belarus. I don't need to explain the situation. You know this. And Biden has vowed strong sanctions. I told you about that already, that tomorrow he'll be doing a speech, and most likely he'll be announcing sanctions, those harsh sanctions that we've been hearing about. And Russia declares that they have neutralized Ukraine's air defenses. Right? I don't know about the Navy, but I'm hearing it's the same. And as I've said, Ukraine has declared martial law. The situation doesn't look like it's stopping anytime now. Take a look at this. Here we have, this is from Reuters. They're saying the U.S. and the G7 allies to hold Russia accountable after the attack on Ukraine. Right? And so... I apparently I have to pay for propaganda, and that's not happening. But as I said, they will meet on Thursday. So for me, that's already today. For you guys, depending on your time zone, that's tomorrow. And then they will hash out the sanctions. It's exactly what I was telling you just a few moments ago. And what do you guys make of the situation? I don't know what to believe. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's one or the other. The thing is that the West has an interest in calling this an invasion because they've been hyping it up for so long. The media as well. They want to call it an invasion because they want to show it as, Putin being an aggressor, so that way they can justify sanctions. They can justify cutting Nord Stream 2. They've already done both. And justify the NATO presence, right? They can then see, well, you see, of course NATO should be here. We're there to save the day. And if I fucking bet you're going to have U.S. politicians saying, you see, if only we had let Ukraine join NATO, we could have activated Article 5 and come in with the tanks rolling to counter Putin. You're going to see this shit. Mark my words. Mark my words. You know this. You know this. They're going to say that. And when the reality is trying to get Ukraine into NATO is what led to this fucking crisis in the first place. But my point here is that whether the media say it's an invasion or not in the West is dependent on their, not actually on whether it's an invasion. Let me give you an example. 2 days ago, when there were Soviet, I'm getting my goddamn Cold Wars mixed up. When they had Russian troops going into Ukraine as peacekeepers, they called that an invasion, and they were confused at the beginning, the Americans, right? It took them a full day to say, oh yeah, I guess it's an invasion. And then the media was like, you see, the White House is calling it an invasion. I mean, if you compare it to now, no, it wasn't really an invasion. You could definitely call it a violation of sovereignty if you want. Sure, you could go there, but it's not an invasion like what they were saying was going to happen. And I want to see where it goes to now. Because they have an interest in calling it that, which doesn't mean it's not. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you need to preface everything with 15 million disclaimers because there are so many like stupid motherfuckers who are not, actually they're not stupid. They're malfeasant, right? And they want to like twist your words. So I'm going to be very clear, but at the same time, I really don't care about these people. They're a waste of time. Let me give you an update here. The Polish. So Poland has evacuated its consulate just now. Breaking news, it's evacuated it in Odessa, okay? Earlier today or yesterday, again, depending on your time zone, I'm talking about Wednesday, the Russians were evacuating their diplomatic personnel from the capital in Ukraine, from Kiev. So The Americans have been doing that for weeks now. They've been evacuating not just diplomatic personnel, but telling all their citizens don't travel to Ukraine. They had this whole warning up. So yeah, I mean, that's always a telltale sign that something is coming. At the same time, it's also it's a precaution. It's when you have a fear of something like that, it's just just normal procedure to protect the diplomats and try and get them out. But obviously, as you can see, something certainly materialized. I want to show you a tweet from Colin Habibi, who's a longtime fan of the show and a friend. He says, Wall Street wants the EU gas market. That's why the US is involved in Ukraine. It's certainly one reason. I'm not doubting that at all. That's definitely one of the big reasons. You know it. It doesn't necessarily have to be about the U.S. Getting its liquefied natural gas sold in Europe. It's also about screwing the Russians. You guys, seriously, please do not underestimate the role that resources plays in this issue, because we have seen a boatload of coups and of coup d'etats committed by the Americans just for resources, right? The coup in 1954 in Guatemala, United Fruit Corps was behind that, which is now known as Chiquita Bananas, right? The Guatemalans elected a new leader. He nationalized everything, and of course, when you do that to the capitalists, the imperialists, the multinationalists, they come with you. They come after you with the coup. And the year before that, 1953. Mossadegh in Iran, he nationalized the oil, they come after him. Now, the Americans, they're making this crisis about Ukraine. It's not just about NATO expansion, as I said. It's also about making sure that Russia gets fucked with Nord Stream 2. And it happened. This came true. I told you that this is one of their goals. They were openly saying this, that we will cut Nord Stream 2. And it happened. Again, it's just temporary, but how long is temporary? This could be maybe end up being permanent. I told you there's stuff in Germany, the airport in Berlin, that's been waiting to be open for 10 years now over a legal dispute, right? So don't underestimate what temporary means in this case. The idea is also isolating Russia. And, Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, she was saying on Twitter in one of her tweets, Europe must reduce its dependency on Russian gas. Well, thank you. You're saying the quiet part out loud, Madam Secretary. So it's so obvious. It's so obvious what's happening. That this is certainly in large part due to the gas. They don't want Russia having a foothold. So I'm just going to keep giving you the latest news. This is all of the breaking news. I'm going to show it to you and keep going. There you go. So there's definitely air power involved. Before they were saying that it's just a couple of peacekeepers that are going in, ground troops. Now it's definitely more than that. It's you have all branches of the armed forces that are involved. And again, you know what my issue is here is that I don't know who's telling the truth. It's too early to say. So the issue is that the Americans and the British, they always do surgical strikes. When they go into Somalia, for example, and bomb the shit out of Somalia, and do the same in Libya, and do the same, all over the world, even in Iraq when they're assassinating Soleimani, although that was a certain occupation. My point is, even the places where they did incursions or surgical strikes or drone strikes, those were also heavy bombardment and did tons of damage and killed lots of people. But no one says that they were invaded, so we have to wait and see what's going on. I'm of the same position as Scott. Until I see Russian forces occupying the government buildings and the ports and all the civilian infrastructure, let's not be double standards. You know why? Because when the Americans do this kind of shit, no one calls it an invasion. Even with Iraq, they call it like a fucking liberation. So now you're gonna elasticize the word and start saying that it's an invasion. I want to see it. I'm not saying it's not happening. I just want to see it. because the media have an incentive to pretend that they were right. And, you know, it's just been 2-3 hours now that they started. So the fact Ukraine is declaring martial law, I mean, well, you know what that points to. Take a look at this. Look at this here. This is a building that's on fire in Ukraine. So I'm just showing you all of the damage that's going on, looking at it with you together. This is Ukraine's naval base, right? Oshakov. It's a naval base of the Ukrainian armed forces. I mean, that looks demolished. So my point is, it could be that the Russians are just disabling, because Putin says demilitarizing, denazifying. I'm not going to lie, I love the word denazifying. Always good. But the problem is that's not all of Ukraine. I would love to see the Azov battalion and this neo-Nazi shithead scums, you know, just to stop that and to be done with. But this here, these are the armed forces. It's much bigger than just one battalion. And so my point is what Putin could be doing with demilitarizing is literally just taking out all of the key military infrastructure, and then maybe you won't see an occupation, because he's saying we're not going to occupy Ukraine. Well, let's see what happens. It's too early to tell. So, you know, again, when the mainstream media are running and saying that this is an invasion, they were saying that 2 days ago when it was just peacekeepers, so-called peacekeepers. So let's see. We have a new Patreon here. Thank you very much. Sorry, I can't see your name. It's loading in a second. And I'll continue showing you the damage that's been done here by Russia. Yo, you guys are incredible. There's so many people who joined on Patreon, I can't even keep up. There's June, David, Jose Luis, Christina, Feliz, and Adrian. Thank you guys so much. This warrants an absolute crab dance for you. And, you know, everyone else, put your hands together. You guys are great. Thank you for supporting my work.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
And there you have it. Thank you guys so much. I don't know how many patrons, not Patreons, patrons we're at now, but thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage, boy. Bloody good show. Wow, we're at 418. We're already on the cusp of being halfway to our goal. So thank you very much. The goal that I wanted to hit, I wanted to get to 450 subscribers on Patreon. Again, you can support my work for as little as $1 a month. I do everything. I'm writing articles on Substack. I'm going live every other day, posting videos every single day. You know, this is what I love doing. And I'm happy that you enjoy it and find it educational. So I'm grateful. And for those of you who can't donate or don't want to, that's totally fine. Just make sure you like the video or interact in some way that helps the algorithm. That's all I ask. Thank you. So let's go back. Let me show you some more of what's happening in Ukraine. We have cars moving out of Kiev. Take a look. The New York Times says, as Russia begins its invasion of Ukraine, lines of cars moved out of the capital, Kiev, many heading west and hoping to find safety in parts of the country closer to Poland and NATO troops. You can see that huge line of traffic just heading all the way out of the country. People obviously certainly in panic, distraught, and in shock. The picture speaks for itself, really. Here we have an update from ASB. Russian tanks are passing into Kharkov without any resistance, and says units stationed in villages along the way have offered no resistance. So that matches with what... That corroborates what Scott and I were speculating. Scott suggested that you'll have much more POWs than, you know, body bags. I mean, obviously that's better than anyone meeting their demise. But the point was that the Ukrainians are not equipped and not capable of dealing with Russia. I think very few militaries are, to be fair. It's Russia after all. You know, and it's the only country that's actually capable of, you know, let's say China as well. But for a long time, it's the only country that's up to par with the US in many regards. So I'm not surprised that there's little to no resistance. And I think it's very sad that the Ukrainians are now being fucked because of what the, you know, the British and the Americans did, trying to expand NATO, to provoke Russia, to prod the bear. And it's Ukraine that's in the middle now. Ukraine is stuck in the middle. It could have been another country. It could have turned out another way, but someone is paying the price. And it's not the Americans, it's not the British, it's never the antagonizers, it's people caught in the middle, which is really messed up. Now, at the same time, I'm not going to sympathize for neo-Nazi scum. Fuck you. Like, you know, I have zero sympathy for neo-Nazi scum. None at all. The Azov battalion, I would be more than happy to know that Putin has denazified not just Ukraine, but any part. Putin has helped get rid of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, those fucking genocidal maniacs who would kill Christians like me, Syrian Christians, and who have killed not just Syrian Christians, Syrian Muslims of all kinds, all ethnicities, all religions in Syria. That's thanks to Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, that we no longer have these terrorist scum. And so I'm not comparing that with what's happening in Ukraine. Syria is a much, much bigger problem, and there's been much more efforts to attack Syria by the West and its allies in the region. But my point is that, you know, I'm not going to sympathize with Al-Qaeda scum, and I'm not going to sympathize with Nazis getting dealt, you know, no. These people are disgusting, and I showed you who they look up to, like this Bandera a scumbag collaborator, Nazi collaborator, who at the end of World War II was helping the Nazis to ethnically cleanse Polish people, Poles, right, to ethnically cleanse Poles. And he's a war criminal, plain and simple. It's not just these people, they're not, these Nazis and Nazi collaborators are not just war criminals, because that's putting it mildly. They have committed crimes against humanity. So never forget that. And we're going to see, because if Putin is now doing just the things he said, and again, many people would not be happy with that, you know, but if he's doing just the things he said, that's not the same as what they're claiming that it's an invasion. We're still seeing it's literally happening right now. So it's developing, and I don't want to say it's exciting. I don't think war is exciting. I'm not some CNN adrenaline junkie who thinks that, you know, filming a tank invading Iraq is nice. But my point is that it's intriguing. And I mean, wow. I really hope it's like what Scott says. It's just limited and finishes, because the last thing that the world needs is another fucking war. Seriously, man. No. Just no. That's the last shit people need. I really, again, I understand some wars, like fighting, you know, colonizers, racist colonizers, you know, liberating your country. I can understand that in the global south. But this could have been avoided. This could have been avoided. And that's the shame. Do you understand what I mean? That's what makes it such a shame. Here's an updated, this is from BNO News. And it's an updated map of Russian attacks across Ukraine. Well, if you look at this map, again, I can't verify the veracity and validity and legitimacy of this map. But if you look at this map, that is obviously much, much, much bigger than just the Donbas. I mean, it's not even comparable. Again, what I want to see, and what Scott was also saying, is we want to wait and see if these are just strikes or there are actually troops on the ground and they are holding those positions. Do you understand? Because occupying Ukraine is something completely different. And I don't think Putin is stupid enough to do that. I don't think he's stupid enough to do that. You know, you can say, ironically, if you listen to liberals and his detractors in the US who keep whining about Putin and saying that everything he done, you know, every time he farts and coughs, he creates evil. They make Putin sound like some extraordinary evil genius, right? That's what Rachel Maddow makes him sound like. That's what the New York Times, all of them, they make him out to be like some superhero, evil, you know, galaxy brain-sized genius. If that's true, then he's obviously not going to go and put his entire country in peril. Now, if he was telling the truth, we're going to see. So I just want to go back to your comments as I get you more of the information. And thank you again to Peter. I appreciate that. And Dan in the comments says there's not enough for him to gain. That's true. You have to understand, put yourself in the Russians' shoes. The Russians are not interested in opening up a war and another front and making it worse. They already have enough to deal with. The idea is to deter NATO. Is that going to work? We will see. I think Scott, who again, he's former Marine Corps, he knows his shit better than me about what it's like in the military, right? Even Scott was telling you that NATO is not prepared to deal with Russia. They are not ready to counter, Russian troops. The Russians are far better trained and have a better grasp of the region. It's theirs. But I mean, it's not just also a military thing. It's also the sanctions. Like, what are you going to do exactly? You're going to kick him out of SWIFT? You're going to screw Europe. You're going to screw the whole entire world economy if you do that. You're going to start sending troops. This is not happening. So, again, Elias says, how stupid and how much of a lack of historical understanding does Ukraine and Western imperialists have to start shit with Russia in the winter? Yeah, I mean, I definitely get what you're saying. People always say that, Napoleon and Hitler were stupid for invading Russia in winter. I'll make a small correction. They are definitely stupid, but and much more can be said of them. But Hitler originally wanted to invade Russia in, I believe it was May. And he was held back by the Italians, who couldn't get their shit together in the Mediterranean. So the Germans had to go and help them first, and then the invasion was delayed until June, right? And so they go in, Operation Barbarossa. But man, 1 month is not a joke. Especially if you look at the things that the Germans were trying to do, the Blitzkrieg. The whole thing about Blitzkrieg is that it's lightning fast. That's the whole point of it, right? You have these tanks that are speeding across, overwhelming the enemy, just catching them completely off guard, and then they come and the rest support them. And it's just overwhelm the enemy as fast as possible. If it doesn't work in the beginning, you're screwed. And they not only delayed the invasion by 1 day, but there are many other problems. They underestimated the Russians. A lot of people think that the Germans lost on the Eastern Front because of the cold. No, it's not the fucking cold, the issue. The issue is that they underestimated Russia's industrial might, and they underestimated the number of battalions, of troops, of armies, frankly, that the Russians had. They didn't do proper intelligence gathering. The Russians had many, many more troops way, way, way back in the east that the Germans just didn't know about. So it's bad intelligence gathering. And they underestimated the Russians, and you can see what happened, obviously, in Barbarossa. I mean, the cold is one factor, but it's not the only factor. And another thing that I would say is that the Germans... You know how much of the German army of Nazi Germany was mechanized, that had tanks, cars? 20%. Only 20%. 1/5 of the entire German Wehrmacht had mechanized units. So my point here is that the Russians overwhelmed them with their industrial might because they were able to build cheaper tanks. Now, again, some people make fun of the T-34. They say it's like a cheap tank. It's a iron coffin and so on. Yeah, but it worked. And the war in World War II, it was a war of attrition. Who can last the longest? Who can go the longest? And the Russians, of course, the T-34 is not as brilliant a tank as the Tiger tank, which the Germans made. But the Germans were making these tanks that are too slow to replace. The parts break down. It's such a hassle to get spare parts. They had tons of problems breaking down because of the engines, and the Russians were just making as many fucking tanks as possible, right? And they were able to move the industry forward all the time. And so they just overwhelmed the Germans with numbers, and that's why Russia actually lost more people than anyone in World War II. They lost, Scott said it's 30 million earlier. I've always known that it's 20 million. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit higher. It's overwhelming, The Russians caused 80% of all German casualties. So they really don't fucking like Nazis. They lost 20 million people fighting the Nazis. So when Scott earlier was saying that, they don't take this Nazi shit lightly, I know. I don't doubt that at all. Obviously, that's not the only reason about what's happening today, but I just wanted to go off a little bit into your comment about the cold and so on. And yeah, I hope you guys don't mind the tangent. I'm very interested in World War II history. bit of a geek in it, but yeah, you might have noticed. But I'll just say one more thing. Remember, every time you see the British and the Americans claiming credit for crushing the Nazis, because yeah, the Americans, they gave leases to the Soviets and the British, and they certainly helped out with their industry, but they also didn't do anything. The United States just didn't see Hitler as a threat, as big enough of a threat to invade. They just didn't care enough until the Japanese attacked them, right? And my point is, the Americans certainly did their bit with the industry. The British did their bit with intelligence. You had formidable intelligence gathering and collection. And it's also worth mentioning the first Special Forces unit, the Special Air Service, was invented during World War II to fight the Germans in North Africa by the British. They would paint their jeeps pink, because apparently pink is the best camouflage in the desert. I didn't know that. And then they, at night especially, and they would go to these German airfields and just destroy all the aircraft. So you had a lot of specialized intelligence and special forces activities from the British, but the Russians caused 80% of all German casualties. 80%. That's monumental. That's colossal. When you say it like that, I mean, you really understand how much the Russians sacrificed to beat the Nazis. They don't fuck around. So I think that's really important to give them credit for that, because the Hollywood movies make it seem like it's only the British and the Americans that did everything. No, that's just not true. You got to give credit to the Russians in that. And just one more thing, they talk about, the Soviets, the communists. There was this Red Scare in the U.S., right, in the Cold War. The whole Cold War is like, oh my God, the Russians are penetrating and infiltrating our country, and they're going to attack us at home, and all of this fear mongering. I feel like I shouldn't have to repeat this, but the U.S. was allied with Stalin, with the Soviet Union. So was the UK. So they were friends. They had no problem with being allied with the Soviets and the communists during World War II. So you really get to see, again, I'm not saying the Soviets didn't do anything in the Cold War. Obviously, that's not true. I understand why Europe had some concerns as well. But my point is that, right, even to this day, even today in 2022, you still have this sickness, this sickness in society in the West that it's the Russians are evil, and the Russians are penetrating our society. The Russians are coming to get us. The Russians have taken the president as a Kremlin asset. If you say something against the war, you're a Kremlin asset. What the fuck are you talking about, man? The U.S. was allied with the Soviets at one point. So was the UK. We were all friends together fighting the Nazis. Although I will be clear, that doesn't mean that Churchill and Roosevelt actually liked and Eisenhower liked the Soviets. They just did it more out of a necessity. But the idea that the populations, the people in the UK, in the West, should hate the Russians or vice versa, that's not necessary. It's bullshit. When you have jingoism and racism, it's manufactured. I really believe that it's mostly manufactured and exacerbated by governments to start wars. It's kind of like World War I, why do you have all of these young men going and killing other young men in the trenches with the rats and the mud and the shit and the blood? It's horrible, like fighting over 2 fucking kilometers of land at a time. This is madness. And it's the top, the elites, the politicians that manufacture this hatred, and they make people think that it's patriotism. Like that if you sign up to go fight in the trenches in Belgium at 15, you're a fucking patriot. No, that's mad. No one should do that. And they create hate between 2 countries that it's so sick. And a war is really messed up. I'm just gonna keep giving you the latest updates on Ukraine. Thank you, Mehdi, for tuning in. I appreciate it very much. We have, man, I'm overwhelmed. Several of you have joined on Patreon again. Thank you very much, DJ Long One or Long W01. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. And thank you, man. Thank you, American Autopsy. I appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to play a crab dance for you, and we'll continue with the latest on World War III. Supposedly World War III.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that very much. I see we still got over 600 people watching. That is magnificent. Again, since you're all here, I'm going to take the time to tell you something. Oh my God, that sounded like such sponsored bullshit. You know when you're watching a YouTube video and then like they're all of a sudden like, but wait till you hear about our sponsor. Fuck that shit. You guys are the sponsor. Okay, that's real. That's legit. You guys are the sponsor. You don't have to listen to some shitty ad or wait behind a paywall. I don't do that shit. Everything I do is free. I don't believe in paywalls. News should be free and easily accessible to everybody, everywhere, anytime. So I depend on you guys. I'm grateful for all of you signing up on Patreon, especially because I get to play crab dances over and over and over. So that's really nice. And I can't believe, I don't even know what number we're at now. It's really incredible. We were at 380 yesterday or something, and now 421. So the goal is 450. I'm sure we can get to 450. I know you guys can do it. Just donate $1 a month. That's all I'm asking. You can, of course, donate more. It's up to you. You just put in a value that you like. And it really helps to support my work. And that's the only ad from our sponsor that you have to hear. God, I really hate that stuff. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Elena, for your donation. Elena says the Soviet losses in World War II are 26.6 million, from which 18 million civilian deaths. Thank you. This is very important because you can see the majority of the people killed are civilians, right? And just look how many millions of Soviet soldiers died. Do you know something? A lot of those were not killed in combat. A lot of Soviets, a lot of Russian soldiers, right? They were taken prisoner of war. And listen at this manipulation of international law. Do you know what the Germans did, what the Nazis did? I mean, they viewed the Soviets, the Slavic people, the Eastern Europeans as Untermenschen, as subhuman. So they committed genocide against them, including the POWs, right? By saying that the Soviets never signed the Geneva Convention. And so their argument was, well, you didn't sign the Geneva Convention, so we don't have to treat your prisoners of war. We can do anything we like. We don't have to abide by the rules. And that's bullshit, because the Geneva Convention says very clearly that if you take someone as a prisoner of war and their country hasn't signed the Geneva Convention, you have to still treat them with respect, and you cannot torture them or kill them. It's really disgusting. They marched millions of Russian soldiers to death, starved them to death. They even had a food, a hunger plan calculated, right, to starve the Russian soldiers with, like, I forget the figure, but I did presentations on this before in school, and they really had, like, in double digit, calories for Russian soldiers, Russian POWs. So just starving them, really, like, literally starving them to death because they saw them as subhuman. It's so disgusting. And yeah, if you contrast that with how the British and the Americans were treated, they're treated like royalty. I'm not saying they're treated well. They even massacred the British in many cases, and they tortured all sorts. But they treated the British and Americans a bit better because they're white and not they're equals in terms of racial superiority or some bullshit, whatever crap. But really heartbreaking how much the Russians lost, in World War II. So. Let me give you the latest updates on Ukraine. Let's take a look at what we have here. I'm switching over. You can see I've done it again. I switched to the goddamn crap dance again. I'm so sorry. I'm switching over now to what's happening in Ukraine. So this is an attack on Kharkiv. You look at that. Do you see all of that exploding in the back? That's incredible. My God. That's terrifying. That looks like an artillery barrage to me. It really looks like an artillery barrage. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Here, let me show you something else. They're saying here that navigation in the Sea of Azov has been suspended since the morning of February 24th, that's now, until further notice. Okay? So the Ukrainian Navy has been completely, one of their naval bases has been completely wiped out. The Russian Air Force, we've seen them flying over Ukraine. It looks to me that the Ukrainian armed forces have been completely neutralized. The Russians are advancing with no resistance whatsoever. The United Kingdom has now ordered all flights over Ukrainian airspace to be suspended. So the UK is not flying anything over Ukrainian airspace anymore. Right? That's the Transport Secretary Grant Shapps who just made that announcement following the, quote, horrific events overnight. Let me get back to your comments over here. Big Wheels 16 says very informative interviewing. Keep up the good work. Mass Casualty says the age of multipolarity is in full swing. David says great job, Richard. And Graham says thank you for being live. Love from New York. Love to New York, to you all. And thank you for your kind words. I think it's a very important comment to say that we're in the multipolar world is in full swing. I mean, I've been telling you this for a while now, that we are seeing a transition. The world is not going to stay the way that it was when the Soviet Union collapsed, and you had the U.S. as the world's hegemon, the hyperpower, right? Not a superpower, a hyperpower. The one and only. We are no longer in that situation. That doesn't mean that the U.S. is not destroying other countries, that NATO is not still occupying other countries. That is still the case. And U.S. sanctions are still devastating, but we are transitioning away from that. And this has nothing to do just with Ukraine today, but also the rise of China. I say that in a completely neutral way. But, usually in the West, when they say the rise of China, they mean it like as if some kind of, the Loch Ness monster is like coming out of the, or it's some nonsense like that. They try to portray it as negative. So you have the resistance axis, Syria, Venezuela, Cuba. They're not doing well, man, but they're finding ways around this. Iran, all of these countries are partnering together, and they're giving the finger to the US and NATO, and they're saying, we're not taking this shit anymore. And today what's happening is Russia saying, we're not taking your shit anymore. Right? Whether you agree with that or not, I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm just telling you what we're in, what the situation is in now. And it's, again, I think all of this could have been avoided. It could have been avoided, and it should have been avoided. And, you can go on and say as much as you like Putin is evil and all this shit. That doesn't fucking change that the Russians don't want to be encircled with bases. You would not like that too. The UK would not like that. France would not like that. Germany would not like that. The US would not like that. So, do I really have to give you the Bible phrase? You already know. Treat others how you want to be treated, Do unto others. Here, let me show you this over here. This is a cruise missile. It's a cruise missile flying allegedly from Mogilev, Belarus. Certainly looks like it. It certainly looks like it. Remember, the Russians have one of the most advanced arsenals in the world. I mean, cruise missiles aside, I'm just talking about, for example, the anti-aircraft defenses, which are surface-to-air missiles. They just came out with the S-400 not too long ago, which can actually fire multiple sorts of SAMs. So they can fire short-range, medium-range surface-to-air missiles, which is used against aircraft. So when someone's bombing you, you lock onto them with a surface-to-air missile, and the rocket just chases them. And of course, the problem with the Americans' version of this is that your batteries, meaning where you fire the surface-to-air missiles from, they were limited in terms of capacity. So, for example, if you have a silo that only fires short-range surface-to-air missiles, well, you can only do short-range missiles. But the Soviets, Jesus Christ, we've been talking so much about World War II and the Cold War. I'm getting my goddamn Russias mixed up. The Russians have developed a new one. Although, to be fair, the S-100 series of the surface-to-air missiles did start under the Soviets. So I'm not wrong. But the one where you can combine them, that's certainly a recent development. And, I'm curious to see what happens because with the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was going to be a nuclear war, and the only way this was averted by mutual compromise, right? The Soviets agreed we'll remove our nuclear missiles from Cuba, and then the United States agreed to remove its Jupiter missiles from Turkey. And it didn't do it immediately. The Americans didn't do it immediately. They waited a few months and then did it, right? Because they didn't want to give the impression that they're appeasing the Russians. So I don't know what kind of solution is going to be reached to end what's happening now. But I think what Putin is doing here is he's creating leverage for himself. He's going to be able to tell the world and tell specifically NATO, if you want things to go back to the way they were in terms of Ukraine, if that can even happen. Scott, who was talking earlier, doesn't seem to think so. But if you want that to happen, then you have to make sure that you don't take Ukraine as a NATO member, and you can't put NATO troops on our borders and near our borders. That's what end up happening. That's what might end up happening, and it's unfortunate that it comes to this. It's regrettable that it ends up at this sort of stage, because the Russians tried diplomacy. I want to be really clear about this. Russia has been waiting 3 decades, 30 years, okay, since the Soviet Union collapsed, for the Americans to listen to them and to stop expanding NATO. And I know Rachel Maddow and MSNBC want you to sit there and like a sheep repeat what they're saying. Oh, Putin is evil. Putin is this. Dude, no one gives a fuck about Putin. Focus on Russia, the country Russia. Like this is so arrogant about the West. They think like Russia is not a real country. There aren't fucking people living there. Like they don't have feelings and security concerns and lives and a defense strategy. Russia, the country, does not want hostile fucking missiles and bases around it. And you just keep going and keep going and keep poking the bear, and now the bear is angry. That's your fucking fault. That's not Russia's fault. Otherwise, Russia would have taken Ukraine a long time ago if it's just about invading Ukraine. Why did Putin do that now? He did that now because he gave drafts. He submitted draft proposals telling them, you need to back off. We're not tolerating Ukraine. You already have 5 NATO countries around us. We're not tolerating this. And they just told him to fuck off. They said it's a non-starter. So you cannot talk about this and remove the context. This is so egregious. It's so aggravating and frustrating how these meatheads want to comment about international politics, and they can't even give you the basic fucking facts. What about the Minsk agreement? That was also a diplomatic solution. Why did Ukraine not obey the Minsk agreements and grant autonomous status to the Donbas region, to Luhansk and Donetsk, and just abide by this diplomatic solution that was this agreement that was already crafted many years ago? Why did they wait and do nothing? It's because the West told them not to do anything. If again, I don't know who said this, but if Biden or Trump or whoever picked up the phone, actually no, when Trump calls Ukraine, he gets impeached. But listen to my point. The U.S. could have picked up the phone and told Ukraine, just implement the Minsk agreement. Just do it. And they would have done it. Okay, it's a vassal state. You know it's a fucking vassal state. You know, look at what they did with Biden, just as one example with his son. You know, this is the type of connections that you have there, the type of corruption. And you know, Biden's son apart. It has nothing to do just with Biden. But my point is, Ukraine, very much like Germany, is a vassal state. And you can see what happened with the pipeline in Germany. If the U.S. can get Germany to stop Nord Stream 2, don't you think the U.S. can get Ukraine to implement the Minsk agreement? Come on. They don't want that. The Americans. That's why they don't want that. So I'm going to read to you, again, I'm just coming in with the latest about everything that's happening. I'm going to read to you now a statement from French President Emmanuel Macron. He says, La France condamne fermement la décision de la Russie de faire la guerre à l'Ukraine. La Russie doit mettre immédiatement fin à ses opérations militaires. So he's saying France strongly condemns the Russian decision to wage war against Ukraine, and Russia must immediately put an end to its military operations. So you remember Emmanuel Macron, he was going and meeting with Putin in person. He also spoke with him on the phone for several hours, it was reported, which compare that with a few minutes, where other leaders call. And he I think, again, I'm not really a fan of Macron, especially with all the neo-colonial shit that he does and says, like, oh, we're not going to apologize for genociding Algeria, things like that. But, Macron, at least compared to the US, at least compared to the UK, has tried to be diplomatic. Yeah, Germany, it's not really up to Germany, but Germany tried. No, we don't want to get involved. We don't want to send weapons to Ukraine. We don't want to take, because they know what's coming after that. Russia could then threaten Nord Stream 2, right? It's two sides. But they were a bit better. Not perfect, obviously, but compared to the US, a bit better. And, Macron here, even though he tried to save the situation and portray himself as a broker, well, that's not worked. And he's basically just taking the international Western NATO position. Yona in the comments says, Lèche Macron. Oh, man. I don't think it was in France's hands anyway. Well, what could France have done, honestly? But I'm just giving you the latest of everything. Counter narrative says Macron is also a vassal. He's useless. The French, the thing with the French is that they really don't like the Americans. Like, they really, really do not like the Americans. That's why they refuse to learn English. They also don't like the British. And so, the French always try to go against the grain. Like, they don't want to always align themselves with the West, quote unquote, meaning the US and UK. For example, during the Cold War, Charles de Gaulle, the former French president, he tried to block the UK from joining the EU, right? He said that if the UK joins the EU, it will be like letting the US join, because the UK is just an arm of the US. I'm not going to lie, he's right. I don't like really, I mean, Charles de Gaulle has done some other shit that we can talk about, but here he's right. He's right. And, the French always want to stay European. Do you understand? They want to be European, and they want to be the most important and powerful in Europe. And they're very proud. Right? They view the Americans and British as being like an external, arrogant influence, which is kind of funny because that's what France is seen as by Africa and the Middle East. An arrogant external influence. Jerry says, how is Nazism even still a thing? I would love to know as well. What shocks me is not just that people are dumb enough and vile enough to subscribe to such a heinous, just degrading, vile, caveman ideology, but the fact that in Ukraine you have certain groups like this Azov battalion who are neo-Nazis. Like the Nazis killed Slavic people, killed Russians, killed people of Eastern Europe because they viewed them as subhuman. The Nazis would kill you. They have no respect for you, and you're worshiping their stupid fucking politics and ideology. That's like, it doesn't make any sense. And that doesn't mean you didn't have, Ukrainians cooperating. I mean, Bandera is just one example. Do you guys know there was even a British division of the SS? I'm not even kidding. They did this kind of shit, right? The Nazis were happy to accept collaborators. If you're a collaborator, they're not going to, that's fine. Shame, I mean, on anyone who's a Nazi collaborator. Just disgusting. Creative experiments says Stalin missed a few Nazis in Ukraine on the way to Berlin. Well, I can tell you one thing. Ukrainians are not a big fan of Stalin already, but I think you're talking about the Azov battalion. I get what you're saying. Guys, you're very kind. I see that many of you have joined on Patreon again. Wow, we have Mike, Justin, and Abdirisaq. I hope I said your name correctly. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to play a crab dance for you right now, and then we'll go right back to the politics. This is amazing. Thank you for supporting my work.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wow. Thank you guys so much. That is absolutely amazing. We're halfway to the goal. I cannot believe that. We are halfway to the goal. We hit 424, so just on the cusp of halfway. We're at 425 patrons. We're 25 subscribers away from the goal. Please help me reach the goal tonight. I really appreciate it. You can support the show for $1 a month if you like. You know, any value you like, it helps a lot. And that would be absolutely amazing if we can hit 450. 25 subscribers away. I think we can do it. And thank you to all who have subscribed already. I'm very grateful. Wow. I already see more of you coming in. Thank you. Let me show you a statement over here. This is from Here you go. So Ursula von der Leyen, as you know, is the head of the EU Commission. She's a very interesting character. But let me play you this clip over here. She says, Russian forces invaded Ukraine, a free and sovereign country. We condemn this barbaric attack and the cynical arguments used to justify it. Later today, we will present a package of massive, targeted sanctions.
This barbaric attack and the cynical arguments to justify it. It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe. And in these dark hours, the European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people. We are facing an unprecedented act of aggression by the Russian leadership against a sovereign, independent country. Russia's target is not only Donbas. The target is not only Ukraine. The target is the stability in Europe and the whole of the international peace order. And we will hold President Putin accountable for that. Later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions to European leaders for approval. With this package, we will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking their access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia. We will weaken Russia's economic base and its capacity to modernize. And in addition, we will freeze Russian assets in the European Union and stop the access of Russian banks to European financial markets. Like with the first package of sanctions, we are closely aligned with our partners and allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also, for example, Japan and Australia. These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war. And we know that millions of Russians do not want war. President Putin is trying to turn the clock back to the times of the Russian Empire. But in doing so, he is putting at risk the future of the Russian people. I call on Russia to immediately stop the violence and to withdraw its troops from Ukraine's territory. We will not let President Putin tear down the security architecture that has given Europe peace and stability over many decades. We will not allow President Putin to replace the rule of law by the rule of force and ruthlessness. He should not underestimate the resolve and strength of our democracies. And history has proven that societies and alliances built on trust and freedom are resilient and successful. And that's exactly what the autocrats fear. The European Union stands with Ukraine and its people. We will continue to support them. Ukraine will prevail. Thank you.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II. A major nuclear power has attacked a neighbor country and is threatening reprisals of any other states that may come to its rescue. This is not only the greatest violation of international law, it's a violation of the basic principles of human coexistence. It's costing many lives with unknown consequences ahead of us. The European Union will respond in the strongest possible terms. President of the European Council, President Michel, has called for a meeting of the European Council this evening, and they will agree and provide political guidance to adopt the stronger package, the harshest package of sanctions we have ever implemented. As High Representative for the Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, I will be in touch with our partners around the world.
Wow. I have a lot to say. You're telling me that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is the worst thing since World War II? Are you serious? You're just going to act like you forgot how NATO bombed the shit out of Yugoslavia? Really? Really? You're going to act like that didn't happen and that the US and its allies didn't use the exact same playbook with Yugoslavia and Kosovo? Really? You're sure about that? And then over here,
later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions.
Okay. Listen to what you're saying. I'm going to break this down bit by bit because it's really important you understand.
Later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions.
Okay, first of all, there's no such thing as targeted sanctions. This is a myth. I'm going to keep saying this till the end of time. Sanctions are warfare. Sanctions are siege warfare. Okay? When you sanction a country and you make a list of individuals that you're targeting, the president, the prime minister, so on, those people in the government, their standard of living does not change. It doesn't change. And they know that you're going to sanction them. So they've made all these arrangements to make sure that the country, and specifically their wealth and their standard of living remains the same. It's the civilians who get hurt. So there's no such thing as targeted sanctions. Anyone who advocates for sanctions is a goddamn dunce. They either have no clue what sanctions are, or they're the ones who aren't on the receiving end. Again, my cousins told me they would rather have the bombs falling on them in Damascus like they used to than to live under sanctions. Think about that. Think how bad that is. They would rather have Al-Qaeda shelling them than to live under sanctions. So don't come here and say it's targeted.
To European leaders for approval. With this package, we will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking their access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia. We will weaken Russia's economic base and its capacity to modernize.
If you try and weaken Russia, it's going to come back to bite you. Russia provides 40% of Europe's gas. Now, you can play with Nord Stream 2, but I'm telling you, it's happened before. When there were tensions, Russia can turn off the valves a little bit, raise the prices. Europeans are going to get hurt. So this is going to, you cannot punish Russia and think that the world economy is going to be okay and Europe's going to be okay. This is lunacy.
And in addition, we will freeze Russian assets in the European Union and stop the access of Russian banks to European financial markets. Like with the first package of sanctions, we are closely aligned with our partners and allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also, for example, Japan.
Of course you are. When she says we're allied with our partners, no, you're being controlled by them. You're a cuck. That's what you are.
Japan and Australia. These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war.
That is so ridiculous. Have you forgotten that Russia entered an arms race with the United States for 70 years? Close to 50 years. But the Russian military might, the industrial might, started already in World War II. And that's how Russia won World War II. And it continued and developed. And Russia today has one of the most powerful armies in the world. And it doesn't just have numbers. It has quality weapons, right? Whether it's surface-to-air missiles, the jets, the naval, all of its combined armed forces. You're not going to do anything. Putin is not stupid. The Russians are not stupid. They have gold reserves. Scott Ritter was talking about that earlier. The Russians have contingency plans. Again, that doesn't mean that sanctions are not going to hurt civilians. They do. They always hurt civilians. But Russia has already things planned and a contingency for its military might. You're not going to do anything except
And we know that millions of Russians do not want war. President Putin is trying to turn the clock back to the times of the Russian Empire. But in doing so, he is putting at risk the future of the Russian people.
No, again, you're doing that. You don't have to like what Russia is doing or like Putin at all. But I want to explain the mechanism of sanctions to you, because I have cousins who are living under sanctions, family who are under sanctions. And even if I didn't, that doesn't stop me from understanding and empathizing with people. Sanctions will hurt Russians. And they're acting like, this is all about Putin, and we know the Russian people are nice, and we want to help them. No, you're going to screw them, actually, if you keep this up. That's what it comes down to.
I call on Russia to immediately stop the violence and to withdraw its troops from Ukraine's territory. We will not let President Putin
that's really great. Israel bombed my country, bombed Syria a few hours ago, and killed 3 Syrian soldiers. Israel has been bombing Syria every week almost for years. So is the United States. The UK also has special forces there. They're all financing Al-Qaeda and killing tons of Syrians. Are you going to ask them to stop the fucking violence? Oh no, I remember. You're part of the problem, right? You're sanctioning Syria and making sure that my cousins and other people in Syria starve. Thank you so much, you imperialist tool, you clown.
Tear down the security architecture that has given Europe peace and stability over many decades. We will not...
Did you realize what you just said? The security architecture that has given Europe peace for many decades. Really? She's talking about NATO. She's saying, let me translate from politician, from bullshit to English. She's saying that don't fuck with NATO. We're not going to tolerate your demands. They're non-starters, remember? And you are going to have to accept NATO. That's what she's saying, right? You need to accept the order, the establishment, right? The security that we have provided Europe with. And you see again how arrogant they are. They still won't even contemplate seeing eye to eye with Russia, or trying just to be in their shoes for 1 second and see it from their point of view. They won't even contemplate it, right? They still won't get it that Russia has legitimate security concerns, and they just take Russia for a joke. And this is just fundamentally disrespectful. You know, when the Soviets put missiles in Cuba to help the Cubans after the Americans tried to get rid of Castro, the Soviets understood and came to an agreement with the Americans that you don't mess with Cuba anymore. You pull your Jupiter missiles out of Turkey, and we'll get rid of the nuclear missiles. Okay? Mutual respect or mutual destruction. And here they won't have it. It's like it's our way or the highway.
Allow President Putin to replace the rule of law by the rule of force and ruthlessness. He should not underestimate the resolve and strength of our democracies. And
your democracies, you're literally funding fucking neo-Nazis in Ukraine. What democracies? And here's another thing. If you really care about democracy, the Minsk agreements stipulated that you give autonomous status to Donetsk and Luhansk, and that you treat the people there like they're actually Ukrainians. You know, the Russian speakers, you treat them like equals, like a democracy, like the democracy you claim to be. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. I mean, why do they not follow through with their promises? Why, every time the Americans make a deal, Iran nuclear deal, assurances for David Mendoza's extradition, treaties with the natives, right? Treaties with the actual Native Americans, the agreement not to expand NATO, the Minsk agreement, they never ever follow through on it. And the Minsk agreement is the fact that if the US wanted to, they could have pressured Ukraine to sign it and to ratify it and actually come through with it. They didn't. They didn't.
History has proven that societies and alliances built on trust and freedom are resilient and successful. And that's exactly what the autocrats fear. The European Union stands with Ukraine and its people. We will continue to support them. Ukraine will prevail. Thank you.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II.
Why do you downplay what happened in World War II? Why do you talk about World War II like it was some kind of... No, this has nothing to fucking do with World War II at all. And they act like nothing happened with NATO bombing Yugoslavia. Why don't you talk about that? Like, you keep talking about, you know, sovereignty and all these things and territorial integrity. Why are you condemning Russia for using the exact same playbook that you use? You're hypocrites. I'm just talking about Europe, right? Because he said this is the darkest sites in Europe. Really? You know what I find pretty dark? And again, it's not comparable to World War II. Certainly not on the same scale. But you have mass migrations, refugees that are fucking drowning in the Mediterranean who are trying to escape your wars and your sanctions. EU sanctions. Yes. And the EU countries, the Europeans who are puppets of the Americans, who are their cucks. That's fucking tragic to me. Again, I'm not going to be exaggerating like you and saying that's comparable to World War II. But if you care about preventing tragedies, that's something you could do. You won't do it. You're going to put the sanctions on the countries, allow NATO to go and bomb countries that pose absolutely no threat and kill people. And then you're also going to denigrate what happened in World War II, what happened in the Holocaust, what happened to Poland. They fucking razed Warsaw to the ground. 90% of Warsaw was destroyed. London, they bombed it night and day. Actually, it was mostly during the night, the Blitz, for 3 months, right? They pulverized London and God knows how many other cities in Europe. And you're acting like this is comparable. It's not comparable at all.
A major nuclear power has attacked a neighbor country and is threatening reprisals of any other states that may come to its rescue.
Yeah. Do you remember what George Bush said? You are either with us or you're against us, or you're with the terrorists. Remember, George Bush said that. When George Bush started the war on terror and he destroyed Afghanistan, he committed those people to subjugation for 20 fucking years. Their country has still not recovered. When he started this war on terror that has been used to bomb 19 countries, kill millions of innocent people, make millions refugees. And he said, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. What does that mean? Isn't that the same thing? You are either on our side or we're going to come and kill you like the terrorists. They're acting like this is like unprecedented and no one has ever come up with this. Unbelievable. When the exact same shit is done on a massive scale and they are part of it, they don't say anything. Where was this condemnation? Why don't they do these press conferences and announcements when Israel is bombing Syria or when Libya was pulverized, when Iraq was bombed? Like nothing. They always go along with the shit, right? And then all of a sudden, when it's a U.S. official enemy like Iran or China or Russia that does something on a minuscule scale that is a bit like what they have done, they go apeshit. They go bananas. The hypocrisy is so stinky. It's just rife. It's rife with double standards, and that is what's so sickening about it. It's not about do we agree with Russia? Do we like what Russia did? You know, it's not about that. It's a fucking hypocrisy. Because these people, the Europeans, the EU, the Americans, the British, they constantly act like they are the moral arbiters of the world. Like they have a say on what is moral and just and correct and democratic and respected of human rights. No, we're the last people on earth to talk about these things, to talk about invasions and sovereignty and human rights and democracy. The last motherfuckers. And the irony, again, is that this situation could have been prevented if we actually had fucking respect for other people and their security concerns and haven't been trying to antagonize them for 30 years.
This is not only the greatest violation of international law, it's a violation of the basic principles of human coexistence. It's costing many lives with unknown consequences ahead of us. The European Union will respond in the strongest possible terms. President of the European Council, President Michel, has called for a meeting of the European Council this evening, and they will agree and provide political guidance to adopt the stronger package, the harshest package of sanctions we have ever implemented. As High Representative for the Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, I will be in touch with our partners around the world to ensure the international community will be fully grasping the gravity of the moment and to call strongly and united on Russia to cease immediately this behavior, intolerable behavior, and Russian leadership will face unprecedented isolation. This is not a question of blocks. This is not a question of diplomatic power games. It's a matter of life and death. It's about the future of our global community. and we will stand united with our transatlantic partners and with all European nations in defending this position. We stand united in saying that no violence and destruction as means to obtain political gains. We, the European Union, remain the stronger group of nations in the world, and this should not be underestimated. More immediately, we will be designing urgent assistance to Ukraine in this dire situation. We will also be active in supporting evacuation operations, including of our own staff in zones affected by this Russian attack. The European Union, together with transatlantic and like-minded partners, have made unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution to the security crisis caused by Russia. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead has opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation conducting to war. President Putin needs to stop this senseless aggression. And today our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine. We will stand with them.
Can you hear me now? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm hoping you can. One of you saying I should act it out. Yeah, it works. Okay, awesome. Okay, just give me. Can you hear me? Okay, or should I make it? Should I pimp it? Which is basically just me saying I should put some effects back on it. Give me a second. I'm gonna try and make it better. That sucks, man. You know, I don't know why. Oh no, I think that's a bit too loud. Is that better? I literally cannot hear anything, so I'm just trying to wing it. Anyway, I'm sorry, man. It sucks when you get some technical difficulties, but we're good. I'm glad you all stayed. I'm so sorry. I had to put on the fucking EU. Yeah, I had to punish you and torture you with that. So, yeah. Furry says, hold on a second. Maybe that should be better now. I think you guys were saying there's an echo or something, but I fixed it. Hopefully that's better. Ross says, do you ever sleep? No. Anyway, enough with the technical shit. That really sucks. I mean, I really love I really love audio engineering and production and all this stuff, but when equipment screws you, man, that is the worst. That's not even in my hands, damn it. But yeah, anyway, like I was saying, the EU talking about human rights, get out. Like I'm so bored of this. I feel like it's so repetitive. They're just Here, let me show you something over here while I try to fix the audio. Take a look.
who is bringing war back.
Oh no, not her again. This is really awkward. You guys got to give me a moment to try and fix the audio. I hate this. This is really a pain in the ass. Stupid bullshit, motherfuckers. Hold on. Maybe this will work now. Give me a sec. Is this a good time to plug the show? Sign up on Patreon while I fix this. You can subscribe for $1 a month to see me try and fix my audio during a live stream. All right, I'm just gonna stick with this. Whatever, man. I'm just gonna stick with this. I can't do nothing for you except that. Let me just read you what they're saying over here. Some of you are saying this is clearly Russiagate. Obviously. Obviously. What a pain in the nuts, though. Okay, take a look at this. For you of NATO. Scott was talking about this just earlier. Basically, that they will come to the rescue, because if you are a NATO member, let's say Ukraine was a NATO member, that means that they could invoke Article 5, and it means everyone has to come to the defense of the country being attacked, right? And because Ukraine is not a NATO member, they cannot invoke Article 5. And I told you they're going to probably make this argument that, you see, Ukraine should have been allowed into NATO because then we could have invoked Article 5, we could have stopped Russia, blah, blah, blah. Which is just another argument to increase NATO's reach, imperialism, and then just lead to more crisis. Let me show you what Article 5. Yes, yes, I know. Calm your titties. I know what's going. I never thought I'd say that phrase while we're doing the World War III stuff, but I know, guys. Okay. Right. It's been fixed, I think. There we go. Okay. I think you guys should be able to hear me. Apparently my program just crashed, but now we're back, and I think the audio is fine. Thank you very much, courtesy of Windows. We interrupt this program to bring you a bug crash, courtesy of Windows. So anyway, we should be fine now, alhamdulillah. And I'm going to go back to showing you what I was trying to read to you, which is Article 4 of NATO. You know, we've been going off for almost 4 hours. You got to expect the bugs once in a while. But let me show you Article 4. So this is what's going on. So here, in Article 4, they say that the parties will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened. So, again, I'm just going to repeat my point before, which is when you see the article below Article 5, they cannot invoke this because, you know, it's not a member. Ukraine is not a member. And you see, it says the parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against them all. And consequently, they agree that if such an armed attack occurs, each of them, in exercise of the right of individual or collective self-defense recognized by Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, I sound like a pharmaceutical ad in the US. Blah, 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 blah. I'm explaining it to you. Article 5 is, again, it's one of us in NATO is attacked. Let's go to war. We're all going to come and defend Ukraine. NATO does not have Ukraine as a member. So they can argue maybe with Article 4 that the territorial integrity, you know, we feel that we're under threat. Our borders are under threat, and so on. But again, it's quite shady. I don't know how they can go with that. They'd like to invoke it, but, you know, again, Ukraine is not a party, so I don't know how they're going to argue that. They're going to argue that their own borders are threatened. Again, do you want to know the truth? It's not like they give a shit about international law. Like, please, let's be honest with each other here. NATO does not give a shit about the Article 51 of the UN Charter, which is, again, it's about self-defense, and you know, the US always claims that it's using Article 51 to shit on Iraq and Syria, and Israel does the same thing when they admit bombing Syria. So what does that mean? You know, they call self-defense occupying Afghanistan for 20 years. You know, when you're talking about self-defense, that means your security is actually at risk. It's not at risk. Never is, man. Let me keep going with the news updates. Anyway, I'm sorry about that crash. It's really annoying and embarrassing. I hate when that happens. I don't know why, but anyway, I'm going to show you some more. This is from over here. This is from this is the headquarters of an unspecified unit of armed forces of Ukraine in Kiev after a Russian strike. It was completely demolished, as you can see. They've taken the entire roof off. It's really, if you ask me, that's definitely an airstrike. But again, that's just my opinion. I'm just speculating. Why is that significant? Because the idea is that it's not just about peacekeepers going in. It's, you know, they're actually using all the combined armed forces and airstrikes as well. And we've seen cruise missiles now. We've seen airplanes. Again, I want you to note something. Look at all the images that I showed you of the destruction in Ukraine. This over here is from a unit of the Ukrainian armed forces, right? I showed you another installation. It was a naval base that was on fire. So this is, again, it's just from what I've seen right now as this invasion is happening. I've only seen military targets being taken out. Now, does that justify the action? Again, I asked Scott Ritter, I was like, who do we believe now in international law? The NATO and the West say that this is a question of territorial integrity. It's Article 2, Paragraph 4 under the UN Charter. And then the Russians say, well, this is their right to self-determination, and we're going to help them, and we recognize them as independent republics. There is such a goddamn salad of contradictions here, So let me keep going. I'm going to keep showing you. I'm going to keep showing you, giving you more updates. This is the Russian Defense Ministry. Intelligence, they say that intelligence data shows that Ukrainian army units and soldiers are leaving their positions en masse, abandoning their weapons. Yeah, again, it feels like, they're just, there's no point in fighting, they're just surrendering. The only silver lining to that is less bloodshed. But again, it doesn't mean there's no bloodshed. And here's a really good one. Nicolas Maduro. This is Maduro, who was saying just yesterday on February 23rd, he says that Ukraine, so Maduro is again the president of Venezuela, and he says that Ukraine is governed almost as a colony, which has greatly harmed them, because if anyone is suffering, it's the people of Ukraine. Their economy has been destroyed by Joe Biden and NATO. I mean, this is what happens when you become a vassal state. And again, it's no fault of the Ukrainians. Of course, we don't have sympathy for these, this minority of whatever Nazi, neo-Nazi battalions. Fuck those people. But I'm talking about the majority of Ukrainians. They're caught in the middle between Russia's security concerns, and which are legitimate, again. And of course, NATO and the US specifically turning Ukraine into a vassal state. I mean, just think about how messed up this is, because Joe Biden is getting his son all these comfy work positions. He has no experience in gas. He gets to sit on a gas company's board and get paid to do nothing. They've basically been. You remember Joe Biden, to stop this these legal intrusions, as we're going to call them. He basically wanted the Ukrainian prosecutors to fuck off, and he threatened them. And it's so messed up. It's just for personal gain. So they've been really controlling Ukraine like a colony. Let me play you that clip, actually, because this blew up during the primaries. You guys remember the primaries when Joe Biden was running for president just last year with Bernie Sanders and all of the others? And so he was talking about how he was able to manipulate Ukraine into getting his way. Take a look at this.
That swirl of negative press has taken attention away from another potentially damaging revelation. Ukraine's former top prosecutor, speaking to political website The Hill, accuses Biden of pressuring Kiev into sacking him. Caleb Morpin digs deeper.
Former Vice President Joe Biden is caught up in a bit of a scandal. His name has been floated for the last year or so as a possible Democratic challenger to Donald Trump in the 2020 elections. But now everyone is talking about his habit of getting frisky with both women and girls in public.
He leans down, smells my hair, and then plants this big, long kiss on the top of my head.
Joe Biden's presidential campaign hasn't even officially begun, and people are trying to knock him out of the running.
Joe Biden is facing new accusations of inappropriate behavior.
Joe has a habit of doing things right out in the open, and while everyone is focusing on this rather touchy subject, some of his earlier deeds are not getting as much attention. Last year, in an interview, Joe bragged about getting Ukraine's general prosecutor fired. He says he was standing up to corruption.
I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid at the time.
Well, it just so happens that the general prosecutor was investigating an energy firm in which Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was heavily invested. Burisma Holdings is an energy corporation in Ukraine, and Hunter Biden, the son of the former vice president, has made a rather handsome profit from it, especially in the aftermath of...
So again, I'm just gonna stop this there to, you know, just repeat what I said before, which is you have Biden, you know, literally for personal gain for his family, interfering in the Ukrainian judiciary and Ukraine's internal affairs in order to protect his son and protect this gas firm. It's so corrupt. I mean, this is obscene. Could you imagine if the roles were reversed? Just imagine like a Russian oligarch or politician, whoever, was, you know, telling American prosecutors to leave their son alone and threatening them. I mean, like, you know, Rachel Maddow's head would explode on live TV. You know, NBC staff would be crying on camera and in absolute shock at this violation of their sovereignty, this violation of their judiciary and their democracy and all the fucking bullshit, blah, blah, blah that they have. So, you know, it's a double standard, and Ukraine is caught in the middle. It's really unfortunate. Now, you guys have been very kind, especially when my audio went down. I appreciate you sticking around. Let me go over here and look at your comments. You guys have, a lot of you have donated, and I've kept you waiting because I've just been going full throttle into politics. We have a super chat here from Jeffrey. Jeffrey says 100%. Thank you, Jeffrey. Hey man, says French been playing colonialism long before us. Yeah, I mean, I was literally talking about Algeria before, and Algeria is one thing, and they're still playing colonialism. You know, the multinationals fill that gap now. RP McMurphy says Russian paratroopers have been seen dropping into Kharkiv. I believe Scott was talking about that earlier. Again, if you haven't, make sure you go back to the beginning of the stream afterwards, and I'll upload it separately because I was talking with Scott Ritter about this. You know, we had a very, very good discussion. So, you guys have been incredible. So many of you I can't speak anymore. I really need to drink something. I just want to say so many of you have joined on Patreon. It's unreal. There are too many to count. I see Jewel in the machine, Dahia Ko, and Richard. Thank you very much. I don't know what number we're at right now, but our goal was get to 450 subscribers, and we are now at 428. Guys, we're already past the halfway line. I wanted to get to 450 subscribers. We're at 428. How many more to go? Just 12. No, just 22. I think we can do it, right? 22 more subscribers. You can donate for $1 a month. I don't care. Any amount I appreciate. It's just about hitting the goal so I can keep doing my work without any pressure, because, you know, I'm going to be honest. I constantly have to think, can I upload this video? Can I do that? Because YouTube demonetizes this thing. And that's not the worst part. They also don't show you the video. You don't get a notification. So, you know, I can't depend on YouTube for, you know, ad revenue like many other people do who do cooking videos or gaming. Like they you know, no one's going to demonetize them. I've been demonetized before. They did that to me the week that I was talking about Israel trying to push this annexation plan in July 2020, right? How weird. I get demonetized for no reason. No reason. And then they say, oh yeah, we made a mistake after there was a lot of outcry. So that's why this is important. It's a contingency plan. And I'm very grateful for everybody helping out. So let's continue over here. Let me see. You guys have been saying in the chat that Francis says, Richard is the journalist who never sleeps. Imperialists beware of his scrutinizing gaze and sharp analytical mind. Well, you're very kind. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mass, for your nice comment. And Harry C. Smith says, it's so far beyond ironic, I don't know if there's even a word for it, that 3 never elected, pre-selected bureaucrats appointed by the banking, oil, and weapons cartel are claiming to champion democratic values. Yeah. I mean, you pretty much summed up the entire the entire oligarchy, especially, I mean, you got to look at it this way. Let me simplify this for you. Who owns the media? It's corporations, right? And who owns the politicians? It's the corporations. It's the same people. It's the same people who are informing you, giving you your news, shaping your international, your worldview, teaching you that, not having healthcare, not having university, going to war is okay. Or in the UK, simply, we're going to prioritize the NHS. We're going to have two sets of rules. One for the elites who don't have to abide by any of these mandates, and then of course the rest of the plebs. And they're two-timing and double-crossing their own people, their own citizens, for the sake of making a buck and pleasing corporations. And this is sick because you have an entire capitalist apparatus, corporations which have assumed legal status like people, and they're ironically treated even better than people, and they're the ones running the show, and you shouldn't trust a fucking word they say. So, oh wow, okay. Guys, there's literally in the last minute, like 7 of you who just joined on Patreon. That is nuts. Jeremy, thank you, Jeremy. Isaiah, Jonas, George, Felonius, and Jared. Thank you so much. That is amazing. It's a crab dance time and a crab dance moment just for you. And the sound better work.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hey, you guys rock. Why? Excellent. Thank you guys so much. Really, I'm just blown away. You guys are great. I don't know what number we're at, but I'm just grateful. I don't like plugging the show. I don't want to be too annoying. It's like, it's not as bad as the sponsors on the other channel. And now, have you heard about our sponsor, Square, blah, blah, blah? Yo, come on. But you guys seem to get it. So I appreciate you seeing my point of view with the YouTube stuff. We're at 435. That's amazing. Honestly. That's amazing. 15. We're 15 subscribers away from hitting the goal. That is nuts. By the way, every time we hit the goal, I add something new to the crab dance. It started out very simple. You had like the why, and then we started adding like that Arabic cook, the Egyptian, who's saying like, by Allah, you people are dogs. And then we had Pompeo saying we lied, we cheated, we stole, and which is like the only honest thing he's ever said. And we also had Netanyahu. Man, that was such a cucked fucking moment. You had Ted Cruz, who's like giving the Israelis, $1 billion for the Iron Dome, and then like fucking groveling and saying, thank you. He should be thanking you. And even Netanyahu's like, thank you. Like, don't grovel too hard, you little shit. God, it's so humiliating. I wonder how Americans must feel. I think most Americans are disgusted by that, and rightfully so, seeing how their leaders just grovel constantly over Israel. It's really something nasty. Anyway, you're going to see a lot of propaganda now. This is the phase that we're in. Every time, you really need to understand something. Every time America starts a war or some kind of conflict breaks out, everyone has to jump into the patriot mode, right? And being a patriot in the West, and specifically the US, means if you criticize the State Department or the White House, then you are treacherous. You're committing an act of treason. No dissent will be tolerated. Shut your mouth. and accept Putin is evil and Russia is not a country and the people there are not real and they don't have security concerns and they don't have the right to be offended and feel threatened by NATO bases, and you need to shut the fuck up and support the war machine and just say whatever BBC and CNN and Fox say, or else you are a Russian Kremlin asset. You're a traitor. Dead simple. No dissent. You know, it's this whole sheep mentality. Every goddamn time. Right? In 2002, they said, why are you opposing the war in Iraq? Do you like Saddam? Why are you opposing the war on terror? Are you a terrorist sympathizer? Like, dude, you could not say anything. Now it's really easy and it's really obvious to say, well, that was some stupid crap. Look how many millions killed, millions turned refugees. But at the time, it was very difficult. And so now, again, it's the same thing, right? No, you need to say blah, blah, blah about Russia, and dissent will not be tolerated. Otherwise, you're a Kremlin, Putin, puppet, asset, whatever. It's really funny because you always hear in the media how they make fun of North Korea and they make fun of, all the evil countries, whatever, pick one, Iran, Syria, and they pretend that the people there are like brainwashed zombies who don't know how to do anything except, worship the leader, the supreme leader. And, they always call, they just make up the weirdest cult of personality. And even if there is one, they exaggerate it beyond belief. And then when you look at the US, especially in a moment like this, I mean, what is that then, if not a totalitarian, a system that's being put in place that no dissent will be tolerated. You must shut up. And this cult of personality that you have to stand behind Biden. It's not even just about Biden. It's really just the entire machine, the imperialist machine. It's really, like Christ, you want to talk about being brainwashed? Look no further than what the corporate media does to people. Seriously. Not even close. So I just wanted to bring you up to date because we've been hearing that there are Russian paratroopers who are in Ukraine, who are in Ukraine now. Let's take a look at this, because here you see breaking: Russian military paratroopers landed in Ukraine, and you can see them jumping out of the planes and everything. But it turns out that this might not be true. Someone over here is saying that this video. So this is Cheyenne, and she is a journalist, from reporting on disinformation, BBC apparently, right? And Cheyenne says that this video, claiming to show Russian military paratroopers landing in Ukraine with nearly 400,000 views, was in fact taken during Russia's Vostok 2018 military exercises. So it's fake. This is not an invasion with Russian paratroopers. I mean, who knows? It could turn out that there are in another area, but this video, in any case, is apparently not real. Yeah, I don't know. And they're saying here underneath, this image claiming to show Russian troops hoisting a flag on a public building in Kharkiv was in fact taken in 2014 and not during the current conflict. It's an old picture. So this is what we're dealing with. You're going to see a lot of disinformation, a lot of lies. And it's so funny because the biggest peddlers, the biggest notorious liars in the world, meaning the corporate media, say they're combating disinformation. And the irony here is that they say it always comes from Russia or Iran or something. But they're actually the biggest liars. They spew disinformation for a living. So I would be wary. I would be careful about what you see in the media, because they did a lot of stuff like this in Syria with the white helmets. They literally acting and putting on a show and convincing the world that there was a gas attack. Like, they really exploited people, and it's disgusting. They use these videos as evidence that, Syria needs to be bombed. Look, there was a chemical gas attack. Like, don't underestimate the propaganda, man. Like, this is a real thing. They actually do these things. The Foreign and Commonwealth Office, MI6, the CIA, they really set up these cutouts like ARC, Incostrat, and the Integrity Initiative is another one. And they make, outlets that report on Syria, and turns out it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's to create a narrative that is dishonest and paints Russia and Syria as being like these terrorist, nut job dictator governments that do nothing but kill civilians and burn puppies for fun. You know, and a lot of it is dangerous and a lot of it is false, and dangerously so, because not only does it misinform the world, and it's a lie. It just creates a completely false narrative, or an exaggerated one at best. At best, it's exaggerated, you know? Half the shit is just completely fake, if not more. And the gas attack in Duma in 2018 is a prime example of that. You know, the people who work at that hospital say that they didn't even know what was going on. And they just see suddenly someone filming a video of victims. There were no gas attack victims. And I don't need to go into the whole Duma thing. I've explained it a million times here. Duma is very close. So, I mean, Duma is on the outskirts of Damascus. It's in the Ghouta region. It's right outside, you know, this is basically Ghouta's countryside. You know, basically it's farms, lots of green. It's the outskirts of the city, and it's not too far from Damascus. It's very, very close, actually, right? And so when they were taking back Jobar, which is a district in Damascus, they started there and moved on. But anyway, I just want to come back to my point that be careful what you listen to and what you hear in the Western media about this, because they don't really care about verifying things. Like, they publish things that are astronomically false, and they don't correct them. The New York Times has never corrected the Duma story. It's still up to this day. They think that there was a gas attack in Syria, and that's a very, very loaded accusation. Like, please think of what that is. They accused Syria, a country, of using weapons of mass destruction on its own people. That is an astronomical charge to level on someone. You know, never mind a state. So if you think that, you know, they won't lie again, no, I wouldn't put it past them. You know better. You know better not to trust these motherfuckers. They will do anything, especially when it's during wartime and during trying to promote a war and sell a war and manufacture consent. That's their only purpose, is to fucking lie. They lied about weapons of mass destruction. You think they wouldn't lie about some stupid flags and paratroopers? I mean, come on. They've lied about way bigger things. And a lot of the time they never correct it either, you know? They smear people, they attack countries, they attack leaders with the most, you know, debilitating, loaded accusations, things that can lead to bombings and wars. They manufacture consent for this, and then it's whatever, you know, like, you know, why should we correct that? Just be quiet and keep going and keep going. The Russiagate thing, you think they've corrected themselves about that? Never. You'll never see them correct themselves about that. You know, the only exception, I think, was Iraq, because afterwards that shit was so goddamn big. Like, there was no way that they couldn't address it. But even then, it's not enough. Like, you helped start a war that killed millions of people and made them refugees, and then you apologize with like some shitty fucking op-ed in your shitty paper. What good does that do? Where were you before it started? So don't count on them to tell you the truth while it's happening. You'll see that a lot of things will come out later, after this invasion, this Russian incursion, whatever you want to call it, in Ukraine, that might not have been true. So just be wary. I'm not saying that everything they're saying is 100% false. It's close to 100% though. But no, seriously, like, you know, just take everything with a pinch of salt, especially now. It's literally developing right now. So you have a lot of people who are quick. They just want to post shit for likes. They just want to go and write something because it suits their narrative. So I think the best thing is to remain objective and see what happens. The sun is literally still rising. I mean, right now it's actually, Ukraine is a bit, I think is about 2 hours after me. So actually it's earlier for me. But my point is, you know, it's literally happening right now. And you're already seeing this kind of disinformation. You know, I actually don't like that word. They've abused it so much, I don't even know what it means. So, in any case, just be careful. That's all I'm saying. And if you, one more thing, the lies can be very detailed. You know, they sometimes they make up or report things with much detail, you know, and you think that it's real because it's detailed. They say things like, oh, well, you know, like the anthrax letters, they were sent by Saddam because this chemical here is his signature when he was manufacturing it, and this lab confirmed this, and it's complete bullshit, right? And you have to keep something in mind. When the U.S. invaded Iraq, it used a lot of exiles. And when you see what's happening in Venezuela, Juan Guaido, who's, you know, he's a nobody. No one knows him in Venezuela, but he's their puppet. And you have every time you have exiles from a country, so Iranian exiles who are living outside Iran, Syrian exiles living outside Syria, Venezuelan exiles living outside Venezuela, they will say anything to go along with a NATO intervention. And that's really where some of the lies came with the invasion of Iraq, about these WMDs. You had people who just hated Saddam making shit up. And the US they knew that they couldn't corroborate this stuff, but they used it anyway and put it in their reports, in their intelligence. And then later they meant, yeah, well, maybe that wasn't so sound. Like a taxi driver told us that. I'm not kidding. This is actually true. It turns out an Iraqi taxi driver made up this claim about Saddam being able to attack the UK in 45 minutes with weapons of mass destruction. That was one of the biggest claims. You would hear that all the time on TV. I remember it with Tony Blair. 45 minutes from attack, 45 minutes attack. On the front page of every fucking newspaper. 45 minutes from attack. So, don't put it past them. They're not kidding these people. They literally lie for a living. And they make the biggest, most grotesque lies. So I wouldn't be surprised, all of this to say that I wouldn't be surprised if you see people who are, anti-Russia, who are against the separatists, who, they may have legitimate grievances. That's not what I'm discussing. But you may have people with an axe to grind who might be making things up about Russia. I don't know. It's not surprising at all. And these things over here, not surprising at all. Really not at all surprising. So Moldova has announced the introduction of a state of emergency because of the Russian operation in Ukraine. And the state, here, look at this. The State Border Services of Ukraine reported that 2 unidentified targets approached the island of Zmeny with a demand to the border guards to hand over their weapons and leave the territory. So I think that corroborates, or let's say that's in line with what Putin was saying, that he just wants them to hand over the weapons and so on. Again, I don't think every interaction is going to take place like that, but yeah. Here's more updates. We have an update now that air defense units near Mariupol received a missile strike in the distance of fire in a military unit.
В районе Мариупольского аэропорта. Все разбито, все разбомблено.
So you have a lot of things coming out of Telegram, right? There's always the latest stuff you can see.
Вдали тоже воинская часть, тоже пожар. Был нанесен ракетный удар. Там вдали слышны разрывы боеприпасов, которые горят. Работаю со съемочной группой французской газеты «Le Monde».
Anyway, I'm just showing you some of the destruction that's coming out live from Telegram channels, people posting it as it's happening. Again, take everything with a pinch of salt, but I think, these sorts of things you can't, this very obvious, the destruction. You can put one and one together and everything is going to emerge shortly. You're going to see everything is going to become very apparent in the next days, what was actually real, what was actually struck. And I will have everything, all the latest for you. I'm just giving you the raw information that's coming out, and the ones that are not real, that have been debunked. So this is interesting. Hold on a second. Okay, never mind. I thought Twitter had removed something. Apparently not. And so, as I was saying, Ukraine is actually 1 hour ahead of me, not 2 hours. I was just confusing with GMT +2, that's why. But this whole operation has started, during the middle of the night. And can I show you something which is going to make you guys laugh? And it's kind of sad in a way. It's very sad. Take a look at what was happening while the Russians were, again, invading Ukraine, doing a limited operation. Let's take a look at this. This is streamed 4 hours ago, right?
for on my country.
So while Russia was going into Ukraine, the United Nations, right? You had a Security Council emergency meeting at the UN, and the contrast here is just so laughable. But let me play you first what they're saying. All these countries, specifically Ukraine.
Membership in the United Nations is open to all other peace-loving states which accept the obligations contained in the present charter and in the judgment of the organization are able and willing to carry out these obligations. Russia is not able to carry out any of the obligations. The ambassador of the Russian Federation 3 minutes ago confirmed that his president declared a war on my country. So before I read parts of my statement, I would like to avail of the presence of the Secretary General and request the Secretary General to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly the legal memos by the Legal Council of the United Nations dated December 1991, and in particular the legal memo dated 19th of December 1991. The one that we've been trying to get out of the Secretariat for a very long time, and we were denied to get it. The Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Charter reads, "The admission of any such state to membership in the United Nations will be affected by a decision of the General Assembly upon the recommendation of the Security Council." Mr. Secretary General, please instruct the Secretariat to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly a decision by the Security Council dated December 1991 that recommends that the Russian Federation can be a member of this organization, as well as a decision by the General Assembly dated December 1991, where General Assembly welcomes the Russian Federation to this organization. It would be a miracle if the Secretariat is able to produce such decisions. There is nothing in the Charter of the United Nations about continuity as a sneaky way to get into the organization. So when I was coming here an hour ago or so, I was intending to ask the Russian ambassador to confirm on the record that the Russian troops will not start firing at Ukrainians today and go ahead with the offensive. It became useless 48 minutes ago. Because about 48 minutes ago, your president declared the war on Ukraine. So now I would like to ask the ambassador of the Russian Federation to say on the record that at this very moment, your troops do not shell and bomb Ukrainian cities, that your troops do not move in the territory of Ukraine. You have a smartphone, you can call Lavrov right now. We can make a pause to let you go out and call him. If you are not in a position to give an affirmative answer, the Russian Federation ought to relinquish responsibilities of the President of the Security Council, pass these responsibilities on to a legitimate member of the Security Council, a member that is respectful of the Charter, and I ask the members of the Security Council to convene an emergency meeting immediately and consider all necessary draft decisions to stop the war. Because it's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. Too late. The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president? Ambassador, shall I do that right now, or you can't confirm it? Do not interrupt me, please. Thank you.
Then don't ask me questions when you are speaking. Proceed with your statement.
Anyway, you declared the war. It is the responsibility of this body to stop the war. So I call on every one of you to do everything possible to stop the war. Or should I play the video with your president declaring the war? Thank you very much.
I don't know about you, but that's kind of like the most underwhelming reaction to being invaded that I've ever seen. I mean, Christ, man. There was another part where he basically said that I don't want to spoil it. I'm just going to show it to you right now.
Well, as I said, relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
Well. That's a bit more telling. What I wanted to point out to you is that while the United Nations is holding an emergency meeting at the Security Council, Russia is going into Ukraine, and it's really so telling of how useless the UN is. This literally embodies how useless the United Nations is. Whatever you think about Russia, whatever you think about Ukraine, whatever you think about this crisis, this goes beyond that. It really underscores the United Nations' inability to stop wars and to forge concrete paths for diplomacy, to actually resolve things with diplomacy. And then, of course, you have another issue where even if the UN can do an agreement and broker a resolution or whatever kind of a ceasefire or agreement, you can't count on anyone or everyone, rather, to abide by it. Really, just the impotence of the UN is just so fucking hilarious, you know. And I'll tell you one thing. Both of my parents worked in the UN, and it's because of them I know how useless the UN is. You know? Like, they're the first ones to tell me that. It doesn't mean that, you know, the UN is fundamentally an evil organization. No, not at all. But it's just too big and it's too incompetent. And the problem is that not everyone abides by what it decides. So even when they do the right thing, you know, I can just give you an example of, you know, not just Minsk, but let's say the multiple UN Security Council resolutions, for example, 242, calling for Israel to withdraw. Yeah, great. Everyone voted for it. Thank you. But is it being implemented? No. And now we're like 50 years later, 60 years later, nothing. So, you know, unfortunately, the organization is, that says it all. Really, the video speaks for itself. It really speaks for itself. What can I say? You guys are very kind. I want to keep going and tell you what's happening. So the Labour leader, the UK Labour leader, Keir Starmer, who is as charismatic as a bookshelf, has tweeted out that Vladimir Putin's attack on Ukraine is unprovoked and unjustifiable. His actions will have horrendous and tragic consequences that will echo throughout the world and throughout history. All those who believe in the triumph of democracy over dictatorship, good over evil, freedom over the jackboot of tyranny, must now support the Ukrainian people. They have been cast onto the front line of a war simply for existing. There can be no space for equivocation when faced with the evil that Putin has unleashed. His actions pose a grave threat to the international order on which we all depend. Pay attention to the language. International order, not law, not international law, order. Right? They always talk about this like rules. They talk about international norms, right? And what does that mean, norms? Because the West has set up a framework of international law. It's not just the West, you know. Of course, China, Russia are also UN founding members, and the UN is not the only international body. But my point is that you often hear Western countries underscore the, my chair was creaking. I was like, what was that? They often underscore the importance of international norms, but not laws. Why is that? I think it's because they you know, they're like lawyers. Literally, these politicians are lawyers. They word things in a way where they make you think that they're saying something, but it's actually something completely different, you know? And always pay attention to the language. They say, Keir Starmer says, there will be dark days ahead, but Putin will learn the same lesson as Europe's tyrants of the last century, that the resolve of the world is harder than he imagines and the desire for liberty burns stronger than ever. The light will prevail. I know people in this country will be feeling worried and uncertain, and I know that Ukrainians and Russians here in the UK will be worrying for friends and family back home. Our hearts are with them today. He goes on to say, we must now match our rhetoric with action. He must urgently reinforce our NATO allies. The hardest possible sanctions must be taken against all those linked to Putin. The influence of Russian money must be hold on a second. Did you see what he's saying here? We must urgently reinforce our NATO allies. Ukraine is not a NATO ally. What does that mean? I love how they always say the quiet part out loud. It's like Liz Truss when she's saying, you Europeans, we need to reduce our dependency on Russian gas. Just read between the lines. And now he's saying we must urgently reinforce our NATO allies. So this is about NATO, or it's not about NATO? Which one is it? And then he says, and those who have for too long turned a blind eye. Oh, by the way, just the Russian money. That's another point I wanted to explain. So you have Keir Starmer here saying that, you know, the UK must reduce the influence of Russian money in Britain. And this is so funny because he's the Labour leader, right, in the UK. And Labour's idea of challenging or tackling this Ukraine crisis hasn't been, we are in NATO and we have been moving forward and eastwards more and more and encircling Russia, and now they feel threatened. And this is why we're in this crisis. Ukraine didn't abide by the Minsk agreement. No, there's no common sense. Labour's idea of tackling the Ukraine crisis has been, you see, the Tories take too much money from Russian oligarchs. They're owned by the Russians. So they've been basically pushing a Russiagate variation. You know, that's it. It's just a variant of Russiagate to say that, you know, oh, look, Boris Johnson, you know, he and his oligarch mates, he's controlled by the Russians. They didn't put in hard enough sanctions on Russia because they're taking money from Russia. That's literally what they've been saying, right? They've been criticizing the UK government. So the opposition has been criticizing the Tories for not sanctioning Russia hard enough. What does that even mean? That's like saying you're not starving those people hard enough. It's literally the same thing. Obviously, Russia, I hope anyway, that it would not get to a point like Syria or something. No one should be in that point. But that is what sanctions are. I'm not gonna, you know, there's no disputing this. It's siege warfare. And so that's their idea, right? Just more Russiagate bullshit. And you see how this Red Scare, this neo-McCarthyite 21st century version of Red Scare is really permeated, not just the United States, but also Europe, very much so. And, you know, everything he says sounds very nice, very good on paper, but why do they say nothing about Israel? Again, I'm not going to stop bringing this up. Just a few hours ago, Israel bombed Syria, and they do that almost every week. Why doesn't Keir Starmer call out this aggression and the violation of Syria's integrity and sovereignty? And what about international laws or norms, as he said? It's out the window. You know why? Because Keir Starmer, this is word for word. He says that he's a Zionist without qualification. That's how he views himself. I'm a Zionist without qualification. That's what he says. And the same thing with Joe Biden, right? He also said a similar quote once. He says, you know, I'm a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. True, you don't have to be, because it's nothing to do with Judaism. But anyway, my point is that you see, they pick and choose. They cherry pick when international law applies. They cherry pick when integrity, countries' territory and sovereignty are being violated. It's when it suits us. You know, if it's an official enemy, then yes, they're very, very bad. Naughty Russians. Very bad. And then, of course, when their own buddies do it, the US, Israel, they just shut up. And the UK itself, like the UK goes wherever the US goes. You know, hand in glove. No difference. No difference whatsoever. And it's really vile. It's honestly vile because it's making a mockery of not just Ukraine, obviously, and the whole crisis. Because they're by refusing to talk about why this crisis happened, the context, the circumstances. I mean, you're showing the Russians again that you're just unreasonable. This is all that's happening now. Britain, the US, all of Western Europe, all of NATO are again communicating to Putin, you did the right thing. Because when you asked us nicely for 30 years, you, the Russians, the country, the people, when you asked us for 30 years not to keep encircling you with bases, we told you to fuck off. And so, I mean, what avenue are you leaving? If diplomacy doesn't work and you tell the Russians that's a non-starter, that exactly this term, you're telling them to fuck off, right? So they talk about Russian interference and playing into Putin's hand. There you go. You know, if you're going to come here and say that he's so evil and he's a Machiavellian genius who's bent on world domination, well, why are you giving him ammunition then? Why do you insist on dangling NATO membership in front of Ukraine? Why do you play into his hands, as Rachel Maddow would say, or whoever, whatever crackpot on TV? Double standards through and through every single day, day in, day out. And this has nothing to do with just Ukraine and Russia. Anything you like, any issue. It's just constant double standards. They're making a mockery of the issues they address, and also international law, and of them being in opposition. You call that an opposition? There's no difference between Labour and Tories. It's like Democrats and conservatives or Republicans. The same crap. The whole lot of them. And you want to talk about the jackboot. You saw they used the word jackboot. You know why they say that? Because it's a reference to, fascism, authoritarianism, the Nazis. And the problem here is that he's saying that, we're calling out this totalitarianism, and we're calling out this aggression, Russia's just brazen violation, blah, 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 blah. That's really great. I wonder why then you have no problem, Keir Starmer and Labour have no problem with the authoritarian and police state laws that have been proposed by the Tories. And the Labour Party did no opposition. They just let it pass through. They have things that they can spy on people now, the undercover agents, even in the gambling agency, like things that have nothing to do with actual threats, violent crime and things like that. All undercover agents now in the UK can spy on you, torture you, kill you. They have complete immunity. The British troops, they all have immunity now for war crimes that are older than 5 years. So if you committed a war crime and someone comes after 5 years to prosecute you, you have immunity. What the fuck is that? The UK just going around killing people in Afghanistan, in Iraq. I mean, just the most horrible stuff. And that's not even counting the imperialism. Again, just barely 150 years ago, Britain had 25% of the world's landmass under its jackboot, right? They don't have a problem with that. They don't have a problem when they do it. They meaning the Labour Party, but it's actually we, Britain. They don't have a problem with that. It's just when Russia does it. I'm really sick of the hypocrisy. Plum Drum says that's terrible. The laws that I mentioned, I wish I was joking. Like, it sounds so crazy that you might be thinking, well, no, that's surely an exaggeration. You misunderstood it. I'm not even shitting you. Those are just two laws that the Labour Party has done nothing to stop, nothing at all. The spy cops, and then of course the Overseas Operations Bill, and then of course there's the Nationality and Borders Bill. Where Priti Patel wants to strip anyone of their citizenship, and she doesn't even have to tell them anymore. It's so sick, honestly. Let me show you something over here. We have another development. As I was saying before, the UK has suspended flights over Ukrainian airspace, and now this BBC headline says Ukraine airspace is closed to civilian flights, right? So Ukraine has closed its airspace to civilian flights after Russia began military action in the country's east. It cited a high risk to flight safety due to the use of weapons and military equipment in the Donbas region. The EU Aviation Safety Agency warned of additional safety risks in flying in bordering airspace in Russia and Belarus. And the civil regulator, the regulator is saying there's a risk of both international targeting and misidentification of civil aircraft. I mean, that's completely true. This is really, many things can go wrong. I remember when, after General Soleimani was killed, the Iranians accidentally shot down, incidentally, a Ukrainian airliner, a commercial airliner. Tons of people, it's a civilian airliner, they were killed. It was really, really tragic. And it was kind of like an overreaction because the US had killed Soleimani, and the Iranians wanted to retaliate by hitting the Ain al-Assad base, but there were no casualties, and they were on high alert because Trump, you remember Trump was on Twitter tweeting like some fucking madman that we'll come and bomb your cultural sites if you answer, if you respond to our assassination of Soleimani. He was literally saying on Twitter, but they didn't ban him then, right, for threatening violence. How funny. Anyway, Trump was threatening them that he's going to wipe out their cultural sites and just, commit war crimes and bomb them. And so the Iranians mistook this plane for an American bomber and shot it down. It's really tragic. It's awful. And so it's completely reasonable in this case to close off the airspace because a lot of human error can happen. A lot of human error. You guys are very kind. I literally can't keep count. We have so many of you joined on Patreon. There's Todd, Daniel, James, Habiba, Freedom, Meet Freedom, and Maureen. Thank you guys so much for supporting my work on Patreon. I'm gonna play a crab dance just for you. You're wonderful, and I couldn't be more humble. It's absolutely insane that we've caught up again and gone all the way up. Thank you so much. Here's the crab dance just for you. Everybody put your hands.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Why? Oh man, you guys are great. I don't know what number we're at right now. Let me just check. again, I'm happiest because I get to play crab dances over and over. This is incredible. We're literally 9 subscribers away. 9. I don't even remember what number we were at. I think we've had 50 of you joining in the last 2 days. That's absolutely insane. We're 9 subscribers away from hitting the goal. This is amazing. Thank you so much for supporting my work. Again, you can donate for as little as €1 or £1 or $1 a month, anything you like. And it really goes a long way. I'm very grateful. I don't believe in paywalls. I don't do that. So this is strictly just to support the work, if you can, of course, if you can afford it. I totally understand not everyone is in the best situation. So I'm happy enough just that you watch. That's more than enough for me. So thank you so much. I'm really humbled. That's amazing. And I'm sure Claudia will make an updated thermometer. We have the Biden sniffing thermometer. So anyway, let me just give you this update from Olaf Scholz, who's the German chancellor, who you saw get cucked the other day when Biden was standing next to him, and just basically spoke for him and for Germans that we're going to take away your Nord Stream 2. So here you go. I think you can see that now. Der russische Angriff auf die Ukraine ist ein eklatanter Bruch des Völkerrechts. Right? So he's saying that this is the Russian attack on Ukraine it's a clear violation of the law, and he say it's unjustifiable, and Germany condemns this in the sharpest terms, and they give their solidarity to Ukraine and its population and its people. So, I expected that, right? We all expected that. No surprises there, because Germany is basically playing along, right? They're playing along, and of course they're going to say that everything Russia does is bad. And I honestly, when it comes to Nord Stream 2, he hadn't said anything really, right? He wasn't saying anything about canceling it until yesterday, when he was pressured by the US. And it's very interesting, because I think that showed that he wasn't completely on board with being a cuck. I don't know. It's not really your choice when you're a German chancellor. But anyway, he's clearly saying here that that it's a violation of international law and so on. And it says Russland muss diese Militäraktion sofort einstellen, so they should immediately cease their military actions. And in the framework of the G7, NATO, and the EU, we are going to werden wir uns heute eng absprechen. Dies ist ein fruchtbarer Tag für die Ukraine und ein dunkler Tag für Europa. This is a dark day, a terrible day for Ukraine, and a dark day for Europe. So yeah, this is you're not going to find any difference from what he's saying in the French and so on. I feel like they have these curated statements just like prepared in advance. Whatever, man. This is expected. Don't be surprised by that. I think the Nord Stream 2 is much more indicative and consequential than this statement, obviously. Right? So again, I'm just bringing you the latest information on the incursion. I think it's funny using the State Department language. Like, they won't call it an invasion. That's an incursion. Not in this case. I mean, usually, right? I don't know. It always stood out to me when they say that those kinds of things. Sorry, I'm just going through all the news, looking what to tell you and inform you. And the articles are just pouring in. Look, take a look. You got Q&A. Could Putin use Russian gas supplies to hurt Europe? Short answer, yes. Yes, obviously. This is a no-brainer. He has 40%. No, I really hate speaking in this fucking cult of personality terms that the West imposes. They want you to believe that every single country that is an official enemy, like Russia or Syria or Iran, is like completely, absolutely dominated by a cult of personality. It's not the case. That's just some imperialist, orientalist bullshit, right? That they want you to... It's kind of racist also, because they want to imply that all these people over there are like brainwashed and zombies and can't think for themselves and subdued by some notorious supreme leader, some horseshit. So it's Russia, not Putin, Russia, the country, right? The biggest country on earth, one of the world's foremost powers. I mean, there are actual people who live there, in case you haven't noticed. They're human beings, you know. They're not just a bunch of cattle being led by Putin, as they would have you believe. In any case, yes, Russia has 40% of provides 40% of Europe's gas. I mean, Christ, if it took just 10% away of that, you would see a catastrophe. But it won't do that. I don't think either side are ready to do that. And let me show you this message over here. This is from... So you guys saw earlier that there were claims that you have Belarus participating in this incursion, this limited operation in Ukraine. Well, look, this is from Al Jazeera. This is from 36 minutes ago, and President Lukashenko of Belarus says that Belarusian troops are not taking part in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right? And he said, quote, "Our troops are taking no part in this operation." And the Ukraine's border guard service said earlier that Russian troops had attacked Ukraine from Belarus, where they had been staging joint large-scale military exercises with Belarusian forces, as well as from Russia itself with Belarusian support. Yeah, well, that's not the same thing. It could be that Russian forces are crossing over from there. Who knows how many have stationed? I mean, you just said, we know, we saw them doing exercises, so that could be it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Belarus itself is taking part. And I just want to point something out to you about the language. This is not just about Ukraine, but just in general. Do you see how they say that right after the claim after the sentence that Belarus is not taking part, they say, quote, "according to a report by the country's Belta state news agency." Okay, so they're implying it's perhaps not true because the state media said it. And then underneath, after Lukashenko, they say Lukashenko, who is a close ally of Putin. Like, I know it's adding context. I understand. If you're a complete stranger to this issue, that's very well needed, much needed, and important context. Fine. The problem is, though, they do this a lot of the times to kind of condition you into thinking like, well, don't believe it 100% because, you know, he's friends with Putin. He could be a Kremlin asset. That came from the state media. Don't trust it. It's the same thing when, for example, Israel bombs Syria. I know I keep using this analogy, but it literally happened a few hours ago. And I'm telling you how the media report. They say that the Syrian state media, so Sana claims that Israel bombed and killed 3 troops. What do you mean Sana claims? Who the fuck else did that? Zimbabwe? Of course it was you fuckers. Like, what, you literally admitted that before. You're always doing strikes. Are you stupid? Like, do you think we are stupid? You know, it's so stupid. They call it like an alleged strike as if someone is imagining, American jets with Israeli insignia and decals, rather, flying over Syrian airspace. It's ridiculous. But anyway, let me continue. Over here, underneath, these are the latest updates. So, as I said, Ukraine has declared martial law. And Ukraine's military says that about 50 Russian forces have been killed. 50 Russian forces have been killed and 6 warplanes destroyed in fighting so far. U.S. President Joe Biden denounces the unprovoked and unjustified attack. And crisis escalates after Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine requested Moscow's assistance. Yes, well, I think the most significant update from this is Al Jazeera. I think the most significant update from that is that you have 50 Russian forces that have been killed. What does that mean? Are they separatists? Are they Russian armed forces. They're from the actual Russian military. What does that mean? I'd like to know more about that, and I'm going to give it to you in just a second. But there's an important part here about Ukraine is asking Turkey to close the Bosphorus and Dardanelles straits to Russian warships, right? And this is coming from Kiev's ambassador to Ankara. So basically trying to undermine the Russian war effort from the sea. Now, here's another update for you. This is from China. So China has called for restraint in Ukraine and rejects the term invasion. So China doesn't accept that what Russia is doing is an invasion. Okay? So China on Thursday called for restraint on all sides after Russian President Putin ordered an attack on Ukraine, while saying the military operation should not be described as a quote-unquote invasion. And China is closely watching the latest situation, and we call on all parties to maintain restraint and prevent the situation from getting out of control, the Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Xu Yang said at a regular press briefing where she was repeatedly asked if Beijing condemned the actions. And the article, which is goes on to from NDTV, goes on to say that China China is closely. I've lost my spot. There we go. Beijing has trod a cautious line on Ukraine as Moscow massed thousands of troops on the borders and criticized the West for new sanctions after Russia ordered troops into 2 breakaway Ukrainian regions, and that it recognizes as independent. And here. Hua on Thursday refused to call the military action an invasion, labeling the term prejudiced, and she dodged questions on whether China was in contact with Russian and Ukrainian leaders. The Ukraine issue has a very complicated historical background and was the result of various factors. China has blamed the United States and its Western allies in recent weeks for hyping up the crisis, with Hua saying at an earlier briefing on Wednesday that the US was adding fuel to the fire. The Chinese embassy in Ukraine warned its citizens to be alert for severe disturbances and to stay home as much as possible. So, what does this tell you? China rejects the term invasion. It doesn't think that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is an invasion. What does that tell you? Of course, if you put on mainstream media or some independent progressives who have their, can't tell their fucking ass from their elbow in international politics, they would tell you, the typical communists, like a bunch of repressive regimes ganging up on Ukraine together. Yeah, okay, that's like a fucking 5-year-old analysis. Well done. Here's a medal, you fucking mope. What this means is it's a further indication of the multipolar world that we're entering in. Okay? China, again, has a permanent seat on the UN Security Council, as does Russia. This means that if there are any actions against Russia in the UN, of course, Russia itself could also veto, but this means it has China's back. China has its back as well. And you have to remember that when we're talking about gas, for example, with Russia giving 40% of Europe's gas, and you're already seeing headlines of fear-mongering about whether Russia will turn off the valves, right, and prevent Europe from receiving gas, apart from Nord Stream 2. Well, the thing is that the Russians also have closer ties with the Chinese now, right? They have their own pipeline going that way. China has its Belt and Road Initiative, and these are 2 very strong economies. And so what you're seeing here is not China refusing to get involved and trying to toe like a more, objective or neutral, or let's say an unbiased position. No, it's actually siding with Russia, and that's very important because you're seeing the European countries, the United States and NATO, they're impotent. They can't do anything, and this is very significant. We're not in 1990 anymore. We are in 2022, and all of this imperialist shit that the West has been doing is going to bite it in the ass, and this is one of those events. And unfortunately, it's the people in Ukraine who are caught in the middle. Although, again, Russia is also, it's been encircled by NATO bases. You cannot seriously say that they have also not been, that an affront hasn't been committed against them, right? That this isn't an affront on them when you are threatening their security. And so, when we're talking about the price of oil and gas, I mean, look at what's happening, because as a result of this crisis, this invasion, Look at the oil prices. This is from Reuters. Oil tops $100 for the first time since 2014 as Russia attacks Ukraine. Right? So oil prices surged on Thursday with Brent breaching $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014 after Russia attacked Ukraine, is exacerbating concerns that a war in Europe could disrupt global energy supplies. Right? Here you go. Here's another one from CNBC. Oil prices jump 5% as Russia launches attack on Ukraine, highest since 2014. U.S. crude futures surge 5.37% to trade at basically $197. And then Brent crude futures went up 5.78%, up to $102.44 per barrel. That's crossing the $100 per barrel level for the first time since 2014. So you can see that this is already having an effect on natural gas prices and global energy supplies. And honestly, this is half of the issue. Half of this issue in Ukraine is because of gas. It's because of energy. Don't underestimate the importance of natural resources and money to be made and strength, positions of strength to be gained from this crisis. No matter who comes out on top. The U.S. is very, very, very well aware of Russia's Europe's dependence on Russian gas, Russia having 40% of the market. Nord Stream 2 is a hit, and it is what the U.S. wanted. They've wanted this the whole time. They've sanctioned Russia because of this. They've been wanting to dismantle Nord Stream 2 forever. And when Biden said, okay, we're going to accept it now, he was lying. You can see today and yesterday how when they canceled Nord Stream 2 that they are very much not okay with the pipeline. They are very much involved in trying to get it to stop. They're very much involved in trying to stop it. And so the idea that the U.S. has nothing to do with the resource angle and aspect of this is completely unfounded. You're seeing here already that, the markets, the world is very well aware of the connection. You can't have something happening here in terms of Russia and Nord Stream 2 and Ukraine without it affecting global energy prices. It's affecting them because they are strongly, strongly related. And this is very important because it's not just about NATO expansion. It's also about the U.S. trying to put a jackboot on Russia's neck. Again, Nord Stream 2 is a pipeline between Russia and Germany, not Russia and the U.S., not Cambodia and the U.S., not Germany and the U.S., Russia and Germany. It is their project. And the United States has stepped in and cucked the Germans. You have Biden standing next to the German chancellor and speaking to the cameras and reporters saying that we will end Nord Stream 2. What do you mean we? You're the American president. You're the U.S. president. He's the German chancellor. Why are you speaking on his behalf? Why are you speaking for the German people? It's not your project. You're not Russian or German. But that's the reality. Now you know who's running the show. Now you understand the dynamic. And of course, the German chancellor says nothing. And he stands there like some domesticated bitch and says nothing. He's silent. Utterly, completely silent. And he can't do anything. He can't do anything. Because he knows that Germany does not belong to Germans. Germany has been de facto under occupation since World War II. Again, see it however you want. But when you have 38,000 foreign troops on your soil, that's an occupation. And when the United States is deciding what energy you can have and from whom and how you can buy it, so much for free markets, right? And they always talk, oh, capitalism is so great. People should be free to compete with each other. Liberalism is great. Let's just deregulate everything. Come on, everyone, do what you want. Go wild. But not too wild, because we'll shit on you. Uncle Sam is going to come and put his boot on your neck. And so this is really cucked status. Germany has cucked status, but it's not the only one. Another very good example I can give you is that the CIA was torturing a German citizen, for example, right? Khalid al-Masri, who testified at the Assange trial. He was kidnapped by the CIA and they tortured him. And do you know what the United States did with Germany and Italy? Behind the scenes, they were pressuring Germany and Italy not to go after the CIA agents and to drop the prosecutions. So and it worked. So Germany and Italy and these European countries, they literally sell out their own fucking citizens to protect the CIA, to protect the US. That is how much control the US has over the European countries. It's incredible. Like, don't underestimate it for 1 second. It's both economic and political and military, of course. So this is that's quite incredible. Let me pull this up. Hold on a second. I'm just bringing you in the latest of everything. Claudia has been kind enough to. By the way, what time is it for you guys? I don't know where you're tuning in from, but what time is it for you? I'm just curious. And over here, Claudia has been very kind. She's updated our little Biden thermometer. That is incredible. We were at 403, and now we are at, check this out, 441. We are literally just 9 members away. 9 members away from hitting the membership goal. 9 subscribers away. I mean, guys, I think we can do this. You know, we got 600 people watching. We just need 9 of you to make that leap. And just $1 a month to support independent media. I'd be very grateful. You know, I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this work. This is, you know, this is my thing. This is all I do. And I love doing it despite the subject matter. And I depend on you guys, on your support to keep this channel going, to keep my work going. But, you know, not just me, others as well. Supporting independent media is crucial, to have that as an alternative to corporate media. Can you imagine if we didn't have, I'm not talking about me, I'm just talking in general, like, if we didn't have independent media, you'd be sitting right now watching fucking CNN and swallowing this poison, this garbage for your brain about what's happening in Russia and what's happening in Germany and all of this crap, every issue. So if not me, make sure you support others as well, because I think it's an important, it's just a necessity. That's what I think. It's crucial. So thank you very much. I'm very grateful, and I will leave the link below. You can donate $1 a month. €1 a month, as little or as much as you'd like. So, here, let me show you something. I'm coming with the updates, man. I'm just going to say one more thing. Where else would you get a 5-hour stream when World War III is breaking out? Huh? I don't think, there's nobody doing that. There's literally nobody doing that. This is the spot. Like, I really go all in. So, here's another update for you. NATO, writes the Associated Press, NATO is holding an emergency session after Baltic nations and Poland, which border Russia, triggered Article 4 of the Alliance's founding treaty that allows members to hold consultations when they feel their territorial integrity is under threat. Right? So this is, again, we talked about that before, but we're just going to delve into this a bit more. So NATO envoys met in emergency session Thursday after Putin ordered a large-scale attack on Ukraine. That's interesting. They're saying large-scale attack and not invasion. So they're saying large-scale attack on Ukraine as the 30-nation military organization prepares to bolster its defenses in allies neighboring both countries. Quote, "This is a grave breach of international law and a serious threat to Euro-Atlantic security," the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said in a statement. "The allies are meeting," he said, to, quote, "address the consequences of Russia's aggressive actions." Now, while some member countries are supplying arms, ammunition, and other equipment to Ukraine, NATO as an organization is not, and it will not launch any military action in support of Ukraine, which is a close partner but has no prospect of joining. So again, this is kind of like you know, it's smoke and mirrors. It's like, look, you see, NATO is not trying to provoke Russia. We're not giving them any weapons. Yeah, but NATO members are. You know, the UK, the US sent $200 million worth of weapons just last month in January. How can Russia not see that as a provocation? Like, did Russia go and give Mexico and Canada hundreds of millions of dollars worth of weapons to fucking antagonize you? Like, for the love of God, put yourself in their shoes and you will really see a different goddamn picture of what's happening. So the countries closest to the conflict, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, have triggered rare consultations under Article 4 of NATO's founding treaty, which can be launched when the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the NATO parties is threatened. We were looking at that just earlier, right? So the most effective response to Russia's aggression is unity, Estonian Prime Minister Kallas tweeted. Russia's widespread aggression is a threat to the entire world and to all NATO countries. I wish you guys felt that way about what the US does. Man, there have been so many strong statements. Like, really, we've heard so far. So far, we've heard that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the worst thing to happen in Europe since World War II, right? Like, let's just casually forget NATO bombing Yugoslavia. And then we've heard that Russia going into Ukraine is the biggest threat to world security. And it's the darkest thing that's ever happened in Europe and ever happened in the world. And Mitt Romney and others saying that it's the first time in 80 years that a country, a power has invaded a sovereign country. Like, they just erasing the hundreds of coups, invasions, attacks that the United States has done against other countries. Like, you're literally in Syria right now, you're occupying Syria. Romney supported the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Have you gone fucking ballistic? Have you lost it? That's not revisionism. That is literally fantasy. Fantasy. Right? And even then, if you still want to criticize and focus on Russia, like, are you going to forget that the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan? Like, it's incredible what they're doing. Like, they just want to completely rewrite history in order to push the narrative that, let's go with NATO. Let's get Ukraine in, and we need closer ties. We need to go after Russia. This is unacceptable. Trying to turn the whole planet against Russia with just madness. I mean, this is, if anything, it discredits you for saying such lunacy. And so we've heard all of these claims that what Russia is doing to Ukraine is just cataclysmic, right? It's incorrigible. It's intolerable. And so I'm happy that Biden cares so much now about sovereignty of other countries. I'm so happy that he cares about the territorial integrity of other sovereign countries. So can you please get the fuck out of Syria and Iraq and not destroy Libya and not antagonize Iran, encircling it with aircraft carriers and letting Israel blow up its nuclear facilities and doing displays of force with bombers, and not antagonize China with AUKUS? Can you really just get the fuck out of Afghanistan and pull the CIA out of there as well that you've been hiding? And get out of Africa. 50 countries in Africa have US bases or attaches in them. You got the biggest drone base in Niger. I mean, you have the fucking nerve to coup every country in Latin America, some of them twice, and Central America. You literally have different branches, Africa Command, Central Command, CENTCOM. You have commands in your armed forces for every region of the world to maintain a sphere of influence and maintain your empire. And you have the fucking motherfucking nerve to talk about sovereignty. You are the last people on earth to talk about sovereignty. And that applies to us, the British, as well. The last people to talk about sovereignty. Just shut the fuck up. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it. And they have the nerve also to say that, they just act like nothing happened a few hours ago when Israel bombed Syria. That happens almost every fucking week. Every week, man. Almost every single week they're bombing Syria, and they have taken the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights are one of the most important regions in Syria. It has water. It has oil. It's a strategic. It's an area of strategic importance. A vantage point. This is the Golan. And the Israelis build ski resorts and go skiing on Syrian soil, while they cut off water from us and deprive us of our land. The whole planet knows this is Syrian. There's no question. And Trump recognizes it as Israeli, and Biden doesn't undo that. You hypocrites. You goddamn hypocrites. You think you can give away a chunk of Syria to these fucking settler colonizers? And then you talk about sovereignty. Go to hell. Go to hell. I wish we saw just a fraction of this reaction from the EU, from NATO, from the US, from the UK, from Germany, from France, about stealing Syrian land, about what's happening in Sheikh Jarrah, ethnically cleansing Palestinians. How goddamn dare you? You support that. They don't just not condemn it. They're not just silent. The West isn't just silent about these things. They fucking pay for it. They engineer it. They're behind that shit. Biggest hypocrites. So I'm just going to go back to this article over here. Kallas called for measures for ensuring the defense of NATO allies. So again, next time next time when they tell you Ukraine is not a NATO ally, why is Russia being aggressive? Yeah, but you're treating it like one. You're treating it de facto like a NATO ally. You're sending it weapons. You keep mentioning, this notion that you must strengthen NATO defenses. Yeah, but we're talking about Ukraine. What does that have to do with NATO? If Vladimir Putin is a liar and he's manufacturing this threat, if he's imagining this threat of NATO and Ukraine, right? Ukraine joining NATO and then having another NATO country on Russia's border. If he's imagining it, why the fuck is NATO so involved then about talking we have to ensure the safety of our NATO partners? You keep showing that there's a connection between Ukraine and NATO and supporting Putin's argument, Russia's argument, and legitimate security concerns. You just keep proving him right, that you are treating Ukraine like a de facto NATO country. You are sending it weapons. You are sending it troops next door. You are giving it all the support. And now they're trying to invoke Article 4 to try and, wiggle their way around it and maybe do a little bit more. So they say NATO began beefing up its defenses in northeastern Europe after Russia annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula in 2014. It has around 5,000 troops and equipment stationed there, but those forces have been beefed up with troops and equipment from several countries in recent months. Again, they constantly say that Russia is threatening Ukraine with this buildup of troops, right? And they said that it's going to be 190,000 troops invading. I don't know about you, but I till now, I haven't seen those numbers. I've just seen aftermath of strikes, which look like targeted strikes. But my point here is that they always talk about the Russian troop buildup, but they don't tell you a lot about the NATO troop buildup. They don't even tell you how many there are. They just give you limited figures here and there. And that's like fine. It's so ironic, Russia moving Russian troops in Russia to defend its borders, that's aggression. But American troops coming from the other side of the planet to Russia's borders and neighboring countries, and the UK sending weapons all the way to Ukraine at Russia's doorstep. That's not aggression. Like, why is NATO allowed to defend itself, but the Russians are not allowed to defend themselves in their own country? How can you talk about defense when it's not your concern? It's Ukraine's concern, not the US, not the UK. But they talk about defense. What is that? So they say a first step now could be to activate the NATO response force, which should number up to 40,000 troops. A quickly deployable land bridge that is part of the NRF, made up of around 5,000 troops and run by France alongside Germany, Poland, Portugal, and Spain, is already on heightened alert. Some NATO members have also sent troops, aircraft, and warships to the Black Sea region near allies Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. The Pentagon has also put up to 8,500 US troops on heightened alert, so they will be prepared to deploy if needed to reassure other allies. So again, you're treating it like a de facto NATO ally. That's a member rather, and that's why Russia is concerned. And you just keep proving their point. And again, it's like it's defensive for me, but offensive for thee. The language even you can see. Oh, it's just to reassure allies. It's defenses. They call them defenses. So, NATO moving troops towards Russia, that's defensive. Russia moving its own troops inside Russia, that's offensive. Come on, man. If you can't see the double standard by now, what am I supposed to tell you? Ah, man. That's great. We got a couple of you who just joined now during the break. We have 444 of you on Patreon. Thank you very much to Harry. Many thanks, Harry. Thank you, Donna, and thank you, Charlie. We're just 6 members away, 6 subscribers away. Thank you very much, guys. I'm gonna play a crab dance just for you, and I'll be going to the bathroom. Just give me a minute afterwards, in case you see a black screen.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
And we're back. Thank you guys so much. I'm honestly, wow. 444. We're literally just 6 members away, and that is absolutely incredible. I'm very grateful for you guys. I didn't expect us to get that far in one live stream, but that is quite something. So thank you very much. I'm gonna have to update this in a second because it's no longer 441. It's 444. We're just 6 members away, guys. I know we can do this. I'm counting on you guys. I rely on your support, as do all other people in independent media. And this is really like I'm not even kidding. This is the one thing that guarantees I can keep doing what I do. It's not having to depend on the YouTube algorithm. I mean, that's just a failing strategy. It's a worrisome. It's just, they demonetized me once already. You remember? I don't know how long have you guys been subscribed to me, actually? Let me know in the comments right now in the chat how long you've been subscribed, because I'm curious how many of you know what I'm referring to, what happened. Well, it's not last year anymore. We're 2022, so it's 2021. They just straight up demonetized my ass. Sorry, it was 2020. Yeah. So less than 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago. Or actually, my memory is completely failing me. I don't know what it was. It was not that long ago is my point. I'm sure some of you who are here will remember. But Big Wheel says, I'm unsubscribed 3 weeks. Fear says, I just unsubscribed. Great. Subscribe again. So we have Harry. Thank you for your kind words. And Mumo says 8 months. Ferdinand says 2 years. Awesome. RS says September 2020. Mr. Lizard says tree fitty. We have someone whose name is in Cyrillic. Unfortunately, I can't read it, but they say 20 minutes. That's great. That's awesome. Spasiba. And thank you, John to Emily. I appreciate that. Yusef says about 1.5, 2 years. Amazing. Michael says 2 years, but I can't donate because it's disabled. No worries. I mean, that's not a problem. What do you mean exactly? On PayPal or something? I'm not sure I understood, but oh, Claudia's reminding me there were 2 demonetizations on the channel. It was 2020 and 2021, actually. Yeah. So Chima says, I've been subscribed for 7 months. Thank you very much. Oh, look. We have someone called Press TV, IR fan for life. Says, maybe 6 months after seeing on Press TV. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear you watch my television program on Press TV. Guys, please let me take a moment to say something. Like, I really appreciate you being here, but you seriously really need to watch my television program because every single week I come out with a full broadcast. Last week I was doing Ukraine. I've done so many things. I did the Iran nuclear deal. I interviewed the chief negotiator. I interviewed Merendi. I interviewed special UN, several special rapporteurs from the United Nations, the Russian ambassador. Just too many guests to count. It's really a humbling experience. And you can find the show by typing Richard Medhurst, the communique, or you can just go. I'll show it to you. Because I would upload the videos on the channel otherwise, but you know why I can't. Because Iran is under sanctions. They've deleted Press TV's website. They even took down Press TV's, they deleted Press TV's YouTube and Google accounts and then took down the website as well. They didn't ban it in the US, they just fucking stole it. Like the URL, the domain, presstv.com. So it's presstv.ir, okay? And this is the show. I hope you can see it there. Yeah. So you see, I interviewed Danny Haifong there. The first episode I ever did was about Assange because, I just finished there. But you go to presstv.ir, go to shows, and then the communique with Richard Medhurst. And I'm really happy for that. And it's really a great experience. I've so much liberty with it. I literally do everything. Like I'm the producer. It's all me. It's all me. It's just a more professional format than live streaming, I would say. But it's I think this is pretty professional too. I think most of you would agree. So I just meant it's a bit more formal, shall we say. It's a television program, right? But I'm saying the same goddamn things I would say here. That, honest to God. And that's the truth. You can go and look how I speak. Wherever I am, I'm going to say the same thing. Because there are lots of people who have been, propagandized and brainwashed. They think that, Press TV is Iranian state media and RT is Iranian state media. Motherfucker, I have more liberty doing my job there than I would ever have that at a Western outlet. Like, it's not even close. And they do excellent journalism. Press TV and RT don't sell fucking wars. They don't start cheering on bombings and sanctions like you demented lunatics, you warmongers on CNN. And the irony here is that the CIA themselves have admitted how they take journalists and feed them bullshit info, to sell whatever story they want in the New York Times and all these major outlets. So, this is one of those typical cheap attacks that people do because they have no response to what you're actually saying. And that's weak. As soon as you do that, that shows you're weak, So, yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to plug the show. I want you to go watch it. I'm very proud of it and happy. So I'm happy to see that one of you actually knows me from there. I thought it would be the other way around, but that's great. Thank you very much, Press TV IR fan. So we have Sonia and Cecilia, who've just joined on Patreon. Thank you so much. I'm going to play a crab dance for you. I believe we're literally 4 members away, 4 subscribers away. 4 more, guys. 4 more, and we will hit the goal. We will hit the goal. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Sonia. And let me play the crab dance for you over here. Thank you, guys.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hey! Why? Thank you, guys. I can't wait to add new things to the crab dance. Do you guys have any suggestions? Because as you see, it's really just a collection of political things and what are some of your favorites, your favorite jokes or funny political moments from 2021 or this year? Tell me, and I will make a vote, and then we can pick what to add to the crab dance. Usually, I make it a surprise, but You know, I told you guys a joke, although I'm serious. Like, I'll do this. One day, God willing, when we hit 1,000 people on Patreon, I'm gonna get a piñata of, you know, we're gonna have a vote on which politician, right? So we're gonna have like Hillary Clinton, Henry Kissinger, Mike Pompeo. You pick the piñata, and I will get it, and we will smash it live. That would be pretty hilarious, honestly. I can't wait for that. So, oh, Anthony gave me the name of the guy who's in the video, Reverend X, right? I don't give. Yeah, he's funny. He's really funny. Elizabeth says that cooking bit is a scream. It is. It is. It sounds so good in Arabic also. He's saying, by Allah, you people are dogs. Like, you know, it's really like from the heart that he's saying it. Oh, man. That is so hilarious. Chima says, use the song Hello by Mastercraft featuring The Unknown for your crab dance. I'm not sure I know that song, but I'll have to check it out. So I'm gonna write this down so I can be reminded of it. I can't play it right now because of copyright stuff, but I'll check this out later. I wanna read you. We have one more actually. Chim just joined on Patreon. 3 members away, guys. We're 3 subscribers away. I'm gonna wait till we're at 450 to play the crab dance. I'm gonna read you some more statements from reactions around the world about what's happening in Ukraine. So obviously I can't read this, but I have the translation for you. This is the statement from the Iranian foreign minister reacting to Ukraine. He says that the crisis in Ukraine is rooted in NATO provocations. We do not see resorting to war as a solution. Establishing a ceasefire and focusing on a political and democratic solution is a necessity. So, if I can just speak about, I mean, just speculating, but I think it's well reasoned. I think this crisis is good for Iran, not because Iran, you know, like has an interest in people fighting or something. No, the point is that this takes away focus from the United States in antagonizing Iran. You know, it's like you have a bully hitting someone, and then the bully gets distracted by something else. Obviously, you know, we would hope that the bully just gets stopped instead of going and spreading its efforts into demonizing other people. But you understand my what I'm trying to say here, because Iran is currently going through the Iran deal negotiations for the nuclear deal. You guys know that I'm at the spot. Like I said, I've done multiple episodes on coverage on this. I spoke with Iran's chief negotiator, and this is something I've been covering very closely. And if I may say so, I don't want to blow smoke up my own ass, but I'm one of the few people doing this, and this is one of the most important foreign policy issues. And I'm right here where it's happening, and I'm going to bring you all the latest because it looks like it's going to be finalized very soon, right? So that's big because that means sanction removal for Iran. Now, the question is, how many? How many? That's what we have to wait and see. But just going back to the statement on Ukraine, I think this should be preferable to Iran in the sense that the U.S., you know, it's like Sauron's eye. You know, the eye is looking at you and then suddenly gets distracted. Think of it that way. Think of it that way. Chim says, why is there no community page on your Patreon page, Richie? I'm not sure what that is. A community page? Is that like I'm not sure. But Chim also says, if you want a real headache, go and check out the front page of Reddit. The propaganda campaign has been a success. Let me see. God, you want to get a live reaction out of me, you're going to get it. Here you go. But just the regular front page, I don't really use Reddit. I don't. I see here. So this is the Reddit homepage. They're saying, Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia declares war on Ukraine, reports of shelling at Port City. You know, honestly, I feel like if Putin was going to declare war, he would like fucking say it. This is so weird to me. I don't understand this. this dynamic, because they say Putin is evil and he's shameless and he just does anything he wants. Yeah, well, why would he shy away from saying, I'm going to come invade your shit and take you? Like, and then, of course, you have people saying, but he did say it, and you're just not understanding. Shut the fuck up, man. You know exactly what I'm trying to say. Putin doesn't mince words. Do you get what I'm saying? So, they're saying here, I'm reading comments. Is he genuinely asking, me as a Romanian, should I be worried? Or NATO has my back? As a general rule of thumb, whatever you are, be it a natural person or a country, NATO never has your back. NATO is a protection racket. It's like the mafia. When the mafia come up to you and make you pay them, they basically squeeze the money out of you under the guise of protecting you. But they're actually just threatening you. They're saying, if you don't give us the money, bad things will happen to you. And that's really what NATO is. NATO has no reason to exist. Protect you from what? NATO was created to counter the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union doesn't exist. The Warsaw Pact doesn't fucking exist. How can you look at what NATO's doing to the Middle East, literally fucking destroying countries, committing war crimes, and then think that this is a force for good that has your back? Grow up, you fucking child. So here, they're saying that all you American knobheads using this thread to rant about Trump, shut the fuck up. I mean, I don't know what the rest of the comments are saying. I haven't read them, but I don't know what Trump has to do with this. Trump is ironically, again, an agent of NATO. You know what he was saying? He was angry that Germany and the other countries weren't paying their fair share. This is what you call a shakedown, right? He's doing the rounds. The mob boss is coming and doing the rounds and saying, have you paid up? You paid up? You better fucking pay up or you'll see what happens. And then, Trump, as a response, he withdrew a couple thousand troops from Germany because he said they weren't paying. I mean, what benefit does Germany get from being occupied by 38,000 US troops? The Nazis have been dealt with. Germany has done a tremendous job of, working on its history. They recognize the mistakes that they made. They admit that Nazism was bad and evil, and the population has an understanding of its own history. That hasn't happened in the UK with imperialism, or in the US with the genocide. People are just so ignorant about their own history. And, my point is that you don't have... The Nazis have been defeated. The Soviets are no longer in Germany. What the fuck are you there for? They always come up with an excuse. Don't you understand the thing? They always find an excuse. That's how it works. They always make up some reason or exaggerate something to justify it. The result is always the same. Stop falling for the fucking propaganda. There will always be an evil dictator. They will always come up with some human rights fucking disaster to justify bombing people. It's fake. It's manufactured. Don't you get it? It's endless war. You can't fix the world, and it's not America's fucking right or responsibility to fix the world. Mind your business. But you can't better the world by just bombing your way to freedom or whatever the fuck bullshit they're promising to. Get the hell out of here. No one buys your crap. People can see through this. People don't want war. They don't want antagonism. They don't want Russia going into Ukraine because you wouldn't mind your fucking business and leave it alone. This whole thing could have been avoided. That's the tragedy of it. And it's most of the time it's like that. But they want to bully. They keep bullying and bullying and bullying, and then we end up in this situation. So we have a donation here. Thank you very much from... Tin Chao, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Tin Chao says, keep up the great work. I'm a huge fan of your awesome work. You are such an incredibly good journalist who's telling the truth. The world needs more journalists like you. I always feel embarrassed reading these things out, but I have to. I want to read them, of course, so you know that I've seen it. But I can only say thank you. You're very kind. I would certainly hope that the things we're doing, me and my colleagues, and I pointed like as if there's someone in the room. No, but me and my colleagues in independent media are having a positive impact. It's always a pleasure when people say that they've learned something, and that's the goal. It's to open people's minds, to open their eyes, broaden their horizons, give them another point of view, give them the other point of view, give them an understanding of what the global South feels like, what it's like being on the receiving end. that it's not nice and it's not true what they're brainwashing all of us with, making up these threats, making us go kill each other, making money off of it. There's a sick system that needs to be stopped. And, war is not the way to do that. It's very unfortunate. I'm talking in general, of course, but just going back to Ukraine, it's very unfortunate that this aggression culminated, this NATO aggression resulted in what we have today. It's really sad. It shouldn't be that way. Thank you guys very much. I cannot believe this. We are at 448 patrons. We're 2 subscribers away from hitting the goal. This is absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. I think it's like 40 of you who signed up today. Nuts. I can't remember. I can't count anymore. 2 subscribers left. So I'm going to plug the Patreon one last time and hope that we get over the finish line. So again, I have the thing up here. Give me 1 second. There we go. So you can donate for $2 a month, $5, $7, or even $1. Pick anything you like. You can stop it at any time. And it's in any currency, $2, euros, dollars, whatever. And this is really important. It helps me do my job. It helps me do my work. You guys, I've been able to afford a lot of tech upgrades over the years, getting a better computer so I can make videos faster. Even this microphone stand, that's all thanks to you guys. So I can better the work that I'm doing and deliver it faster and just, not having to worry. So thank you very much. You're very kind. Claudia, as always, comes through with the goods. Here we have the updated thermometer that Biden is sniffing like a creep. And here it is, 448, 2 members away. I know you guys are awesome. I think we're going to get there. You guys are great. Thank you very much. So let's go back to the latest update so I can give you what's happening. Turkey. President Erdogan is convening a security summit now in Ankara, right? So the Turkish presidency on February 24th convened a security summit with relevant ministers and security officers after Russia launched a military operation in Ukraine. Turkish Foreign Ministry has issued a security warning for its citizens in Ukraine on February 24th and said it would provide necessary support and guidance to Turks who wish to leave Ukraine. They advised Turkish citizens to stay in their houses and avoid traveling. Turkish airlines have canceled all flights to Ukraine because of the closure of Ukrainian airspace. Turkish President Erdogan and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin spoke on the phone a day ago, February 23rd, ahead of Russia's military action. And so Erdogan told Putin that Turkey was ready to do its part in calming down tensions in Ukraine. Yeah, you know how Erdogan would do that? He'd probably send over a boatload of jihadists that he's taken from Idlib. I wish I was joking, but this guy is really bent on... He's a weird character. Every single day he changes his positions. One day he's like, oh, I support the Palestinians. And then the next day he's inviting the Israelis over to Turkey for a meeting. Like, how do you reconcile those two things? And then, of course, when it comes to... the jihadists that he's supporting in northern Syria, in Idlib, they're mercenaries, right? They're guns for hire, and he's shipped them off to Libya as well. You literally have the guys, these terrorists taking selfies in the plane as they're being transported to fight in Libya. These jihadist tourists or whatever. And I just want to do a side note, because I don't know if all of you know this, but it is important to say. Again, I'm not Muslim. I'm Syrian English and Christian. We have Christians in Syria, but we, of course, in the Arabic language, jihad is like a duty. It's like, it doesn't mean, jihad is supposed to mean a battle, like that's an internal battle. Okay, it doesn't mean going off and doing religious war, with help of the CIA or something like that. That's a real perversion of the term. Jihad is supposed to be something, it's a religious term, right? In the Quran, and has a lot of importance. It's about bettering yourself, like combating, just having a battle within yourself to better yourself. Does that make sense? Working on yourself. And it doesn't necessarily mean what the news make you think that it means. So I always feel a bit bad using the word, because I hate the negative connotation that it's developed in the West. We shouldn't allow people like ISIS and Al-Qaeda to co-opt Islam, just like we shouldn't allow Israel to co-opt Judaism, and just like the Crusaders, right, who were committing the same violence, and also in the name of religion, shouldn't be allowed to, co-opt Christianity or have Christianity associated with them. These are religions that come from the same place, from the Middle East, from the Levant. They all have a very similar message. They're all rooted in, they're all monotheistic Abrahamic religions. They all believe in the 10 Commandments. They all preach the same things. And we shouldn't let motherfuckers from the CIA or otherwise, whether it's the Saudis exporting Wahhabism, hijack these religions and dirty their names, because that would be really sad. So just again, just going back to Erdogan, I'm sorry, I go off on tangents sometimes, but I feel like it's important to say them. So just going back to what Turkey's doing, the president, Erdogan, also reiterated that Turkey does not recognize Russian steps against Ukraine's territorial integrity, right? So Erdogan does not recognize or approve of Putin recognizing the Luhansk People's Republic and Donetsk People's Republic as independent and sovereign. And Turkey had previously expressed hope for Russia and Ukraine to return to the negotiation table amid a growing crisis between the two countries. As Erdogan informed that he would seek to establish contact with the Russian president following an online meeting of NATO leaders. So, of course, Turkey is a NATO member, right? And we had an interesting thing where Turkey wanted to actually kind of take over Kabul airport. But of course, you saw what happened there. I mean, just disaster, the so-called withdrawal, the terrorist attacks. But the idea was that when the Americans leave, the Turks would take over. Now, the way that I see this, what I think they're trying to do, or were trying to do, I don't know if that's still on the table, but I think what they were trying to do is still maintain a NATO presence, but with Muslims, so they can, sell it a bit better. It looks a bit better that it's Muslims, or at least people from a Muslim country, Turkey, majority Muslim country, who are occupying Afghanistan or, doing security for Kabul's airport, however you want to put it. It looks a little less, antagonistic than Americans doing it, for example, but it's still NATO. You guys are amazing. Wow. We did it. I think we did it, guys. We did it. My brain can't process it. It's amazing. We've been live for so long. We're at 452, not 450, 452. We even went over the limit. You guys are the best. We met the subscriber goal. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much. I want to give a shout out to, hold on, it's loading. Nial and Jeremiah and Rash and Miriam and Dark Lord. Thank you guys so much. You are really, really, really the best. I'm so grateful to all of you. This crab dance goes out to you. We did it. We fucking did it. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wow. Yeah, salam. Thank you guys so much. I'm exhausted, but I can't tell you how happy I am. I sincerely mean that. That's amazing. Can I be honest with you guys? Like I had a bit of a worry because I was getting, I was afraid that, YouTube was throttling the channel. I think they still could be. And I don't know. This is just great because this signals to me that it doesn't matter. Everything's going to be okay. You guys, I have your support, and that means a lot to me. Thank you. And again, I want to be absolutely crystal clear. I know not everyone is, in a financial position to donate or wants to. That's totally fine. I'm happy just that you watch, just by coming here and tuning in. I hope it's beneficial for you. You learn something, or, you it gives you entertainment at least. I mean, I don't know how all of these subjects, war and sanctions entertain you, but just that you enjoy it and consume it in some okay way, and that's it. I'm happy about that. Just even hitting the like button, it all helps with the algorithm. So thank you. Sorry for the whole the drivelly speech, but I felt like it's important to say that and express gratitude. So thank you again. So that's really amazing. And forgive me if someone sent a donation whose message I missed. I'm trying to keep up with the war and what's going on here. David Chia sent a message earlier. Says, thanks for all your hard work, Richard. Thank you, David. Really, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who's on Rockfan. I should comment on people watching on Rockfan. We have Bubblegum Douche. Very interesting username. Thank you, Bubblegum Douche. We have Tarot Man. You guys sent some donations. I appreciate it. And Diamond on Rockfin said, thank you, Richard. And Yona said, woohoo, woohoo, indeed. Yes, you guys are the best. And by the way, some of you might be wondering, what the fuck is Rockfin? I'm going to explain what Rockfin is. It's like YouTube, but no censorship. That's basically it. So when I go live, like right now, I'm not just live on YouTube, I'm live on Rockfin. And when I upload videos on YouTube, I also upload the same ones on Rockfin. It's copy. And why do I do this? I do this because, as I said, YouTube demonetized my channel before for I don't know what reason. YouTube is throttling the channel. There should be way more views. And people were getting unsubscribed. And so on Rockfin, they don't do this bullshit. And I don't have, literally every single day when we're making the videos, I have to wonder if I can put a certain word in the title because YouTube will throttle the video or won't give you a notification. Like, I have to self-censor, basically. I mean, I just grew tired of it and just put whatever the fuck I want to call it. But, it's stupid. I don't have to worry about that with Rockfin because it's just, that's it. It's free. You just have to make an account. That's it. You could even take a throwaway email if you want, as you wish. I'm just happy that you sign up on both. We have 17,000 subscribers, so it's good to have a contingency. You never know when this neoliberal big tech bullshit cabal is gonna like all of a sudden yeet you and heat light a fire up light a fire under your ass and just get you running. I mean, it's frustrating when they do that. I've seen lots of people lose their channels. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. But anyway, I'm rambling now. Let me get back to the updates. Let me just say one more thing about Russia, can I? And Turkey. So the thing with Turkey is that Turkey depends on gas from Russia, right? And that's why Turkey can't really cross a line. So the Turkish position right now is, well, we're not really cool with what you're doing, but we're not going to condemn it either, right? They're not taking an opposing position or condemning Russia for what it's doing in Ukraine because Turkey depends on Russian gas and tourism. So they need Russia. They can't upset Russia. That's another important thing to keep in mind. You always have to take into account the resources, the economy, the links between the two parties, and then you understand a bit more. So, yeah. I'm trying to find the exact figure for you of how much of Turkey's gas comes from Russia, but I'll get you that in a second. You guys have been very kind. I'm trying to keep up with your comments. Thank you, The Passion 81. Elizabeth's Music and Arts comments. What about Rumble on Odyssey? I keep forgetting. You guys, you keep asking me to put my videos on Rumble or Odyssey, but I've never used these platforms. But maybe we should do that. I'm just taking a note. Give me a second. I'm writing down a note so I remember afterwards. Okay, great. So, Mr. Isaacs, thank you so much. I'm really happy that you've been subscribed for so long, and that really makes me happy. That's really cool seeing OGs that are in here, OG subscribers. Jeffrey says, Odyssey is cool. Don't get sucked in by Rumble or Trump. What's the connection between Rumble and Trump? I think I've heard that Rumble is a like a right-wing thing. I don't know because I've never used it. But I see some of you in the comments are saying that it's not a good idea. Tell me why. I'm actually interested. Because listen, I get the idea. Like I'm telling you myself, it's good to have more than one option. Like not just YouTube, but Rockfin as well. But when it goes to putting videos on other platforms, like it is extra work. It's actually a lot of work. And I don't know if they have live streaming. I don't know anything about these places. But Arian says, just joined. Has Russia invaded or not? I'm not going to say. Go watch the whole live stream. You have 5 hours to catch up. Good luck. Almost 6 hours. I like that. This is how we used to rock. This was the norm. Like when I first started, it's like, let's do a 6-7 hour live stream. Of course we're going to fucking do one. What do you think? This is the Richard Medhurst channel. There's no weak sauce here. So Devan says there are some leftists on Rumble. Well, I can tell you one thing about Rockfin. I should give you the URL so you can subscribe, by the way. Almost every leftist that you know is on there. So if you watch other leftists, you're going to find them on Rockfin as well. So, that's really good. Khan says, sending love from Iran. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ahlan wa sahlan. I hope to visit Iran one day. Chim says, Rumble has a very far-right user base. It's not as bad as BitChute. That's another one I've heard of, but I don't know it. But a lot of people there suck. And Pinky says, Rumble is not a right-wing website. That's just a lie. It's a site that allows right-wingers to speak. Yeah, so again, that's why I wasn't really sure, because anytime you have something where it challenges the monopoly of YouTube and these these big tech companies that are really just kowtowing to liberal politicians, you have a tendency for people to say that, yeah, but that's just a right-wing thing because they want to discredit it. Again, I've never used it, and I don't know who is on there. I don't even know. So yeah, I mean, my idea is I don't really care who else is on there. For me, the point is having contingency. So here's what I would say. If you guys would go and subscribe there, then I would do it. But I think it's better to beef up Rockfin most of all right now. We're 17,000 subscribers on Rockfin. So go make an account. It doesn't cost you anything, and just subscribe. I think it's a good backup. So we got to the juicy part. Tejas, look what Tejas commented. So the real question is, how can you invade part of a country you've already conquered for years? I'd love to know that too. We've been hearing for years and years that Russia and Russian-backed separatists and Russian troops in unmarked uniforms without the insignia and patches are occupying eastern Ukraine. We've been hearing that forever. So hold on a second. Was that the invasion when the Russian troops were occupying eastern Ukraine for 8 years? Or was the invasion the other day when you had the so-called peacekeepers going into Ukraine? Or was the invasion today? Which one is it? How many fucking invasions can you have in a place that you're already occupying? I'd love to know the answer to this. So was Russia occupying eastern Ukraine or not? C'est pas possible avec ces gens. Tina, thank you so much for signing up on Patreon. I'm going to play a crab dance for you. Let's go!
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
You guys rock. And I promised you I would get the stats for you. Let me pull this graph up. It's actually 2 pie charts. Give me a second. I'm trying to show this so you can see how much gas Turkey gets from Russia, right? It's all about the gas, baby. That sounds like someone who never mind. Flatulence. It's all about the flatulence. No, seriously though, it's about resources. It's always about resources. Most of the time, anyway. Here, take a look at this. So this gives you an idea of how much crude Turkey gets from certain countries and how much natural gas. So you can see the majority of Turkey's crude comes from Iran, crude oil. And then natural gas, 58% comes from Russia. So do you understand now why Turkey would be reluctant and not so willing to stir trouble with Russia? And if the Europeans are smart, they will cut NATO loose, because all NATO is doing is barbecuing them. Look at Ukraine caught in the middle now. Ukraine didn't even get to join NATO. So like, what was all of this for? And it's the Americans sitting quietly back, sitting back quietly. They don't have to sacrifice anything. Nothing happens to them. The war is not on their doorstep. No consequences for them. They're sitting back comfortably and sacrificing the Europeans, controlling the Europeans. Going back to my point, you understand now why the economic links, trade, natural resources between the countries affects international relations so fundamentally. I mean, I shouldn't have to explain this, but it is worth pointing out. I think it really helps to visualize once you see. I really think visualizing it helps people to grasp the situation. Of course, let's be clear. That doesn't mean that Turkey is controlled by Russia, or like Russia has Turkey by the balls. No, but it is something to take into consideration. Turkey and Russia are fighting on opposite sides in Syria, so it's not everything. But Turkey's occupying Idlib in northern Syria. It's supporting all these jihadists. Turkey's, occupying, it has its own military, so not just the militias, the terrorists, but its own military there. And Russia, and Russia, of course, is on the opposite side. It's defending Syria with Bashar al-Assad. So again, it doesn't mean everything, but it is worth noting. And yeah, so when it comes to the pipeline, they have. Sorry, I just lost my So I just lost my spot. But here's Gazprom export will supply up to 5.75 billion cubic meters of gas to Bottas per year under the deal. So it's a 4-year gas deal. But again, I think this is the most compelling argument for what I was trying to say. And it really annoys me, and I've said this before, maybe 10 times in the last hours, but it's really, really annoying. Again, like, why is it that Ukraine's territory and Ukraine's sovereignty matter more than Syria? Like, Syria has experienced 10 years of war now. It's a dirty war. There's dozens of actors involved that have all violated Syria's sovereignty. Israel's been occupying the Golan Heights since 1967. Do you know how much water they have stolen from Syria? How much oil? How many attacks they launch from the Golan Heights? It's really disgusting. And this is not only the West turning a blind eye to that when Israel attacks Syria almost every week, but they pay for it. They actually pay for this. All those fucking progressives, those State Department socialists in Congress vote for this shit, like Ilhan Omar, which again, till this day, I still don't know what her deal is. The Israeli lobby was trying to barbecue her and chastise her. And they're like, oh my God, you're an anti-Semite. How dare you criticize Israel? And then she gives them fucking money. What? Man. Look at this. Speaking of, here. So speaking of State Department socialists, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, look at her statement on what's happening in Ukraine. So she tweets here that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is indefensible. The U.S. is right to impose targeted sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs. We also must work with our allies to prepare for a refugee crisis on a massive scale. Finally, any military action must take place with congressional approval. Now, on the surface, you might be looking at this statement by AOC and thinking, well, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it is wrong for Russia to invade Ukraine, and sanctions, we should sanction Russia because Russia is doing something bad and it needs to be punished, and sanctions are a more peaceful alternative to war. You know, we don't want to be too violent, so sanctions is the right thing to do. And you couldn't be more wrong. First of all, you know what's indefensible to me? The United States, so that means her government, right? Her government, the government that she works in. The CIA funding neo-Nazis in Ukraine. That is some unacceptable, indefensible shit. You are literally on the side of fucking neo-Nazis, and you have the nerve to talk about indefensible? Really? You know what's indefensible? It's Ukraine refusing to accept the Minsk agreements, to abide by them. You know what's indefensible? It's encircling Russia with NATO bases and then acting like you don't understand why this is happening. Like Putin had nothing better to fucking do than go and invade another country because he was in a shitty mood. How, you know, mundane can you be? And always she's on the side of the State Department. If you look at what she's saying, if I hide the name, okay? If I take away Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, just read the tweet. That could be anyone. That could be Joe Biden. That could be Bill Kristol, right? That could be David Frum. All of these scumbag, dirty, scum of the earth neoconservatives. That could be anyone. So, you know, you call yourself a progressive and you pretend, oh, like I'm anti-imperialist. I mean, I don't know if she's actually even said that exact word, but, you know, she tries to talk the talk, but she don't walk the walk, because every time there's a question of U.S. foreign aggression, right? The U.S. Attacking other countries indirectly or directly, she always seems to land on the side of the imperialists, right? And a few months ago, so last year in 2021, there's a vote on giving Israel another $1 billion for its Iron Dome. And she initially votes no, and then switches the vote to present, because she doesn't want to anger the Israelis, right? So she's too coward to stand up to the Israelis. She's too coward to stand up for Palestinians, even though she keeps talking about Palestinians like she gives a shit. Let me explain something to you guys. I'm going to be very, very clear here. If you explain this to a Palestinian or an Arab, I mean, that's it. What do you mean you voted present? That means you're siding with the oppressor. Goodbye. You're canceled. Bye. I don't mean canceled in like the Western neoliberal sense. Just like, you know, end of story. Like I don't even want to see your face. You've shown your true colors. That's what that means. If you don't support the Palestinians, which again is the easiest cause in the world to support. They want to make it complex. It's not complex. And then over here, she echoes the same State Department talking points, trying to justify sanctions. How many times do I have to explain this, man? Sanctions are not something nice or peaceful or moderate or mild variation of war. They're not. They can actually be worse. There are people who, they live under sanctions and they would rather have the bombs coming down on them. I told you this. My cousins told me that. That really resonated with me. 2 of them told me that, right? Separately. That's how bad it is. Like, do you understand how messed up that is? They would rather have the bombs falling again than be under sanctions. So what she's doing here, she's trying to make the case for the U.S. expanding its already bloated repertoire of U.S. sanctions, right? There are 1,500 on Iran, God knows how many on Venezuela, Syria, Cuba, etc., etc. And so what she's doing is she's normalizing this notion that we can punish other countries with sanctions. First of all, who the fuck are you to walk around like the world's policeman? Forget Russia. I'm talking in general. Like, why do you have to come in and do sanctions, right? Who gave the U.S. the right to be the world's policeman? They have no right. When the U.S. puts sanctions like this, or the U.K., these are called punitive coercive measures. Bullying, right? You're coercing someone into implementing your foreign policy agenda or your goals. You're bullying them by starving their people. And this is illegal under international law. You cannot just decide to impose sanctions when it's not mandated by the UN at the very least, right? If you can do it, and they do it all the time, but it's illegal under international law. So do you see the irony here? They're saying Putin is breaking international law, and now we're going to turn around and break international law by putting sanctions and starving Russians. I mean, I don't think it's going to get to the point that it is in Syria. I hope not anyway, and Venezuela. But do you see the hypocrisy? They talk about... Do you see the hypocrisy? They talk about international norms, which is, like basically saying, well, no, we don't mean the laws, but, do what we say. They talk about respecting international law, and then they go right ahead and violate it. All of them. It's not just the US, it's the UK, Germany, all of them putting sanctions now on Russia. And this is not a more peaceful alternative to war, and I'm going to keep repeating that. It's siege warfare. It never hurts the politicians. Do you really think these sanctions are going to do a fucking thing to Putin at all? Are you really that naive? Do you think that the sanctions in Syria do anything to Bashar al-Assad? Come on, don't play yourself like that. Don't be so naive. You know better. You know better. Don't play yourself. And then, of course, they say prepare for a refugee crisis. Yeah, you already don't take refugees from the countries you destroyed. So, from Syria, Iraq, the UK and the US take like drops, like a few, you can't even compare that to what Turkey takes, Lebanon, and Syria when it took from Iraq, and vice versa. It's not even comparable. These countries in the Middle East take millions of refugees from wars that you created. And then when it comes to Venezuela, she's on the side of the... When it comes to Venezuela, she's on the side of the coup, of course. She won't condemn it, but which basically means she's complicit. And then, of course, when it comes to Bolivia, she's standing on the side of the people that these fascists, these right-wing, extremists that overthrew Morales and, Janine Áñez and all this lot. This is the problem, because people look up to these politicians. They say, oh, they're progressives, they're wonderful. But you're so... Don't do that, man. Like, I really think that there's a failure to understand what sanctions are and who they hurt. If you are in the United States, I mean, you don't understand what sanctions are. You don't have any family under sanctions. You have never been under sanctions. It's so easy to think that, yes, that's more peaceful to war because we're not sending soldiers to kill people. You don't get it. You're starving people to death. You're depriving them of medicine. You stop countries from being able to import medical parts. Their medical equipment, for example, dialysis machines, you name it. A lot of this is very high tech. It cannot be produced locally. It has to be imported from Germany and other countries. You can't get it if you're under sanctions. So people will die in hospital. People will die because they cannot get the medication or the medical equipment to keep them alive. And that's never mind the food and the gas, the fuel, the electricity, these basic necessities. That is what sanctions are. So when you're normalizing this and saying like Russia's bad, but we're also going to be putting sanctions on them like it's some kind of better alternative to war. It is war. Get that through your head. It's siege warfare. And honestly, this is really, you want to come here and talk about like sovereignty. You remember when Trump pulled out of Syria? He didn't pull out of Syria. He just took the troops, the US troops, and moved them from North Syria to Northeast Syria. That's all he did. And he went for the oil. He even said, we're keeping the oil. We're taking the oil. That's it. He's straight up saying it, and that's what he did. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at the time, you can go look it up, her response to this was, this is wrong. You're abandoning our allies, the Kurds. Well, yeah, the US always screws the Kurds, always stabs them in the back. No surprise there. But the point here is that she was trying to justify a continued US occupation of Syria by saying that it's to protect the Kurds. Mind your fucking business. When you did that, right after Trump did that, the Kurds went to the Syrian government and made a protection deal. So obviously, we don't fucking need you, okay? And how dare you? Like, like imagine me or someone else saying like, you know what? I think Syria should invade the United States in order to protect African Americans from its hostile government. I mean, that's not my place to say that. Like, you would consider that aggressive. It's an invasion, no matter how noble the cause is in your eyes. That's a violation of your sovereignty. So you want to shit on Syria's sovereignty under the guise of protecting people and protecting minorities. But then when it comes to Ukraine, oh, Putin is bad. We need to sanction him and so on and so on. What a joke. What a goddamn joke. And when she votes president on the Iron Dome, I don't care what the Israelis say. They say the Iron Dome is just defensive because it shoots down missiles, right? It's not an offensive weapon per se. Yeah, but where are these weapons? They're on occupied Syrian soil, occupied Palestinian soil, violating our fucking sovereignty. Again. So you don't stand against that. You voted president. You didn't oppose that. They're such fucking hypocrites. They really, like, they want to treat Arabs and the global South, Latin America, Africa, like they're lesser. You know, you only matter if you're a U.S. ally. Then we care about your sovereignty and your territorial integrity. And then we're actually going to do something to defend you. You know, and a U.S. ally, I mean, what does that even mean? You're basically a lapdog. So, you know, these fucking State Department socialists are really something else. They're really something else. They always toe the same goddamn line. Look at Bernie Sanders here. Copy paste, right? Vladimir Putin's latest invasion of Ukraine is an indefensible violation of international law, regardless whatever false pretext he offers. There's always been a diplomatic solution to this solution. Yeah, you're damn fucking right. You're damn fucking right, Bernie. You know there was a diplomatic solution. It's called get the fuck out of Eastern Europe and off of Russia's borders with your NATO troops. That's what it is, Bernie. Russia submitted draft proposals and asked diplomatically for 30 years now, 30 years. Don't expand NATO. Stop, antagonizing us. There is no more Soviet Union. You don't have to expand. Stop encircling us. And you just keep going and going and going every 5 years, every 10 years, another country. And the Russians have had enough. And the US, with one country, would have went apeshit. Never mind 5 and 6. Okay? And we know that because of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So Bernie Sanders here acting like Putin refused to engage in diplomacy. When he told you, stop deploying NATO troops near our borders and don't let Ukraine join, you told him to fuck off. The US told him it's a non-starter. You refused to even contemplate or negotiate. So who's being undiplomatic here? Who's the one who's being unreasonable? Come on, man. They don't even mention that, right? It's not even like, well, Putin did propose this and this, and the Russians have been telling us their concerns for years and years, and we did break our agreement, but, we just can't entertain that. Like, they just omit that completely. And so what you have here is you have a bunch of progressives and a bunch of people, Democrats, Republicans, you name it, British, German, you name it, all of them talking about Ukraine as if Putin is just some evil monster who woke up to kill puppies and invade Ukraine for no fucking reason, like a lunatic, and it's just greed. They completely omit the context. They completely omit the legitimate security concerns, and this is fundamentally why they are dishonest actors, and they have no way talking about this. They have no right to talk about this in such a manner because they are painting it as a one-sided issue, as if Russia is the sole aggressor, when the NATO bases caused this issue in the first place. And if you were really bent on stopping Putin and from doing any of this stuff, why did you give him the pretext? You could have told Ukraine, apply the Minsk agreement. You could have told Ukraine, no NATO membership. You could have told Poland and Estonia and all the neighboring countries, the surrounding countries of Russia, we're not deploying NATO troops. You could have done that. But you didn't, and now you gave Putin what he was looking for. You played into his hands, as they love to say, the Russophobes, right? The Russophobes. So this is, of course, Bernie's statement, right? And he says the United States must now work with our allies and the international community to impose serious sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs, including denying them access to the billions of dollars that they have stashed in European and American banks. The U.S. and our partners must also prepare for a worse scenario by helping Ukraine's neighbors care for refugees fleeing this conflict. And finally, here it comes. Finally, in the longer term, we must invest in a global green energy transition away from fossil fuels, not only to combat climate change, but to deny authoritarian petrostates the revenues they require to survive. Don't you love it when Bernie Sanders justifies imperialism with green energy? Like, yeah, we need to transition away from fossil fuels, for the planet and the climate. Oh, and by the way, we want to make sure Russia has no revenue. What a great disclaimer, Bernie. I'm so glad you shared this with us. You fucking hack. What a disappointment he turned out to be, really. What a disappointment. It just shows you they're all different blends. AOC, Bernie, whoever, they're all different blends of the same neocon shit. And the world is fucking tired of it. The world is tired of being bullied. Complete verbal diarrhea. I mean, it's staggering. It's absolutely staggering. Here's another one from Bernie Sanders. He says here, it is beyond belief that in 2022, as we face challenges like COVID and climate change, any national leader would start a war that could kill thousands and create millions of refugees. There is a diplomatic solution to the crisis. It is tragic that Putin seems intent to reject it. No, I'm not going to repeat this again. You rejected it. NATO said non-starter. That's who rejected it. All right. And they don't even say what is the diplomatic solution. Like, I'm telling you very clearly what the Russians have been offering. What is the US offering? I don't even know. Do you guys know what the US diplomatic solution is? What is their diplomatic solution? Tell me. I'd love to know. Because their idea of diplomacy seems to be, you know, let's just bully them and trample all over them, whether it's Russia or whoever else. That's their idea of diplomacy. And I want to say something else. You know what the irony here is? The Americans have a term called coercive diplomacy, right? Which is, it's a fucking oxymoron. But anyway, basically the idea is that by using hard power, right? So by, you know, a show of force or just showing that you have a strong military and so on, or just doing it economically, right? Like arm twisting a country economically, you can communicate to them that they have no choice but to sit down and negotiate with you. Yeah, but that's not really diplomacy. That's coercion. You know, if I put a gun to your head and said, please sit down and talk to me, will you? You're going to say yes, probably, right? That's not really diplomacy, but they do this and they call it that. And so this, you know, one example I can give you is in Vietnam. So Richard Nixon, he wanted to bomb the Vietnamese to the negotiating table. That was their way of ending the Vietnam War, right? And they tried to do this with Linebacker 1, Linebacker 2. These were the names of certain bombing raids. They launched, I mean, literally dozens of B-52 bombers and carpet bombed the fucking shit out of Vietnam like psychopaths. Like psychopaths, just indiscriminate carpet bombing with B-52s. Dozens and dozens. And that's their coercive diplomacy. So do you see what kind of fucking vile, evil apparatus that we are dealing with here? And that's their idea of engaging with others, right? And so what's interesting to me is that Russia seems to be engaging in coercive diplomacy. It wants to take this region. It wants to, at the very least, put on a show of force that we will go in and do this if we have to. And in exchange, if you want us to stop, you must forswear NATO membership for Ukraine and get the fuck out of our neighboring countries. So that's something the US would do, right? Yeah, totally. Actually, they would do worse if they actually felt threatened. They wouldn't be engaging in diplomacy at all. But you understand the double standard. So it's really something. They always use coercive diplomacy with others, the helpless. You know, the just what they did in Vietnam. I mean, this is really a crime against humanity, and they use that just indiscriminately, and then have the nerve to throw a hissy fit, right? And throw the toys out the pram and throw a tantrum when someone does something similar to them. Yeah, you don't like your taste of your own medicine, do you? Oz whistles, says Cambodia too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cambodia, Laos, they destroyed them and secretly too, right? Here, let me bring you the latest on Ukraine. Basically, we have an announcement here from Al Jazeera. They're saying the Zelensky advisor is saying that 40 Ukrainians have been killed. An advisor to Ukraine's president says about 40 people have been killed so far amid Russia's invasion. Several dozen people have been wounded. He did not specify whether the casualties included civilians. Al Jazeera was unable to independently verify the figures. Again, this is heartbreaking. You know, I hate seeing this. We shouldn't be at war. You know, we meaning the world. There's enough shit going on, and it's just every day. You know, it's horrible. There are diplomatic solutions to these things. They exist, and NATO failing to take Russia on with its and address its concerns is why we are here. if Putin just wanted Russia to take Ukraine, if that's all his mind was set on, he would have done it before. Why the fuck did he wait till now? You know? Also, I believe the UK has summoned Russia's ambassador, right? I'm just double checking to verify it. Not surprising. Not surprising at all. So, let me just double check. I have so many things going on. I'm trying to just deliver it to you bit by bit. But yes, it's correct. I've just verified it. So the United Kingdom has summoned Russia's ambassador to the UK to question them over the Russian invasion. Let me show you over here. So, this has been reported by Reuters and others. So they're saying here, UK Foreign Secretary summons Russia's ambassador. So that's Liz Truss, who I told you was tweeting earlier about putting sanctions on Russia and making sure that, Europe stops its dependency on Russian gas. So you guys have been saying in the comments, give me a second, I'm going to go back to your comments. That's great. We've been going on for 6 hours. We have 1,672 likes. It's even better than the last stream. If you've just joined, tell me where you're joining from. Make sure you hit the like button. I'd really appreciate it. We have a donation here from Chima. I hope I'm saying your name correctly, Chima. Chima says, when will Americans ever learn that endless militarism will eventually spell the end of humanity? I don't know. I'm afraid that one day it's going to go too far, and then, it's like in the Cold War. Some people argue that the world is less safe now than it was during the height of the Cold War. In many ways, I understand that. And all it takes is some stupid little conflict blowing up into a bigger one, whether it's this one or another one. And unfortunately, with bad luck, never mind the endless militarism and evil involved in all of it, they get, in the blink of an eye, humanity could be wiped out. It's really playing with fire, no pun intended. It's really messed up. So thank you guys again for your donations. You're very kind. I'm really flattered. We have 453 of you on Patreon. I just want to say thank you again. Thank you for supporting my work. Thank you for supporting independent media. We smashed the goal. We smashed the goal last time, and we smashed the next one this time, and we're going to keep smashing it. Thank you so much. That's 453 of you supporting my work on a monthly basis. Wow. I'm really glad. And actually, I think the latest we've had here is Meet Tina. Oh, it's Tina. But the header is messed up. It's Tina. So thank you very much, Tina. I appreciate that. And what we've had here, Jeremiah, Yash, Miriam. Thank you all. The list is literally too long to go through. Through it all. That's how good you guys have been. I really appreciate it. JK says, you're my new favorite streamer. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I'm always going to be here. You know it. Leon says, tuning in from the Netherlands. Thank you for your insights, Richard. Most welcome. I'm always happy seeing where you guys are tuning in from. Paul says, wow, 6 hours. Impressive. That's nothing, man. We've done longer than that, I think. Actually, no, I'm sure. I just don't remember what it was. Anyway, I see you, Cam35. I appreciate that, that you guys have tuned in. So, okay, guys, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. We've been going on for almost 6.5 hours. I think I've done my bit. I've tried to anyway. And you guys have been very generous. You've donated all over the place and joined on Patreon, even past my expectations. So I'm very happy, and that's great. It's a sad, regrettable situation with Ukraine. It didn't have to be this way. It's very sad. You know, I can't say anything I haven't already said. This could have been avoided. It's a shame that it had to come to this. And this, I hope it doesn't get worse. You know, you don't know how these things can blow up. It's very dangerous. But I think that, as Scott said, I don't think NATO would be ready to intervene directly. They say they're, you know, invoking Article 4 and such, but I don't think they are seeing clearly that the Russians are not to be messed with, because it'll get even bigger. Hopefully there's a diplomatic solution, meaning, you know, Russia's security concerns are taken seriously and they stop antagonizing it. But I want to make something clear. This is not going to stop with Russia. You know, Iran and China and other countries are one day going to have enough of the shit. They are also being encircled by bases, NATO or not, you know, agreement or not. It's antagonistic. It's provocative. And, you know, when you have a bully and just keep going, you got to stand up to them. And this is not going to end well. What the British, what the Americans are doing, this is not going to end well. In any case, thank you guys very much. I'm so grateful you tuned in. Thank you for supporting the show. I will leave all the links below if you want to donate. We just smashed the goal. I'm happy, and so many of you tuned in. That's wonderful. We got 1,700 likes on the video. Well done. I appreciate that very much. So I'll catch you in a bit. All the segments will be uploaded. You can watch this on replay, be my guest. And I hope you enjoyed the program. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks for tuning in. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Ma salami.